I'm more than ready, Mendrix, my man. It is an exciting day today. Obviously, we've had not only a whole month of qualifiers leading up to this event, but yesterday's gameplay, I think that blew my socks off. That was so far above the standards that even I had sort of mentally set for it. And we saw an incredible variety of decks, really great plays, excellent interviews with our players. So now we get to see what that was all building to, right? We've got we had the cream of the crop yesterday. I guess this is the creme de la creme. The last couple of players battling it out for the top prizes.
Pretty crazy to see that was the case there as well. So pretty happening with everything at the moment. Let's bring up the brackets so we can see the journey so far, just to see what's happening across the board here at the moment. I think we do have something ready to see just who's going to be the final players as well. And just having a quick look at everything that is available there at the moment. We can see that it is going to be Home Master up against D-Mutt. And then on the flip side of things, they're down in that lower bracket. It's going to be Corbett up against Vexenite. So these guys have played quite the slog to get here at the moment. And I must admit, it is something that is pretty impressive to make it this far. These guys have qualified already to actually win some prizes. But of course, you do have a massive pack win if you do manage to get through towards the very end. So pretty exciting for us to get into it. We are just getting the players ready at the moment. They're doing a few warm-up matches to make sure everything is ready to roll. And then we should be able to jump into that action. While we do have a bit of free time here at the moment as well, I do want to just sort of bring up just the stats of the tournament as well, which I personally find to be pretty interesting. So having a quick look here, you can see I'm tilting my head at the moment. One of the things that's very interesting to me, we've sort of hyped up this Secret Libram Paladin, but it's only played 6 games. And every time I look through the player decks, it seems at least one of them have an iteration of it, or at least 90% of players have brought this. So for it to play such a small amount of games means it has been just target banned right on out.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's been true throughout the season, right? I feel like that's been one of the most consistent parts of our metagame has been Secret Libram Paladin is like the 3rd tier deck. We see so much warrior play, so much druid play, and then that Secret Libram Paladin deck is just like, we don't want to ever play against it. So whether it's just because players do not like to play against the really slow decks, I think obviously at this tournament stage, it's a bit more of a competitive, cynical-minded approach to it, which is just that the decks that beat that deck up, they tend to not have too many other good matchups. So in a format like this, where if your opponent spots like a potentially soft deck in your lineup, they can just ban something else, and then you have to find a win with that. Especially if that opponent doesn't have a Secret Libram Paladin, that might be a huge drawback. So I feel like for a lot of players, the better strategy is just to commit to banning the Paladin deck every time you see it. They can't bring 2 Paladin decks. You'll always be able to target it out. And then you can just build your lineup to beat everything else. Just have all the other options covered.
Well, I mean, talking about some of the other options the players have been bringing, it seems Hunter really has one out there, has played the most amount of games this tournament so far, looking at a 45% win rate. And I think it is honestly just one of those throwaway sort of decks that you can put into it. Face Hunter, of course, just performs well. You're just sort of relying on a decent high roll right off the bat, and it can actually take out some of those more problematic decks, kind of like the Secret Libram Paladin if you have a good roll.
Yeah, it's funny you say, because 45% win rate, that can't be too good. But the Druid and the Warrior decks, the other most played decks, also have 45% win rates. And especially if you look at them, particularly the Hunter deck, it's got a 50-50 win rate against every class, almost up and down the board. Its win rate only suffers against Warlock and Demon Hunter, the 2 really heavy self-healing, life-stealing, board control decks. Against everything else, it's a coin flip, right? And that is sort of what you'd expect. Face Hunter is sort of almost the least interactive kind of deck. You really are just pushing damage to the face, and that's going to get there most of the time, or at least be a threat to. So that's why it's not only in everyone's lineup, but it's also not banned. You're never like more scared. Well, it's banned sometimes, but people are rarely more scared of the Hunter than they are other lists.
Well, it is something that, of course, just sort of pops in. We get to see it. It's a bit of fun as well, just seeing how players do go through a sequencing of those cards. And also just want to bring one more to our attention, the Warlock, which has sort of just been a heavy performer, competitively speaking, has sort of been rising up in that metadata. But we have seen a sort of shift as well. Typically, it was the quest hand Warlock that was jumping beforehand. Now it's actually the non-hand Warlock that a lot of players have been bringing, especially towards those upper brackets that we've seen winning at the moment, and then what we've actually seen being played.
Yeah, a lot of players, but I have to stress, not all players. Like, this is one of the few decks, I think, This and Rogue are probably the only two classes where we've seen multiple archetypes be represented across by like several players each and seem like consistent, successful choices. But the Warlock like really blows everything else away. The power of that Quest Warlock and the Quest Hand Warlock against different decks really make it a versatile threat. And we sort of emphasized the matchups where those decks perform differently, but really they can both kind of pull it out against nearly any opponent with a good draw.
Yeah, we really have been enjoying that non-hand warlock beforehand that's been coming, or the quest non-hand warlock that would, I believe you actually had a bit of chance to play out quite a fair bit. Just the idea of, sort of sacrificing a lot of HP early, but the idea is that card draw is just so damn insane that you do get towards that point. And the typical drawback of having so much high card draws, of course, getting yourself to the point where there's going to be fatigue, but of course you just reflect that damage right back. So it is definitely a unique class being taking advantage of that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see that in previous weeks when the Warlock deck was dominant, it was the Quest Hand Warlock, and specifically the cards that seemed like the best parts of the Warlock deck were the ones that this Warlock deck, the non-hand Quest Lock, just kind of forsakes completely. There's no huge discountable minions, there's no Soul Rend, there's no big taunt minion like him in the Baron's Protector, so you just throw all that out the window, and I would have thought that would leave you way too vulnerable in a metagame that not only has Druid and Warrior just showing up in every single lineup to put on constant minion pressure, but a lot of players have chosen to slant their whole team towards a more aggressive direction where like Warrior and Druid are their slowest decks, and they're playing like Hunter and some other very sort of bursty list, but the Quest Warlock just shows the consistency and has just enough control to get to that crucial turn and win the game.
Well, sounds like we should be ready to jump into the action as well. And let's see, we're going to be jumping into it right now. It's going to be D-Mutt up against Homemaster. This is going to decide who will be our finalist with the upper bracket here, of course, giving them that fantastic chance to actually need to win only once, whereas the lower bracket finalists will need to win twice to take out this competition. So this is definitely a big advantage being played against for both D-Mutt and Homemaster at the moment.
Yeah, grand finals on winner's side, obviously, that's the place where everyone wants to be. You're only one very small step away at that point. And look, given how dramatically even this tournament has looked, every matchup seems to be going 3-2 or 3-1 at least. To have an extra set in the bag in grand finals must feel incredible. Both these players worked very hard to get here. D-Mutt, of course, making that very surprising run deep with some quite tweaked individual deck lists, and of course that priest list. And again, it's the quest mage that's been banned out, so D-Mutt's priest is on the menu for this matchup, but Homemaster that will not be facing it initially. Got to get through the Phase Hunter first, and it's going to be the rogue, that quest rogue that Homemaster was so proud of in the interview we had yesterday, talking about all the practice that he put in. So hopefully that pays off. Also good to note that Paladin deck not banned. So this is going to be the seventh time the Paladin has been allowed through in this whole event.
And what's really interesting about this for Homemaster as well is that Homemaster is every single time I seem to see this guy on the Secret Libram Paladin, it's him coming out with a win. So pretty exciting stuff for Homemaster in this case. Of course, for D-Mutt, though, having that priest, for some reason, everyone thinks they have the secret ingredient to actually beat it, or perhaps just think, you know what, I reckon I'll be completely fine against the priest just because of how the meta is at the moment. But D-Mutt, I think, should have realized, or everyone at this moment should have realized that D-Mutt's priest just seems to be in a different level, especially when it's got the opportunity to make these buffed up or Linker of Souls and just completely ruin Warlock decks.
I think that's what's allowing people to a false sense of security. It's got so many expensive cards. It just looks like a pile of random legendaries. The way it's been winning games on stream sometimes look like they're a bit RNG heavy, and they're like, oh, surely I can beat this priest deck. This looks like jank. I know that all these other lists are really scary. I know what the matchup looks like. This priest deck is undefeated on stream. I think across the qualifier event as well. Like, I'm not even sure that it has lost in this whole league. So, yeah, like you said, everyone thinks that they are going to be the first person to beat D-Mutt's priest deck. We'll see how that works out. But Homemaster seemingly navigating an awkward situation in the early game. If anywhere, this is where you are going to need that hours and hours and hours of ladder practice on the Quest Rogue deck to pay off for you, because this is not necessarily the easiest draw, right? You want to be playing out a lot of cheap controlling SI7 cards in the early and mid game, really utilizing effects like that SI7 Assassin. But you can see the SI7 Assassin still costs 6 we haven't been able to play a lot of SI7 cards in the early game, and we also haven't been able to clear the board. So DMUT must be feeling pretty happy right now as we start to push some face damage on this, late game rogue deck.
Yeah, couldn't put it any better myself. Already down to 23 HP. And when you look at a DMAT, it still has a pretty decent amount of cards there in arsenal and ammo just to continue piling that damage in the next turns to come. And the other thing as well, he's got the Imprisoned Felmore, which is going to be remaining dormant for a couple more turns. And then after that, when it does pop out, we'll be able to deal a decent chunk of damage. So Homemaster really needs to sort of prep himself up now to clear away this board without taking too much further damage. Because sometimes it is just a matter of getting them moving in that execute range of the hero power, that steady shot, and for you to finish off. Sometimes it is that early game that's so crucial against the hunter to make sure that you're not within that range where you can just be whittled down before you can kill them.
Brutal stuff there. We saw the Edwin Defias Kinkin rolled out by Homemaster, hoping for a bit more luck there, but still nothing. Draws a card, he can't play the Swindle, and has to actually commit to playing Blackwater Cutlass, which is not something you usually see early game. I mean, the flexibility of the card is a part of its merits when it's included in a deck like this. But this is still sort of a very awkward struggle here to stay afloat in the early game, not take too much minion damage from failing to clear the Hunter's board. But as you said, the clock is ticking. That Imprisoned Felmore will awaken next turn. If the board is cleared, I don't know if there's going to... I guess Swindle will guarantee draw another minion. So it's unlikely that there'll be a guaranteed face hit from that Felmore, but the pressure is really on for Homemaster. And again, not a lot of SI7 cards actually seeing play right now. So at some point, we're going to have to be able to find room not only to clear away the Hunter board, but to switch gears from defense to offense, or at least proactive quest clearing play. And I just don't know how we do that. The hand doesn't even really have that much gas left.
Yeah, he's already down to 2 cards here. Of course, you'll be able to draw one, and he's got a bit of ability to get a bit more tempo in with that Swindle, as I was saying before. But it just seems so rough, especially when you look at DMUT has a buffed up Trampling Rhino to really start putting in some extra damage. I mean, if that card comes out, especially onto that Prize Plunderer, that's literally 6 damage to the face right off the back there as well. So really does need a Shadow Step to get something, or at least get that off the board, so he doesn't have a target in the Trampling Rhino from that effect. And the other thing as well, but he's going to leave it up, and he's going to go straight to the board here, and here we go.
I mean, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because if you reduce the number of targets in play, that makes it all the more likely that the Imprisoned Felmore might randomly get a free face hit on you, which would be equally disastrous. But yeah, it's just emphasizing how rough the situation is here. And DMUT, this is like the fast deck in his arsenal, right? It's quite a balanced lineup. You've got sort of a big priest list, you've got the mid-range warrior, you've got a combo mage list, the only person on the quest mage getting a band out every round, completely vindicating his choice. And then of course this aggressive hunter list. It's one of the most balanced lineups we've seen in the whole tournament, and right now we're seeing how many problems it's causing because Homemaster can't seem to fend off the aggression from this face hunter.
And we take into account now as well, he's down to 16 HP. He's got no board control at this moment in time. Of course, the turn is going to come back to hit around to him at some point, and you can see it has come back. I mean, he can start playing some of the assassins here as well, but of course, it's still, not discounted at this moment in time. But it looks like he should be able to get that combo out now, finally. And that does mean he's going to be able to clear away the Trampling Runner, but it's done its job. It's done the damage it needs to do, and of course, DMUT will have a follow-up directly afterwards.
Yes. Now, granted, Homemaster still has about half the life left, and we are getting to the point in the game where the deck is starting to draw into its power, right? We just finally saw the first part of that quest line completed. We're beginning to see the SI7 assassins get discounted a little bit. More importantly, we're starting to draw some SI7 cards. So soon we will actually see those cards discounted to a playable level. When you start to loop them multiple times in one turn, that's where it gets good. And of course, once you finish the quest, the deck can turn the corner quickly. But there is a lot of burn here to potentially close things out from DMUT. So how much time does Homemaster really have left?
Down to 9 HP now, but at least Homemaster can start to turn this around. He's still got 2 minions up there with a free face to attack, so that's at least 7 damage there. Of course, if he decides to use the effect of his Cutlass as well, he can get an extra 2 damage in and actually return something back. But once you're down to 9 against a Hunter, things are really starting to feel a little bit dire there as well. I take into account he's got that Barrack Coda Bane to follow up afterwards as well, just to draw those last few spells that he needs, because he can get the damage out of that as well.
Yeah, what I think DMUT has crucially recognized and really understands what this Quest Rogue deck is trying to do is that you used up your minion damage in the early game. You managed to find a window where Homemaster's Hand was quite weak, and a lot of the spells that Homemaster needs to play to advance this quest line, or just generally combo things, sequence these rogue turns correctly, rely on having minions to target. So by having used up all of the minions initially and gotten good value and damage out of them, now DMUT just has to play out all of the spells from hand one after another, deny targets to Homemaster, make it as difficult as possible for this rogue deck to catch up, even as it sort of desperately tries to, come to a point in the game where it should be peaking in power. Just make that transition as awkward as possible and buy an extra turn or so to finish him off.
We can see Homemaster has managed to actually express that or push that questline a little bit further. At the same time, has got a very sizable board here, which I don't think DMUT will have the ability to deal with, but at least he's still got 13 HP to his name, and let's see what comes out. It's going to be a trampling rhino. That is so huge. Perfect.
Not only the trampling rhino, but the true aim crescent as well, so we get a double rhino trigger off here. That should surely be lethal.
Yeah, you can see he's sticking it through right now just to make sure. That is an excellent top deck, and he's even got an assassin to just shoot that right onto as well. That's the crazy part in this as well. As you can see, he's going to have that ready to roll, knows who he's going to go for the target here. That should have everything right there and now.
Yeah, just shoot right in the face and then quick shot. 1,000 ways to make this lethal with the Rhino. Got iffy there for a second. You saw the explosive power of the Quest Rogue deck as, without even having the quest completed, the Scab and Cutter Butter off the top really allowed a frenzy of cards to suddenly be played, but it's not quite fast enough, and I have to feel like that Homemaster got a little bit bamboozled in the deck selection there. The Quest Rogue has a disgusting win rate against Big Priest, insofar as Big Priest has a lot of ladder data. There's still a few hundred matches in there, and so I suspect that maybe that was the matchup he was trying to catch DMUT sliding the Priest through first, instead runs into the dead opposite, and the Hunter deck does leave the Quest Rogue dead in its tracks.
And it's also one of those things where you're thinking, is he going to play it first? I guess if you've been watching the tournament, you have seen that DMUT typically likes to leave the Priest for last, if I'm going to be honest with you. So I think that's something that maybe this is one time Homemaster thought it would try to come through, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case here. Does mean, though, that DMUT doesn't need to win now with a Hunter. It's just going to be the Warrior and Priest deck that's left in the arsenal. Homemaster still has, of course, some pretty decent decks available, of course, looking at that Secret Libram Paladin. So we're going to be moving now into the second match here in this round 4. Seems like the Quest Rogue is back to play again, and now DMUT will be bringing in that Warrior. So a lot of fun times happening here as well, but I feel like the Warrior should do a decent job against the Quest Rogue here. Homemaster's practice really needs to play off to actually get himself onto the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, in theory, this matchup is okay. It's about a coin flip. The Quest Rogue it is a slower deck, but it does still have so much minion removal, right? Like, that's kind of, I think, why it's slowly come into vogue over the course of this league. And Homemaster, maybe you haven't practiced the deck a ton against Big Priest. Maybe you haven't even practiced the deck a ton against, like, the specific Face Hunter list, or there's just not a lot that your practice can gain you. But I think this is one of the matchups where you can benefit a lot from just doing reps with your Quest Rogue deck, right? Knowing exactly what the pace is like in the match, when you should be attacking the pirates and slowing them down, when you should be trying to turn the corner and focusing on your own game plan. I feel like that's been the puzzle of facing against this Quest Warrior deck, and we know that Homemaster has the acumen there. He's put in the hours.
Well, very nice, easy play across the board here as well. Just going to put out those agents as well. We do have what seems to be a Harvest Camp on play here next, so let's see what ends up being played. It's just typical stuff, really, just forcing out that quest line. Homemaster on the flip side will also be doing it at the same time, but these is very quick play on turn 3 and already beginning to push that a little bit further, and also that Reapers Slap as well coming into play.
Yeah, the Reaper side is going to be big, needs to be big though, because you can see how cleanly these SI7 cards line up against the Quest Warrior, right? You get that perfect SI7 operative drop on turn 3, get a mop up one of these small pirates and 3 stealth to clear up a second minion next turn, and you can already see Homemaster feels that it is both prudent and timely to get in for a bit of face damage, not only concerned with clearing away the board. Where possible, you want to make DMUT trade inefficiently on his own turn. It's not like our Face Hunter list or some other like pure aggro deck like the Pirate Warrior decks of old, where you had to be 100% on the defensive and just nullify as much damage as you can until they run out of cards, because eventually they are going to get that quest line complete. Mr. Smite, we can see, is already loaded up in hand for DMUT, and so if you wait too long to try and actually go for the win, you will be overwhelmed. So it's a bit of give and take.
Homemaster definitely thinking through the next sequencing that can come through there. Looks like he's got a little bit more gas than the last match that we got to see there. A number of cards available, even a secret passage as well. If he feels that right now everything that's in hand is just not going to be good enough, he's just going to throw down that hidden Garo Blade for the time being as well. And he's going to look to trade out effectively as well. So I think it's just a matter of both of these players now fighting for board control at the same time. You can see the effect is going to often destroy one of those members, and with that prize plunder, clear away the board and continue that pressure that we expect Homemaster to put on, so that DMUT, like you said, is not going to be training as effective as he wants to.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a slightly awkward turn. Did have to burn one of the hits on the hidden Gyro Blade, but you got the trigger out of it. Took a bit of damage, but still, you've cleared the board and left minions up. The minions leaving up is an interesting choice, but I guess it will, in the end, prevent some damage potentially if they catch a shot from the Defier's Cannoneer here. There's a lot of random damage effects in the Warrior deck that could be soaked up potentially by leaving some bodies around, as you can see there. Not to mention the potential to get extra SI7 play triggers if you're able to pick one of those up on Shadow Step or something similar. But we're seeing a lot of damage come through out of that Cannoneer as DMUT, continues to advance the Pirate Quest as well. So the pressure is high, but I do feel like Homemaster has played this well. I think that last turn in particular was a really interesting, non-obvious line. And now, depending on what comes off the top here, whether or not he's forced to play the Secret Passage to find plays, we could see him sort of jump and turn ahead of the Warrior deck.
Well, DMUT will end that turn by throwing down that Bloodsail deckhand, and then also building a little bit of a reduction there on the Reaper's Scythe. So does mean that's going to be decent board clear coming up here for DMUT in the near future as well. The secret passive has been used up by Homemaster here. He's got himself a Skulker, the Foxy Fraud, a Swindle, and the SI7 Assassin on the back of this as well, but looks like now he's just going to be dropping down everything pretty much that he can get his hands on from this passage. And as you can see there, he's just going to throw out, of course, the Foxy Fraud and the Skulker and start to put away the board. Both of these guys not afraid to actually trade life totals here just to maintain board control.
Yeah, I mean, maintaining board control is important just because it prevents your opponent from setting up something like a big smite turn or whatever else. You're always forcing them to react to you first. You're trying to deny. Obviously, both players have some cards that can significantly enhance the value of minions left on board, whether that's the Spy Gadgets out of the SI7 deck or something like South Sea Captain coming down on an already loaded board for DMUT. So generally, that's a top priority. But yeah, Homemaster may come to regret this. I suppose there's nothing that really could have been done to control the draws there, but really wanted to see some sort of cheap SI7 card, right? Because there was an opportunity. We saw DMUT past turn, not having quite completed the quest, not having Captain Rakara ready, and Homemaster not only whiffed on the first draw, but that secret passage only found one SI7 Skulker, couldn't find an SI7 Interrogation or any of the other cards that are more affordable, and missed the opportunity to perhaps get down, the Spymaster Scabs a turn ahead of Rakara, where both decks are really looking to try and win probably the turn after they play those key legendaries. So again, DMUT seemingly slightly with the lead here, not only on life total, but crucially in tempo, because Homemaster might be able to clear the board, but there's not much you can do against the constant weapon generation and random shots of the Juggernaut.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the next play coming in as well. It also has Smite, actually just has Lethal, never mind, you can just drop the Smite and use the Reaper's Scythe here as well to actually finish this off. So we're thinking the Rakara just seemed to be the obvious choice there. I think we've casted too many Quest Warrior games. We're thinking, oh, the next is going to be the Juggernaut coming down, because that always is the play, but missing that Lethal on the side there because he's got to miss a Smite and he's already got that Reaper's Scythe ready and available, and that initial damage coming on through was just too much at the start for Homemaster, and this is looking like it could possibly be a 3-0 coming out here, because the next one is going to be the Priest from DMUT. I wonder if he can maintain that 100% of, or if Homemaster can bring something back.
I mean, this is going to be the deciding factor, right? I think that last match was brutal because of the way that the draw worked out for the Quest Rogue deck. It's under a lot of pressure, and he just couldn't find the right spells to deal with the early minions while also completing the quest or discounting those SI7 assassins. But this game, we are going to see the Rogue with its highest chance of winning, right? It's under a lot less pressure. You'll be able to see a much more linear game plan from Homemaster. And the reason that Homemaster, I think, is spamming out this Rogue first is because it has the hardest matchups, right? But it's the sort of mindset, you get the hardest deck out of the way first. That way, if this deck is able to win, then all you have to do is move on to more and more confident deck lists, and you can sort of round things out, right? We know that the Paladin deck and the Demon Hunter deck have some of the highest win rates around in this tournament. So even though this looks like it's on the verge of a 3-0, and it is, if DMUT is beaten here, and you know, the matchup data says that there's decent odds of that, do not you know, count out Homemaster's chances. It will be actually a surprisingly strong position.
Well, what's also come through here, which might be a little bit of a respite here for Homemaster, is that when Dima did use that mulligan again, picked up the Defiler, and the process of that, obviously a 10 cost card, which means is not going to see play for a very long time unless somehow Dima can generate a lot of free crystals just to stack up that mana nice and early.
Yeah, but I mean, the Priest deck, it seems to be a pretty tricky deck in terms of curve. Right? Like, it does have a lot of those high-cost minions, way more so than you normally see nowadays. A lot of decks are built around very cost-efficient cards, and they try to scale in the late game in some other way, typically by drawing a ton of them. This deck, a little bit more vulnerable to top decks, and yet somehow Dima always seems to be okay. There's just enough ways to generate fresh cards, or otherwise, you know, stay afloat in the mid-game. And those are going to be two crucial draws in the mid-game. Those two Fairground Falls, there's the Circus Amalgam in hand, so you know that those are going to be able to be corrupted pretty much on curve and run out as soon as possible. Those enormous taunt bodies have been a massive factor in some of these earlier Priest matches.
Well, is going to actually just throw out basically a Discover card to see if you can generate something on the back there. Will be a Holy Nova, so is going to have the ability, of course, just use a decent amount of clear off the back of that there. And like you said, most likely going to use that Circus Amalgam to actually put that Corruption out, as you mentioned before, to get the extra benefit from the Fairground Fools. There you go. They have been corrupted now as well, and this does mean that he's going to be able to survive quite a fair bit here. But Homemaster seems to have a better curve this time around as well. He's going to start using that Extortion to clear out some damage, and of course continue that quest line at the same time. We'll have to get through this as well, but he's going to use the SI7 agent to actually combo out the death of that one there and start putting some damage to face.
Yeah, I mean, the Extortion was definitely one of the big things that was missing in the draw for Homemaster in that last game. So very happy to have it here. And in particular, you can kind of see Dima is seemingly forcing things a little bit. And I feel like a large part of that is because of how this matchup works, right? Like, the pressure that comes out in the late game from this Quest Rogue deck is just very difficult for Dima to handle, right? I'm not going to say it's beyond the capacity of this Priest list, because this Priest list is very unpredictable, very explosive, but you don't want it to go that deep. And for a deck like this that's kind of, you know, it's big Priest, it's built to go to the late game, you have a ton of 10 cost legends, it's an uncomfortable position to be in to have to force the tempo yourself. I mean, you know, Dmat's doing a good job here, playing out these large taunt minions, but you can see the Rogue deck is pretty much built to nullify those, just throwing down the SI7 Assassin. And even though, you know, that power is not actually in hand right now, you as Dmat would be reasonably worried that if you play out another one, the same thing is just going to happen. Just Shadow Step that back to hand, blow up another big taunt, and just crush in for even more face damage.
You can see now does have the opportunity to pick up another Holy Nova, Rally, or a Shadow Word Ruin. That Ruin would be great if all those minions had 5 more attacks, so unfortunately isn't going to be able to use that one effectively here now. Might actually just pick it up perhaps for later stages in the game as a possible choice there, but you can see he's thinking it through and does actually get that Ruin.
Wow.
We're expecting at some point in time there will be some pretty big minions on the board here from Homemaster, and just thinking that a little bit further ahead.
I mean, the classic finisher for this deck, right, is you generate Spymaster Scabs off the quest. He generates a ton of Spy Gizmos, and you know that in there will be the Stealth card, the Noggin Fogger. I can't remember what exactly the name of it is, but +2/+0 and Stealth, right? That's a very deadly lethal for a lot of decks who don't have ways to clear away minions they can't target, and that would be Dima under some circumstances. But Shadow Word Ruin gives you an out to that or any other similar tricks that Homemaster might try to pull. It's not the only thing you're in danger from, but it's really nice to have something already in your back pocket, because you know that's going to come out, right? You have to prepare for the eventuality. You're not getting under it with this deck.
Well, the Light Shower Elemental will be there just to have a bit of a body in front of it. Basically, a measly shield against quite a lot of enemies at this point, but a shield nonetheless. Homemaster will use that good old Secret Passage to get himself a set of extra cards there. We've got the Cutlass, the Scab's Cut Butter, the Prize Plunderer, and another Secret Passage if possible as well. But as you can see, he's just going to be quite happy to use that Extortion once again to actually deal a little bit of damage, soften up a little bit, and then follow through with the Prize Plunderer to actually get that. Still keeping all of the minions on board here, and now actually forcing a lot of damage to face here.
Yeah, even with the healing from the Light Shower Elemental, unfortunately having to take a ton of damage right after means that you're not really able to benefit that much from it. And unfortunately, Dima choosing to hold on to the Shadow Word Ruin is tough here. If you had a second Holy Nova, you could get a pretty effective clear off here. The single Holy Nova, probably not going to do it, but at least it'll help a tiny amount, clearing away a few points of damage, getting a little bit of healing. Is that really what you need to pull the trigger on? Could also go for N'Zoth, God of the Deep, you would think, but I mean, typically that's more of a finisher in this deck to pull out Mr. Smite and an Amalgam. So yeah, there's no real good clear with the Hysteria as well. You can see, despite all these tools in hand, it's actually really hard for DMUT to find a truly decisive play. And even though Homemaster has lagged a little bit on getting Spymaster Scabs out, it's kind of set up so that next turn you should be able to generate that quest completion and maybe even play Scabs as well, depending on how the draw falls or whether you want to try for it with the Secret Passage.
Well, in this next step here, DMUT really needs to think it through what is actually going to be the most ideal play. I feel like you just have to throw out that Holy Nova, get the extra healing, and at least sort of mitigate the next set of damage coming across. You can, of course, throw out that Fairground Fool, but that will only last possibly a turn, well, definitely a turn if you're considering they might just throw the bodies into it. Of course, there's still a number of tools available at the same time. Looks like it's going to be the Hysteria with the Holy Nova play, I reckon, at the same time.
Oh, and that's about perfect. Yeah, the real question was, what do you play with the Holy Nova and what was the sequence, right? Do you use the Holy Nova to clear away those and then use the Hysteria knowing that it'll then at least hit minions that aren't clearable by a Holy Nova, but takes the gamble and gets the high roll, right? Managed to clear away three extra minions and also Holy Nova the board. And wow, look at that, just plays on an Elec. Okay, that's not a card that you really expected to see. And yeah, SI7 Agent just goes directly to face, but in some ways that's almost good for DMUT. Dealing with a single large attacker is pretty comfy for the Priest. Can pull the trigger on Shadow Word Ruin. Obviously would rather hold that because we haven't seen the big Scabs play yet, or those big SI7 Informants that can come down to be extremely large as well. Might also be stealth. It depends on what you can dig up with these Discover cards here. Can you find another piece of removal? Do you feel comfortable running out something like a Talon Forge Ring to try and shield yourself from this next giant hit of the SI7 Agent? But DMUT, better spell than we saw him in a turn ago, I think.
Well, it does go for Insight here, which means you can get the minion and Corrupted off the back here. We'll be throwing down that Talon Forge Ring, which of course will buy a bit of time against this agent. The other thing to take into account here as well is Homemaster is definitely holding on to some cards as well. And that is a nice pickup.
Yeah, that's insane, right? Like, I was really surprised that we saw Talon Forge Ring. Like, obviously, the Corrupt effect is quite good on that spell, but I would have thought maybe you dig first and see if you get something that's a nicer play than Talon Forge Ring, but just believed in his deck, hits the 2-drop Serena Bloodfeather, really sucks away a lot of the damage that you're going to take from the SI7 Agent, and that means that the punishment is so much lesser when inevitably the SI7 Assassin drops down and blows up your taunt. Now there is, DMUT's obviously still not out from under this pressure. He's at 8-8 SI7 Informant there, and a lot of other minions besides, but Homemaster's still digging, right? Like, we're trying to find our way into a better pile of cards, and not that convinced by the expensive ones in hand. Again, we need to reset that Assassin recognizes the importance of having the guaranteed removal against a deck that so easily generates large bodies.
And now, as you can see here, is putting everything across there. Even Homemaster is saying, do you feel that still at the moment? Realizes there is a little bit of extra hit coming on through here as well. Still has a very wide and a strong board. Is bringing back all the cards from that previous Secret Passage. And now that is a DMUT down to 9 HP.
It's so good. That Hysteria, it lines up perfectly. I mean, there's also a very powerful...
you could use that, yeah. You can actually use that onto the S1 Informant to actually clear out most of those boards there.
I mean, the stats couldn't line up any better for that play. It depends if you want to pull the trigger on that or whether you can even find a different way to clear and preserve that. But it feels like that lines up too nicely to not pull the trigger. I guess the alternative is it's starting to get like a pretty good N'Zoth, God of the Deep pool. I think at the very least you're going to get an Amalgam, and you're also crucially going to get that Light Shower Elemental, right? Not only a taunt body, but since you know your opponent keeps looping these like guaranteed unconditional removal spells, the trigger healing from that Death Rattle can be very important, but decides to go for this Hysteria. It's just too juicy to not play. Complete board clear. Perfect statistical alignment for that particular play. And now, perhaps we see DMUT taking back control of this game.
Well, one of the things he can also do is throw out that Fairground Fool, follow it up, of course, with that Hero Power. One of the big concerns there is going to be a Wicked Stab, which can be upgraded onto the next couple of turns there, which he will sit back. So D-Button does need to start healing up ASAP. Otherwise, cards that have that direct damage and can go through these taunts will be able to finish him off. It is going to go back to Homemaster's play here as well, and they both have 2 bodies out right now, both of them 4/7s, which means that Homemaster needs to play out a number of cards first before he can even clear away and do some actual damage.
Yeah, look, D-Mud is still under a ton of pressure, but is navigating this one right now. And Homemaster really trying to think, understands that the potential to win this game is definitely within his grasp in the next couple of turns. Look at all the gas in hand. You've got Battleground Battlemaster. You've got the Wicked Stab as you identify. You've got Spymaster Scabs. You can reset Spymaster Scabs with Shadow Step or Scabs Cutter Butter. You have Edwin Defias Kingpin to just dig deeper through the last few cards of your deck. All of the ammunition you could want is available. You just have to decide what your best chances are of getting the job done. Fires off the Wicked Stab right now, a turn before its final upgrade, and it's going to reset full hand. Is this lethal?
He's actually looking at that play there. He's able to get rid of one of them.
Yeah, the Gyro Blade. This is lethal, right?
Yes, he's got it. He's got the lethal on the back end of this one here. Basically, from all of his gadgets there, was able to get that finisher. And finally, D-Mutt's Priest falls down to Homemaster's Quest Rogue. But that being said, he still needs to win out at least another 2 more times to complete the reverse sweep. And now it's going to go back to a point where it's going to be favoring D-Mutt a little bit more now on his Priest.
Yeah, you imagine so, right? I think it's really crucial that D-Mutt left the Priest for last against that Rogue, right? We could see what an uphill battle that was against all of the ways the Rogue deck has to just invalidate large minions, right? Other decks have removal, Shamans, Mages, Demon Hunters, but most of them it's kind of damage-based, right? You expect the cards to sort of trade roughly even for mana. It's really only this Rogue list that plays a ton of effects nowadays that just say destroy a minion, return a minion to hand. It makes it really difficult to play a deck that's oriented around these huge, expensive bodies the way that the Priest deck is. I mean, maybe that's why we don't see much big Priest like that. But now, at least D-Mutt knows, already having put 2 decks through into the winner's circle, you just have to find a victory with the Priest deck against either the Paladin or the Demon Hunter. We're going to lock ourselves in for some really grindy, long game matchups here, perhaps.
Well, we are jumping into it now as well. Looks like it's going to be that secret Libran Paladin up against the big Priest here that D-Mutt is going to be fielding. And this is one of the ones I think is going to be very interesting because we know these are relatively slow decks in terms of what they can do. Of course, both the Priest and the Paladin have some fantastic late game options that can come into it. Again, it's just a matter of who's going to navigate this a bit better because I feel like the win conditions for both of these decks should be reached.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to identify as well, right? Most of the Paladin players we've seen throughout the whole season have been on the secret Libran Paladin, but not Homemaster. As he said yesterday, he's playing the straight-up non-secret Libran Paladin because he feels that the slightly lower curve, the slightly earlier win condition, and the additional consistency is important. And I believe we even saw Homemaster overhauling the early game of more aggressive decks with some great draws off of Alliance Bannerman yesterday. Got the Lord Barov as well. Lots of ways to control the board in the mid game. Just it's important to be able to put some pressure on the Priest, even if you're not genuinely threatening to win the game. Just trying to distort D-Mutt's play patterns there, force him to discover controlling spells like we saw last time. That being said, I don't think this is going to quite go the way that the Quest for a game went. You can see how passive D-Mutt is happy playing there. Chooses just not to deploy minion. Doesn't need to waste 3 in a Blood Feather there. Just happy to see how this develops.
Well, typical stuff happening here now from this Libran Paladin. Of course, beginning to buff up that Aldor Attendant, now A2-4, and this is typically the stance. You put down 2 minions, you make them nice and tall, and then you play off the back of that one there. Wave of Apathy, Soul Mirror, and Power.
He takes the Soul Mirror!
Of course you take the Soul Mirror. Of course you take the Soul Mirror.
Of course you take
nice,
the Soul Mirror.
easy generation there. I mean, look at that. It's going to be costing 6. If you do get those big minions across the board here, you will be able to deal with them just by bashing themselves into each other.
Now, granted, there is already like an actual copy of Soul Mirror in D-Mutt's deck, so this isn't quite going to be the blight that you get when you just discover a Soul Mirror and your opponent is caught completely unprepared. Because why would you expect them to generate a Soul Mirror? Why would you be playing around a Soul Mirror that's not in their deck when it's a card that's already so difficult to play around? Like, what are you going to do? Not play minions? But yeah, still a huge potential to catch out Homemaster here, and D-Mutt has to be happy with that start.
All with those changes now coming in, we do have the Silverhand Recruit, and by changes I mean corruption being put out there by DMUT by throwing out the Circus Amalgam. Now it is up to Homemaster to actually begin buffing up the rest of these minions here as well. It's going to keep putting it on that Alador Attendant. Probably wants to save some of those buffs, not for the Silverhand Recruit. And you can see there, it's just going to keep on using that reinforced power to generate those free 1-1s, because at the moment doesn't really want to waste anything else that's in hand.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, DMUT's deck is all about like, you've got a pile of cards that can all produce insane value situationally, but it's not going to be every card's day every single game, right? Some of these cards are going to kind of go wanting in a given matchup, and we've seen Serena Bloodfeather do some incredible things to this Priest deck in other situations. This time it's more of a humper job, just trying to play keep away, and now suddenly develop a little bit of an early board, and DMUT making sure that early healing comes through as well. Just having a lot more spare mana this game, under a lot less threat immediately, despite the attempts, to use Libram of Wisdom to get an early damage here from Homemaster.
And we can see now we've got the Devout Pupil coming out as well, so with that Devout Pupil we'll be able to, of course, have a little bit of extra control on that board. It will be buffing it up at the same time. The Silverhand Recruit got a little bit of a buff and will clean out that Serena Bloodfeather. So yeah, everything seems to be pretty standard, like you said. Nice and slow gameplay. These guys just playing typical Hearthstone in terms of how their deck operates.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see. There's the Shard of the Naru in hand for DMUT, and typically we've seen him trade this away. It's only a one-off, right? But this seems like one of the matches that you really want it. We can see it's been discounted, just chilling out there. I was wondering whether this was the turn that the trigger might be pulled, just because, the Devout Pupil, it is a really big tempo play when it comes down in the mid game like this. Buffed up as well. Would have been a juicy target, but no. DMUT happy to leave it on the board. I imagine we might be seeing that Shard chill out until the very late game. Maybe you catch your opponent, depending on something like a Libram of Hope, normally an extremely solid card to protect them when it's sort of like two large boards staring each other down, and that's when you can catch them off guard and blow them away with a Shard into attack.
Well, with those sequences of plays there by DMUT, the board has been cleared here. Homemaster, again, quite happy to continue that reinforcement. We use the Noble Mount at the same time to actually buff up that Silverhand Recruit as well, giving it a Divine Shield and the extra 1-1 on top. Not to mention the Death Rattle as well. And has about 2 extra spare mana to play with, but can choose to hold on again to most of these buffs, these arsenals in hand there, and that's actually going to be the case. Is going to be quite happy to sit on that 2 extra mana here. DMUT now back in return as well. Has got that N'Zoth God of the Deep, but I don't think you will be playing that one just yet. Hysteria is available at hand. Did top deck an Apotheosis. That Soul Mirror just doesn't have the same value that it would have had before.
No, I think Homemaster is really cleverly playing around, the Hysteria and the Soul Mirror, right? Just going tall, and not only is that denying some of the value from these potential board clears, of course, DMUT having a pretty rough draw, but again, this is what can happen when your deck contains so many high-cost cards. And Homemaster has been able to use Libram of Wisdom very efficiently to just maintain, build up a massive hand advantage, right? Like, just so much more gas available for Homemaster because he's just been reusing this one buff spell over and over and draining resources from DMUT, who attempts to deal with it. Now, granted, DMUT is less afraid than most to see their Ancient Guardians start rolling into play, but it's still far from ideal.
Well, the Soul Mirror is being hovered at the moment as well as a possible way to deal with it. Did actually top deck a Fairground Full as well. Can, of course, buff that up with Apotheosis, so has some options there, but it's actually currently thinking through how much do I actually want to deal with it here. Is going to, of course, just use the heal power first, and then follow through the Soul Mirror. So it's just going to match up there for the time being, and at the same time get some HP back. Yeah,
just plays that out. Could have gone for the Silence as well first, which I believe would have allowed for a clear, but is happy to leave up the 8/8 Taunt Divine Shield, and again, just really, really holding onto that Shard of the Naru for a very particular situation. And we'll see whether that works out or not, but we might even be able to, with this animated Broomstick and Libram of Justice, catch out one of the surprising tempo turns that this Libram Paladin deck can go for, right? You think of it as a really slow, methodical deck. It tends to not have any sudden bursts of power, in so much as it just plays a larger minion every turn and sort of says that over time you won't be able to keep up. But the Broomstick, I think, is key to most of those plays, and Libram of Justice is key to all the other ones. Both those cards ready in hand right now.
Especially when you can get a series of free minions out of the reinforce there with the animated Broomstick directly afterwards with the Libram of Justice, can really actually be away most of the board, and that seems to be the play here as well. We do have that Liver of Justice coming down at the same time. He's going to use that City tax to actually just clear away most of the minions on board here as well. And now we've got some pretty beefy minions here going directly towards the base here, bringing DMUT down to 19 HP, while also removing the Divine Shield on that Warhorse.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal, right? The decision to not silence last turn to actually guarantee the board clear, kind of costing DMUT now in a really awkward position, right? Obviously, you accepted that might happen. There are ways and means, but Homemaster is being very careful, right? The Hysteria will not mop up this board the way it did the other game. The Ancestral Guardian is just too large, and it's difficult to see how DMUT can really get the job done. There's no animated broomstick available to him, and this N'Zoth God of the Deep, I don't really think is reanimating anything of great note. So you've got double Apotheosis in hand and no real way to make those cards work for you. Anything you play out, like Fairground Full or any other taunt, it runs the severe risk of getting run over. And in fact, obviously, we have the knowledge that it will just get mopped up by a second Broom of Justice play, if not some other combo involving the Broomstick. And so DMUT just has to really stare down this difficult board state. I don't know if there's some combination, maybe of Apotheosis and Hysteria, but there's nothing that really deals with this Ancient Guardian, so maybe you just have to grit your teeth and prepare to take a lot more damage before it gets better.
Well, in preparation for gritting that teeth now, we'll be playing the Fairground Full, of course, Corrupted, so it's going to be that 4/7. The Hysteria is also being put into play as well, like you said, not going to have the same effect there. It's going to actually be hitting a number of its own minions in the process here. Manages to clear everything away with that one. Of course, the Warhorse is there, but I reckon, considering everything said and done there, DMUT's probably pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that is one way to use the body of the taunt minion, right? Like, I hadn't considered that option. I thought he would be looking to maintain the taunt, but in the end, like, as with the last game, you can't really guarantee that taunt minion is going to remain effective on your opponent's turn. So better to just sort of utilize its stats in conjunction with Hysteria to ensure you get a full clear. And this is starting to look really, really rough. We need some sort of action off the top here. For the Priest deck, Yashaj the Defiler is not bad.
Well, this is something that could actually start something here. Of course, now that we're at 10 mana, all of these big priest cards can really start to come into play as well. Do have the option to throw out that God of the Deep as well, if you choose to, just to sort of get a minion on board here. Of course, that Shard of the Naru can silence away this Ancient Guardian at the same time as well. And here comes the Defiler being dropped down as well. It's going to generate that Fairground Full. It's also going to get a Dark Moon Digirlord as well. Excuse me, that one is definitely one of the harder ones to pronounce out of everything in this deck so far. And it's actually used that to clear away the stuff. But yeah, no silence there being used.
I mean, I'm not as surprised by the no silence. I am slightly surprised to see Darkmoon Dirigible get run out there, especially just to hit into the Divine Shield and clear its own Divine Shield away, right? Because there's double Apotheosis in hand, right? I understand it. It's not going to add the most life effort. You want to get some sort of use out of these cards, and that rush minion with Divine Shield is one of your best chances to do that, but instead they're going to continue to rot in hand as the second Libram of Justice mops things up, and now things are really dire, right? This is just the worst possible draw for the Priest deck. Not only do you have all these slow, kind of poorly fitted cards in the early game, now you're drawing kind of small ball stuff in the late game, but because you failed to draw your usual sort of early cards in any combination, even these big late game haymakers, specifically N'Zoth and Yashaj, they haven't been set up properly, right? They do have certain conditions to really reach full power. There's another copy of Soul Mirror that might be discovered here to bail DMUT out.
Yeah, that's one way to actually bring this back. I mean, he's also got the Hysteria as well, can obviously throw that on one of the bigger minions to actually start clearing out everything as well. So, but I think the Soul Mirror seems to be the choice here as well. Does have an Apotheosis on the back end, does have that Shard of the Naru as well. So let's see what ends up being the play on this one. It is going to be that Soul Mirror once again. Again, is going to clear out pretty much everything on the board here. The Warhorses will remain for the time being. And of course, we'll have 2 extra mana spare to actually go straight for a heal.
Yeah, I guess we're going to find out what's better this game. Is it the good luck to draw your deck in the order you desire, or is it the good luck to constantly discover extra copies of Soul Mirror from your palm readings throughout the game? Because that's what, and your renews, that's what DMUT is really riding on here. You know, those board clears, they've done a great job so far mopping up the Guardians, but unfortunately this is why everyone bans the Paladin deck, right? There is no getting past this late game.
Yeah, it is pretty huge off the back here. I mean, just look at everything that has just come out here. I mean, now he's going to be able to use all of this to just buff up all the minions as much as possible. 5/7, 4/4s coming across here. These Librams of Wisdoms, of course, just being generated by the use of that Lady Liadrin. And that now does mean that there is quite a tall board ready to go. Does get a Light Shower Elemental. This might be enough to actually keep him alive for the time being, or at least survive a little bit further.
I don't know if it is, because there is a Carriel Roam in hand. There's another, like, there are more ways to clear the board out. Now, that silence, it comes in big clutch there. I guess that's what we were saying before. Dima just had that earmark from the very start of the game of, well, at some point there'll be a Lady Liadrin, and I have to use that to cancel out the Libram of Wisdom train. It's not like we lost all our Librams of Wisdom. There's still one in hand for Homemaster that wasn't deployed, because he knows that there's a 6/6 taunt available, and so we're going to see Carriel Roam buffed by the Libram of Wisdom most likely, plowing into that 6 is going to guarantee the clear. So Dima, has to keep throwing up the defenses, but this is crucial. If you could just fire off Apotheosis here, you can throw the Carriel's Warhorse in, gain some life, keep it alive, and then you can set up from next turn perhaps your N'Zoth, knowing that you'll be able to resurrect now an extra very important minion in that elemental Light Shower.
We'll see what's going to be the sequence here. Of course, you can buff up the Light Shower Elemental as well, but as you mentioned before, you want to probably see if you can get as much of the benefit from it. Looks like he's going to be generating what seems to be a Libram of Wisdom off the back of this as well. You get a heal, and then actually use that to buff up the Light Shower Elemental, holding onto the Apotheosis for the time being.
And that's very interesting. Unfortunately, there's a range of buffing cards in their hand there. There's just no way that this Light Shower is going to stay alive. I find it curious the Apotheosis still haven't been used, right? I guess we're saving for something like Mr. Smite. It's just going to push a ton of healing, right? But you've got two in hand. You could very readily have gambled a bit there with their Light Shower Elemental. Or if you weren't interested in gambling, if you're just going to pull the trigger and hero power yourself, the fact that you're willing to trade in the important collateral of the Warhorse and lose potential value of the Apotheosis and extra healing on such a key turn, it shows that really an incredible amount of restraint from Dima, and just a real either like desperation, feeling that you need like the highest possible roll, or just intense confidence in the deck here to pull itself out of still a very difficult situation as the Librams continue rolling, the Ancient Guardians continue to hit the board.
Well, let's see what we get here. Looks like it's going to be Raised Dead, Insight, and Power Word Feast. Probably not what Dima was looking for. Was probably hoping for maybe a third Soul Mirror to come through, but not going to be there this time around. Does still have 9 mana to actually play the N'Zoth God of the Deep here as well, but of course, that is going to be a lot of damage that cannot be mitigated if it is played here. I mean, at least you'll have maybe another Light Shower Elemental that will come up.
We'll have a couple of taunts.
So a couple of taunts should.
There we go.
As well, yeah, just getting a few, and so
that
should
be
the
enough. Carriel's Warhorse, the beast value. I didn't anticipate that. Don't know what's going to factor into things too much. This looks like, if anything is going to be turned for Homemaster, this is the turn. Although, somehow Dima is still on an impressive 15 life after all is said and done. And I guess there's some difficulty here. You could play Lord Barov, but you really wouldn't love to clear your own board here. You have committed quite heavily as Homemaster without deploying the Barov combo. But, Blademaster Samuro, there's no way to, like, buff this up enough to... I suppose, with the minions, with the Librams having been previously silenced out, you've denied that potential future value. I think Dima may, if you can survive this turn, be able to tell yourself that you've caught your opponent a bit off guard here, but this is going to be a great play instead. Goes for the one-sided barrel combo with Samuro.
So it does, like you said, clear away the entire board in that process. We'll use, of course, his own class there just to destroy that last little minion on the back here, and that is a lot of damage coming out here. But Dima is alive still with 2 HP. He gets the Mr. Smite here as well, and also has Insight. So he's got a couple of options now in terms of what's going to be that next play.
Yeah. I mean, as Dima here, you're thinking, damn, my opponent, like, you've kind of put them in a spot, right? Like, you can pat yourself on the back and say, well, if I'd been able to generate a Holy Nova off that power of that Discover trigger last turn, I would have my opponent right here, right? You force them to put themselves in a questionable position to push that face damage. But unfortunately, Dima's draws have not been kind. These Apotheosis have just been dead in hand the entire game, generating no value. And Mr. Smite, I don't think there's any possible way, even with Smite and the Circus Amalgam, that you can turn this into a win. It's going to show your opponent what's available. And yeah, oh wait, hang on, wait, Barov.
Yeah,
you're still dead.
He's still dead.
Okay, I was about to say there's enough stuff on the board, right? Yeah, okay.
He's also going to say that he's also going to put out a little bit of extra buff as well, and that comes out in the end here, and
Wow.
we have a game, bud. We have a game off the back of everything that's been happening here. I mean, look, it was 2 quick wins there for D-Mart, but this Priest is just finally not measuring up the way it did before. And now that does mean it's going to be the Demon Hunter coming up against the Priest as the final match here for this round 4. And that's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out. I'm not sure how the Demon Hunter goes into it. I'm going to sort of digress to your knowledge in this one. I know that you do like to play the Demon Hunter quite a fair bit.
I believe this is the Quest Lifesteal Demon Hunter, right?
Yes, it is.
No,
yeah.
It's, well, I mean, it's the Lifesteal Demon Hunter. No Quest this time. It's pretty favored.
Yeah.
You would think that the Lifesteal Demon Hunter deck would have its best stats against the sort of board-based minion decks, but it turns out that's actually not the case. Its matchups are incredibly polarized. For instance, it has a 24% win rate against Quest Warrior, right? The place this deck thrives is in beating up all of the other combo decks. It's like nearly 90% against Quest Warlock, for instance, which is just unreasonable. It's nowhere near as good against Big Priest, but it's still a slightly winning matchup. Or sorry, it's still a significantly winning matchup. Not quite that insane, but this is why I said if Homemaster could get a win on the Rogue deck, he'd kind of be well positioned. I think he, above all other players in this tournament, has really kind of read that the top end meta might be not around the Warrior or Druid deck so much, but around these sorts of like weird combo lists that either play very slow games or don't play the board. And you can see how the entire lineup is like controlling or combo decks, like non-board based decks, right? The Lifesteal combo Demon Hunter, the SI7 Rogue deck, the Quest Hand Warlock. I guess Quest Hand Warlock is a little different there, but still, and the Paladin. This is very different to what we normally see.
Absolutely the case there. Well, Homemaster's going to be kicking this one off with the hero power and just jumping in from the attack here. We are moving into turn 2 relatively quickly because most of these players don't want to use up their abilities. The Relinquer of Souls is definitely a nice pickup. I mean, we have seen in the past what happens when most of your board clear is actually going to be based on spells. And if this Relinquer of Souls can come back as the Reliquary Prime, a lot of different things can really come up and happen and cause some crazy value.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we wouldn't necessarily expect to see what we saw the other day, right? We like discovered our way into a Shard of Nishara and then used that to generate a 10/10 Reliquary and then copied that with a different, also randomly discovered spell. But regardless, it's still good to have that extra large minion shuffled into the deck. Just any way to ensure you have like the late game punching power. That's kind of why this list is built the way it is. But crucially, we have our mid game cards, right? Last time we didn't find any of these mid game rush minions like Fleethoof Pearl Tusk. We didn't really see the Crossroads Watch Post. We didn't see any of the mid cost legendaries like Cornelius or Talon Fordring. At least times they could be played. It was all very, very, very awkward for D-Bot. Whereas this time we can see the hand is full of the sort of mid-game cards. We don't mind having a bit of a slow start to the game, and it's just about finding a way to close things out. You've got to find a combo that's strong enough to actually end things, because at some point Homemaster will just blow you out of the water with Il'gynoth.
Well, now we can see that's just going to be the use of the Crossroads and the coin just to get that one out there, to put out a body at least. But of course, there's no minions that can actually be buffed up in the process of having it there. Homemaster is considering what would be the next play going forward. I guess you could, perhaps use that Fury just to basically get enough damage to begin pumping out and get rid of it before it can do anything. Of course, using those Fury spells means there won't be any minions that are buffed up in the process of having it there, because nothing's on the board just yet. Of course, you would be using up quite a fair bit of your arsenal and your gas to make this play work.
Can Homemaster actually even kill this Watchtower? I don't think he can.
I reckon you can just Fury.
If you cast two Furies, that makes it an 8 toughness Watch Post. It is itself a minion. It buffs itself. Even if you go Fury, hero power, you deal 7 damage, but you've boosted it up to 8 toughness. This is why D-Mark coined out the Watch Post, right? Because you put it down so early in the game, right? This is not the Rogue deck. All of the removal in Homemaster's deck is like a fixed amount of damage kind of scaled to its cost, and you're taking advantage of that by making this minion that not only is itself very tricky to remove, but actually threatens to make every other minion tricky to remove as well. And Homemaster times out. I hope that was not a disconnect, but it really does feel plausible that you just rope looking at this Watch Post like, what am I meant to do to this? Do I hit it? Do I waste my weapon and hero power to bring it in range? Do it, and now there's a taunt. So, okay, our Fury has leveled up, so now you have the efficiency to potentially get the clear, but the Circus Amalgam is down. Great sequencing, tremendous understanding from DMUT to know what's possible. Now, we'll see what can be done with these clears. It might be, thanks to that draw, still possible to get the clear on the Watchtower. Double Fury here boosts up to 8. But just with the hero, no, you can't get it done. It has to be a 2-turn clear, if anything.
You can see now as well, just going to use the Demon Course for the time being, just so you get a little bit of extra play on that. Gets the Cornelius Room afterwards as well.
Like player daily quest progress, hero power usage.
It's just, yeah, I mean, like, what can you really do at this moment in time? He's just,
I mean, to be fair, we're getting excited with this watch post. It doesn't actually do anything. Like, it sits there, right? There's no way to silence this or make it so that it can attack. What it is doing is providing something for Home Master to use up resources on, sort of a threat that another play that comes out might become too tricky to deal with. But ultimately, DMUT hasn't quite got the right cards to continue the pressure. Draws that Liquid Pearl Tusk there, but really wants to corrupt it first. And so we're going to let some of this removal land home in the end on the watch post, and then hopefully that will have left the Demon Hunter drained of resources, such that, you know, the rest of your cards can pay off.
Well, you can see it has finally managed to do that as well. Does get a smite off the back here. We'll be able to throw down the Cornelius Room for the time being as well. So that does mean that it's going to be coming into play here. And like you said, it has exhausted quite a fair amount of those resources for Home Master. It does have a Skull of Gul'dan in hand, and it's currently within that Outcast effect as well, so it can play that to actually get some answers and then look for something in the next turn. But of course, there is going to be a 4/5 Cornelius Room, then just making things a bit difficult.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a cute play with a cute line from DMUT there, but I'm still very, very concerned, right? Because ultimately, we've gotten through a lot of the early game, and yeah, you've made Home Master spend some removal spells, but the thing about this Demon Hunter deck is that it tends to it's not that concerned. You've got enough spells to get the kill. I mean, we know with those Moag Artificers, the Il'gynoth combo can kill you off one Fellscream Blast, so you know, there's not really a hope that you're going to drain Home Master to the point where the combo kill does not get you on turn 10 or so. What you need to be doing is applying pressure, and we're already up to turn 7, and there's just been like no real move to lower Home Master's life total. I know Mr. Smite is good. You can even get 2 consecutive turns of Smite value off that N'Zoth God of the Deep. When you factor in how much lifesteal is available for Home Master, I'm a bit concerned for DMUT's Priest here.
Well, we do have what seems to be that Reliquary Prime in hand as well, so that could be jumped down.
Huge,
He's actually looking at a number of things. So, of course, we do have the Corrupted Pearl Tusk as well, and it seems that's going to come on down there. Nice 6/8, of course, which cannot be cleared with any spells.
If there's a way... Mag Theridon and Moag Artificer, there's no second Artificer yet, is there? There's only one Hellscream Blast. Where the one real threat with this deck against Big Priest specifically is, yeah, some sort of Mag Theridon combo where you can immediately clear... Oh, we've got the Arcanist. Yeah, so Fellscream Blast is going to immediately mop up these Hellfire Wardens and thus the board. The free board clear from Mag Theridon, so powerful in this specific deck. And against this specific situation, right, you don't have to deal with a lot of really tanky Haunt Wards, probably intended for Libram Paladin, if anything, but paying off big time there. Now there's just a 12/12 to deal with.
Yeah, and there is no actual spells in hand here for DMUT to actually handle that right now. Does get a palm reading to perhaps generate something off the side of that. Looks like it's going to be a Thrive in the Shadows, Gift of the Luminance, and a Psych Split. I think at that point in time, you're kind of hoping for a Shadow Word Death, just to have the ability to clear away that board of that particular minions right off the back here. But unfortunately, not going to be able to generate that. So we'll need to think through everything at this moment in time. Does have another palm reading though, so it can keep on just digging.
Gift of Luminance, the one I thought was least likely to happen.
There we go.
Okay. And fine, Scorpio Shadow Word Ruin. So this, I'm really interested in this Gift of Luminance, right? Because even if you weren't looking to desperately dig your way to a removal spell off that particular discovery, knowing you had a second palm reading in hand, I thought we would see the copy a minion. I guess this is also summon a copy. It's a 1/1 copy though. We saw the summon a full-size copy used to great effect in that other game with that Reliquary Prime, and obviously there's a ton of terrific targets for it in this list. So I wonder what minion we're trying to summon a 1/1 Divine Shielded copy of for Demon.
Well, for the time being here, though, it does mean that we are going to get Home Master get a few extra Fell Gorges onto the board here and finally start to return that damage back. Renew has been picked up as well. We do see that it's going to be perhaps the Dark Moon Didgeridoo being put into place as well. Let's see if it's going to go first. And there's also what seems to be Smite coming down as well. So definitely a interesting play here as well. Don't think he'll be able to clear away... I mean, he can clear away the board definitely in this case here. It looks like he's going to put down his... Fleet Hoof here as well, and actually use that Gift of Luminance at the same time.
Wait, is make it a 5/5?
No.
Okay. Look, I was wondering. I didn't know how the crafted interacted there, but yeah, we make a 1/1 Divine Shielded Fleethoof Pearl Tusk. Not sure what that's about, but I guess we cast a spell. That's good.
Well, that's something, right? That's the thing. And he's got a board as well for the time being. This is something that can't be relatively cleared straight away, but of course you can't see Home Master's like, okay, that's fine. What I'll do is I'll just prep this extra little minion here that I can actually use the lifesteal off in the background from it beforehand. So, I mean, the Il'gynoth is in hand, does have an Eye Beam. I believe there's a Felstrip Bust. There is an Artificier as well, so has most of the puzzle there, but of course it's going to need to be one hell of a spell power boost, or perhaps maybe 2 Moag Artificiers to really buff that Fellscream Blast to make sure he's got enough to actually get a OTK turn with the Il'gynoth.
And this rank 3 Fury might turn out to be really important, right? Because one of the resources that the Home Master's deck does have, admittedly, in like a somewhat finite supply, is ways to multiply the damage from the spells in order to get that Il'gynoth, combo firing. Obviously, the Moag Artifice is the big ones. We have already seen both Talented Arcanists used up, right? There's not as many spell damage minions in this deck as there are in some others. We don't have that tradable spell damage minion in here. It's only really a Blood Mage Thalnos now, and those Moag Artifices boost things up. So you're going to rely on a big chunk from the Eldrachi Warblades in order to finish off the game with that Il'gynoth lethal. And instead, you're actually just facing down a tremendously large board here, thanks to Mr. Smite. And the really brutal part is, even if you do achieve a clear here, obviously you'll be able to heal a lot because you'll likely be with lifesteal spells. But you're going to be rocking the Zoth, God of the Deep next turn, which will resurrect Mr. Smite, likely some amalgams as well. Some of these, 8/8 beasts probably to get in. It's quite a high amount of potential damage over 2 turns, and another really difficult clear next turn once all these spells are burned off. Oh, actually, wait, this is just lethal. This is just lethal.
Yep,
I didn't count the lifesteal. I was looking at the 2 damage on the weapon.
Look at this seems to be good.
The
Never
Fury
mind.
buff,
Never mind.
the
Not
Fury
case
buff
anymore.
only goes on the hero portrait. I thought he had another turn, but no, he gets up to 6 damage total, and of course the lifesteal trigger doubles that. So as said, that Fury coming in huge clutch at the end, and kind of as expected in this one matchup, the Priest deck is a bit of a liability.
Yeah, it's just crazy because most of the time we've been looking at how this Priest deck has been played. I mean, throughout this particular bracket, it had at the start a 100% win rate. Definitely does not have it anymore after this round. So, unfortunately, wasn't able to actually play this one through. I mean, that's the real rough point in this one here, and that's what I mean, like in this specific bracket. So, unfortunately, in this case here, it is going to be a pretty good hit for D-Mart, not in the sense that he was able to get through that, but D-Mart unfortunately was able to fall down. Now, Home Master has managed to come back with a reverse sweep, so pretty good on the back there. What's your thoughts on that one, Bard?
I think this is just unfortunate for D-Mart, right? Like, I think the Priest deck has performed admirably enough that at this point it's hard to criticize it. People get reverse sweeped in this tournament all the time, and it's not really, we don't say, oh my god, can you believe they brought the Quest Warrior? They got 0-3'd on it. The Priest deck has seen off a lot of challenges, but unfortunately, Home Master just has such a great meta read, and all 3 of those decks are very well positioned to combat the Priest deck. We did also see it stumble a little bit. Maybe it's just the fact that the Priest deck has to include so many board clears, so many of these awkward situational spells, and when the cards don't fall just right, it's too difficult for it to actually apply pressure to a deck like this Demon Hunter deck that you just know is going to just 30 you out of nowhere on turn 10 or 11.
Yeah, definitely the case in that one there. But of course, we still have more Hearthstone action there. That does mean that D-Mart will be moving towards the lower bracket here in this case. And we're going to have to see if he can battle his way back into the finals to see if he can verse up against Home Master. Guys, please do not go anywhere while we prepare the next set of matches. And we are back with the Hearthstone Open here, guys. We've got some exciting stuff there, and thank you for your patience while we prepped up the next match. We are going now to the lower bracket here, where it's going to be the lower bracket semifinals between Corbett and Vexanite, who have been playing pretty much consistently throughout this tournament. Vexanite, of course, is the 2nd seed, Corbett the 5th seed, so these guys have definitely worked quite hard to get themselves in position. They are pretty much ready to play, just doing their warm-up matches as well before we jump into it. But we do have the bans ready to roll. So Vexanite is not going to have access to the Warrior, whereas on the flip side, the Corbett's Warlock has been banned away.
It's been so much fun to see which decks catch the bans in this tournament. Because on the one hand, yeah, a lot of people just ban the Paladin if it's available, or they just ban out the Warrior, or the Quest Warrior, or the Aggro Taunt Druid. But, you know, we've seen, if not the Priest deck ban, we've seen Deanbot's Quest Mage deck ban, a deck that no one decided was good enough to bring, but everyone doesn't want to play against. And now we're seeing Vexanite's big Warrior deck banned out. We've seen all sorts of weird stuff catch a ban. For whatever reason, it just seems to be a tricky matchup for a lot of the field. But again, Vexanite, we saw scrape through in our final match of the day yesterday, staying alive in the lower bracket and representing some pretty intense deck compositions, right? This is a true homebrew lineup, just as much as Demos or anyone else's in this event. Corbett, though, has looked very, very strong all day. I believe only fell down to the losers bracket late in the day yesterday. So a player who has overcome many opponents pretty smoothly to this point, and surely we're hoping that one loss is just a momentary speed bump en route to the grand finals.
Exactly right, and that really is something that along for both of these teams, both of these players at the moment in terms of what they do with their lineups here. When I'm looking across what's been left available here, I love the respect that has come across here to Vexanite's big Warrior. The fact that when people have seen it before, they're perhaps not prepared for it. They're used to dealing with pirates, not actual Warrior cards. It's probably the big thing that's
and it's a pretty big change of pace, right? You go from how am I going to fend off all of these 1 and 2 drops to you're playing 2 copies of Brawl and 2 copies of Rancor and 2 copies of Bladestorm and 2 copies of Minefield. We've gone from a 0 to 10 on the minion scale or hating minion scale. It's pretty intense, that deck. So unfortunately won't be on screen again. You have to go back and check yesterday's VOD to see that match. We will get to see an equally intense opposite tempo kind of list out of Vexanite here, though. This is this elemental deck that won on turn 3 yesterday on stream.
Oh yeah, that was definitely interesting as well when it just came out of the blue. I think we're sitting there going, man, I'm not sure how we feel about this elemental shaman deck.
Yeah, and then before we finished our sentence, the opponent conceded.
Yeah, exactly. It was just never mind, just not going to be worrying about it anymore. We do see now where this comes across. We are jumping now into the action as well between the 2 players here. So
oh my god, look at this race.
To see how it does play out. And we're talking, I think it's going to be a very big race here.
Yeah, Face Hunter against what was very much Face Shaman yesterday. This curve looks a little slower, though. I don't know whether it's a curve that you happily keep because you know that you're against a Shaman. Actually, a little bit of mulliganing, even into more expensive cards. But wow, you can't draw that up any better. It draws the 1-drop on turn 1. I am assuming it's still worth playing out the Vapor, but I guess there's some consideration of maybe coining out a Cage Match Custodian, just because the 2-2 really even better than a 1-3 here. I feel like if anything, maybe the temptation is to coin out an Arid Stormer on turn 2, or the Hammer as well.
I think the Vapor is just definitely worth it. Because you throw it out there, you're not going to lose it to the Warpatingers. Yeah. Whereas you can lose the Cage Match Custodian.
Exactly.
So I reckon you probably, as you can see, popped out the Wailing Vapor, but you need to use a little bit more extra oomph behind what's being played there by Corbett to actually take that one out. And of course, that does mean you can use a coin for a little bit, for something else a little bit more special coming into it as well. But, Wolfentingers seem to be the aim of the game here. We do have a very wide board quite quickly here for Corbett, and it's wasting no time going straight to the face, true to the Face Hunter name.
I'll be honest, I feel like Vexanite's pretty happy with this, depending on the follow-up, right? I think the thing that you were afraid of last turn, the thing that, if anything, gave Vexanite pause over whether or not to play the Kindling Elemental, was the idea you might just get, a doggy biscuit run over your 1-3, huge pressure coming out. But the fact that you see, not only does that not happen, but your opponent just kind of runs out some pretty weedy 1-drops, right? Again, now we're going to see Ramming Mount here belatedly come through, but it's a lot better to have it happen this turn. You already see your opponent down to 2 cards in hand. The Hunter deck burns so much gas immediately, but this Shaman deck can go just as quickly. It has great tools for trading with opposing minions, and obviously we know that this Hunter deck isn't dead in the water once it's out of card's hand. Of course, you've got Barracuda Bane to reload, and you always have damage from your from your hero power, but you have to admit this is a pretty quick burnout, even for a very aggressive deck.
Yeah, completely agree on that one, but has actually picked up, of course, the Barracuda Bane in that mulligan beforehand, so can actually use that to generate a few extra cards next turn, and also has that adorable infestation to actually generate a little bit of an extra gas here. He's going to opt in for the Rinling's Rifle, so generate some secrets and, of course, clear away the board for the time being, but does mean that we'll buy Corbett some time to actually get some cards in hand, or perhaps get some tempo card draw to actually start putting out real damage onto the Shaman. The thing is, though, is that we've been talking about, hey, how much gas does this Hunter deck have? I mean, on the flip side of things here, Vexenite also has a limited gas pool on the Shaman as well. It's just right now he seems to be a bit more plentiful in the meantime.
Yeah, we did see this deck like run out of cards harder than I think I've seen any deck run out of cards in this entire league yesterday. It was in the match immediately prior to the match where it won on turn 3. So the nature, I mean, when you look at the Shaman deck, it really is sort of half of the elemental deck and half of the sort of quest shaman deck, but the cards that are missing there are the value engines. They're the ones that tend to like generate your extra late game payoff. So look, we've seen a very small sample size of games, and I wonder what sort of threshold Vexenite needs to be at to feel comfortable that they have the power to close games out, not just control the board. For now, though, these elementals have continued to work in their favor. Catch Match Custodian, of course, is going to continue to reload on cards. No Doom Hammers in this deck, so it's just going to be the smaller tools there, the Whack-A-Null Hammer and the Auction House Gavel, but you know that's going to work out okay. We've got Canal Slogger and Lilypad Lurker, so at least some of the more mid-range cards, we are already reaching near to the top of the curve here. Really only Alakir the Windlord in terms of a later game card left to find for Vexenite. Without additional ways to draw cards, I agree, it's going to be tricky to find out like which of these players is able to sort of pull ahead once they're both pretty much running on empty here. And it'll be interesting as well to see what Barracuda Bane draws, right? Like, this is not a deck that's built to have guaranteed hits. You're really hoping for like a quick shot, perhaps, to be able to just go as deep into your deck as possible. Finds the Doggy Biscuit instead, which is okay, I suppose. A lot of damage, though, in hand, at least, for Corbett.
Yeah, he does have something now there before, because we were just saying, hey, you know, he's only got 2 cards in hand. Things looking a little bit dire here, but now it seems to have become a little bit, well, it is a bit more healthier now in comparison here. Corbett is obviously trying to play through all of the minis at the moment. Will hit that freezing track, sorry, the secrets is what I meant to say, through, who went straight for the face here, but unfortunately doesn't force his Cage Match Custodian that was recently buffed back to hand here as well. He does know perhaps that what the secondary trap is going to be is something different, but that will actually push out the snake trap as well, which does mean that does come into play here. And now all of a sudden Corbett's got a very wide board, but they're all 1/1s. Perhaps that should be good time to throw out that Doggy Biscuit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky situation when your opponent has that many secrets, right? And you're not 100% sure what they're going to be. So you had to test something there, but it did seem to be an awkward result for Vexenite here. And we can see, even with a bunch of cards in hand right there, a lot of them are weapons, kind of awkward to sequence them. Even the elementals, especially around this trap, can be tricky to line up for maximum value. At least you were able to sort of efficiently do it with the Barracuda Bane, and your opponent without any quick shots in hand. There's a lot of damage, but damage is about sort of all there is available. So maybe if you can answer this board, there's room for Vexenite to sort of get back ahead. That Primal Dungeoneer in this deck is guaranteed to fish up Serpent Shrine Portal, so that is actually a nice tool to help clear this board as well. Still holding onto the Lilypad Lurker, which I have to imagine was for the sake of something like a Trampling Rhino, or perhaps if a Doggy Biscuit buff does come down onto a minion, that you want to deal with that. But yeah, it's really, Vexenite has some plays, but the question is, are they enough, and how do you distribute them?
Well, now Vexenite is staring down quite a large board here that Corbett's managed to put together. Does, of course, still have the Durable Infestation, the Aim Shot, and the Doggy Biscuits in hand there as well. Looks like the Lilypad Lurker is going to be what's in play here. That's going to, of course, turn this Trampling Rhino into a frog, so something a little less threatening here, but of course, can still be buffed up by a Doggy Biscuit if he wants to give that to an extra minion to have an extra turn of attack.
Yeah, and here's Warsong Wrangler, right? One of the great, we talked about who has more gas when they're running on empty. Like, Corbett hasn't even emptied out all of the cards drawn off Barracuda Bane and finds the other big source of card advantage in the deck, the Warsong Wrangler. Not only a solid minion body, in this matchup, one of the bigger things that's going to be on the board, but potentially a huge boost to all the cards in the deck. I guess the one problem is we've already drawn one of our Rhinos, which is currently a frog, and both our Wolpertingers. So neither of the really big value targets for this card are left in the deck to find. And I guess we can use it to pull out our other copy of the Rhino, and that's a pretty big hit, but at least it's not the worst thing that it could possibly be for Vexenite.
Well, can see that seems to be the play here as well. Now just dropping that one down. We'll have 3 extra mana spare to make another play here. Could go to the face, of course, with that aimed shot, or could use up either the Doggy Biscuit and the Adorable Infestation. A number of plays here. Seems it is going to be a Doggy Biscuit towards that Frog, as I was talking about earlier. This is going to allow it to become an attackable minion on the back here, and as you can see, all the buffs starting to come through. Does mean there's going to be a bit of damage coming to the face right now.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. I mean, the 2 damage is 2 damage no matter whether you use it to make the Frog able to attack or something else. But what that does do is sort of boost the Frog out of range of being cleared by a weapon hit from hand. So just make it as difficult as possible for Vexenite to choose targets here. The Fire Elemental from hand is quite a nice find, but it still only turns 7. So I don't know if even the Fire Elemental alone is a solid enough play. It kind of has to be Primal Dungeoneer drawing the 7 Shrine Portal into some sort of very decent pull that it's sort of hard to envision right now. You could go for an Auction House Gavel and use the Lily Pad Lurker to clear the Taunt minion, use the Gavel to clear, say, the Wolpertinger, and hope that the discount hits on something that somehow lines up a better play. But I mean, these options are short. Okay, and we draw the Lightning Bolt, also available in the deck. Maybe a better find here, at least lets you maybe double spell with your remaining mana.
Well, let's see what ends up being the play here as well. Still hasn't thought through the entire sequence just yet. It still has access to that Lily Pad Lurker to actually jump in and get some damage here. Of course, as you mentioned, the Kindling Elemental there, the Lightning Bolt is going to be the Auction House Gavel along with the Kindling Elemental there, and obviously using that last little bit of extra mana there to use the Lightning Bolt to deal that last bit of damage there. It's going to be going straight on to that Wolpertinger. He's going to use the Lily Pad Lurker to get rid of the Frog, so that Doggy Biscuit is no longer going to be an effective play here as well, and the Auction House Gavel has made us sort of little play there at the same time. So
yeah, really brutal stuff.
Yeah, it's just I don't think he's got enough. Yeah,
no,
I think
not even remotely close.
Yeah.
There's still a 7/6 Rhino in hand. We flopped the 1/2 Kindling Elemental onto the board, like as though you needed any more sources of damage. That was just the most one-sided match we've seen in the day so far. And unfortunately, this Shaman deck from Vexenite, it does appear to have some problems. It's yeah, I'm still. I'd love to hear Vexenite's
very feast or famine.
Yeah, exactly. Like what has led to the build of this deck? Is it about what cards are available to you? That's always a concern, right? Not our players don't all just have like bottomless wallets and bottomless Hearthstone collections. So maybe you just don't have the quest available to make Quest Shaman work. And when you go up to a 4-deck format, you need to add something, right? We've seen this deck certainly has the high rolls that could recommend it as part of a tournament lineup. Or maybe there is a metagame reasoning behind it. But we have seen kind of the low rolls a couple of times out of this list, and there's not that many more chances for it.
Well, it does mean that it does have to be played another time. Maybe this time around it can possibly get that high roll that we have seen in the past. But of course, that means Corbert's Hunter is now outside of the arsenal, still has to win, of course, with the Gorot Rogue or perhaps the Demon Hunter here as well, which is going to be another, I believe it is actually the Il'gynoth version as well. So another OTK Demon Hunter being running around at the moment here for Corbett. Looks like it will be a Demon Hunter mirror coming into play here. I'm just check to see if it's the same one. No, not a complete mirror.
No. Vexenite is the only Death Rattle Demon Hunter player. I haven't checked this matchup before, but I think this is the reason you bring Death Rattle Demon Hunter. I believe that Death Rattle Demon Hunter, it's kind of funny because Quest Lifesteal Demon Hunter, right? We would put that into the category of combo or combo control, right? And its position within that little archetype is that it beats up all the other combo control late game kind of decks, right? Crushes Garrote Rogue, beats up the Priest decks, beats up OTK Mage, beats up on Quest Lock. But it gets bullied by Death Rattle Demon Hunter. And Death Rattle Demon Hunter is kind of another deck that's set up to kill these lists. I think precisely because they all try and get by on like a minimum amount of board clear and, the ability to just survive through the early game until you get that combo turn. But the Death Rattle Demon Hunter deck, its board is so sticky in most situations. It's so difficult to get rid of these minions that the damage just adds up turn after turn as you cannot clear this board. Now, granted, Corbett's deck is teched for these kinds of situations. You see Magtheridon and Jace Darkweaver in hand. Neither of those cards are standard, but they may come in big here. Although this is probably too many legends to draw in the early game. This is not ideal.
You're kind of looking at like, okay, cool. Like I've managed to get some pretty big cards.
Yeah. But
not cool. I can't use any of them.
Could some of you go away and come back later? Can I trade you? No, you cannot trade Jace Darkweaver. So,
I mean, look at those arms in the air. Like, can you really trade that away?
He's moshing out.
You look at his, like, he just arms in the air. I don't think he just doesn't care. I mean, that's literally Jay Starkweaver at this moment in time. But fortunately here for Vexenite, he's actually managed to draw again more of those sticky minions that you mentioned before as the Tux Fist is about to run out, or has run out.
We've seen some really awkward hands out of this deck. We haven't seen like a really solid curve from the Death Rattle Demon Hunter deck yet at all. Really difficult choice here. Doesn't have a 2-drop. Doesn't even really have one of the good 3 drops, right? If you had the Razor Main, the main card out of this, what's it called? Death's Head Cultist? What is it? Razorfen Beastmaster. If you have Razorfen Beastmaster, you would coin into it. But instead, we go for the Illidari Studies, sort of a wild card to fill the curve, right? This deck is all about curving out and always trying to build like the strongest, most resilient board to maintain pressure turn after turn. This is not a great start. And actually, I'm really surprised we didn't see the Tusk Piercer hit, right? Because very often the reason you want to play Tusk Piercer turn 1 is so that you have the opportunity to draw into an extra Death Metal minion if you're missing one on the early turns. That's how key the turn 2 and turn 3 plays are. But Vexenite chose to preserve the durability of that weapon, not use its draw power. And I'm just interested what you're holding onto it for. Maybe you feel like you might need it to clear a Moag Artificer. I'm not certain, but we're going to fire it off now. Very interesting.
Well, as you can see now, it's going to be able to do that. I think perhaps wanted to get just a little bit of extra oomph out of it with the hero power. I'm not too sure what the thought process there for Vexenite would have been there, but I'm just trying to, justify something. But of course, by using the Illidari Studies, was able to get that Crimson Sigil Runner, which of course was an outcast, so was able to drop down that 1 card and also draw a card at the same time. So there was some decent benefit out of actually that line of play there. But like you said, I believe you are very well practiced on the Death Rattle Demon Hunter at the moment, and perhaps just developing the normal strategy could have been the best way as well, but we'll have to wait and see depending on how this game plays out.
There's just a concern, right? This Death Rattle Demon Hunter deck is very much a mid-range deck, right? You couldn't call it aggro. It's definitely slower than something like the Face Hunter, right? It's sort of like the Pirate Warrior, the Quest Warrior there, but or maybe, but you don't have a quest. You don't have this ticking clock. You don't have the Juggernaut, right? So imagine that. You get 2 Mr. Smites, you got 2 Illidari Inquisitors, but you have no Juggernaut. You have no reliable finishing source of value. So that means I can understand needing to dig deeper in your deck because you want to hit all your powerful cards. You want to find that Death Speaker Blackthorn on curve. But you really do need to be dealing the damage in the early game. I guess maybe you're just kind of resigned to your fate that you cannot overhaul the lifesteal out of the Demon Hunter deck, but that's not usually how this goes, right? Like the deck is usually pretty good at fighting through what the lifesteal Demon Hunter has to offer. So I mean, look, it's a very awkward hand from Vexenite. You're kind of gambling on what you draw, and at least now we're getting to the point where there are multiple plays available. But these renowned performers also in a slightly awkward position, right? You're wanting to use them to clear away opposing taunt minions or things that might trade with you, set up some good taunt blockers for later. None of that's relevant right now, so we're just going to try and tax the spells in hand and push damage to face, but you have a sense that Corbett is setting up a board clear, and there's the Immolation Aura.
Yeah, it does have that ready to go, but of course the Cult Neophyte coming down as well at the same time to actually delay that Immolation Aura from coming on through. So nice little play there being picked up there by Vexenite to actually slow this down. And I mean, we're talking about this being a little bit of an awkward play for Vexenite. Definitely an awkward play here for that McDerridin to come down as well, because even though you've summed up those Hellfire Waters, you didn't have the combination to actually destroy them immediately and get the full summon. So it does mean that this McDerridin will continue to sit there dormant for the time being, and in the meantime there's going to be some extra minions as Hellfire Waters just raining down a little bit of extra damage on top, and Corbett's already down to 16 HP, so Vexenite's been able to find a little bit of an edge off the back of this.
I mean, you can't really trust the HP for Corbett because obviously the lifesteal power in this lifesteal Demon Hunter deck is immense. You do have to consider though, this is not a complete free roll. This is not quite the Priest matchup. You have to respect the burst damage that will start coming out, obviously not now, but in a few turns time, from the threat of the Illidari Inquisitor. It's sometimes possible to even discount the Inquisitor. There is a Raging Fell Scream with a one-off tech card that a lot of people play in this list to, a few ways to make that Inquisitor come down earlier on. That can represent a lot of what is essentially charge damage when set up correctly. But as you said, the McDerridin play seemed kind of ambitious, right? It didn't even have the second Immolation Aura available. Normally when you see that card, you just anticipate the next turn you're going to see the Moag Artificer into some sort of clear. And maybe Corbett was kind of bluffing that was the case, but Vexenite just knows you need to lock in full speed ahead. And now potentially in a great spot. How hard you commit into this Magtheridon, because the Death Rattle Demon Hunter uniquely equipped to not be afraid of the board wipe, right? A lot of your minions just generate a second larger body when they die. You just throw out that persistent method. Like, yeah, go for your Magtheridon.
I'm going to be completely happy with the turnout beforehand, but now there is no longer any Cult Neophyte stopping these Immolation Auras from coming through to, of course, just clear away the board that's going to be in place there. As you mentioned, though, it's just going to summon up more and more, so it doesn't really matter at this moment in time there. We do have what seems to be the talented Acrobatus being put into play here as well, being hovered at the moment, perhaps to just get enough spell power to clear this board finally, and of course, get Magtheridon onto the deck. And it is going to be, a 12-12 body, pretty damn big, can actually start to do a little bit off the back of it, of course. But Vex Knight probably still going to have a few answers in the back pocket as well. And like you said, it's going to have that Illidari Inquisitor to really put some extra damage out of the blue.
Yeah, it's actually kind of tricky, though, because the thing about this is you don't have great ways to trade in terms of clearing a minion quickly. Like the Death Rattle Demon Hunter deck, in terms of like trading minion for minion, right, you usually come out ahead on mana, because you're often summoning extra bodies or free minions when you trade, and that's putting you ahead of your opponent in most cases. But Magtheridon is very large, and it's going to take a couple of turns, even if you just get the freedom to knock all your guys into it. Not to mention the fact that then you're sacrificing all of your minions to clear a 12-12, and you're not finishing off this dangerous combo Demon Hunter list that is, sitting still at a very comfortable life total, as we see here. Triggering Magtheridon, using up the second hit of that Eldrazi War Wedge, which is relevant, right? That we saw how much damage those can deal in conjunction with Il'gynoth in the last game. But of course, there's another one deeper in the deck, and you have all sorts of other ways to close things out in the late game, like Jace Darkweaver. So, yeah, I don't think Corbett's worried at all about combo ammunition. It's all about staying alive. And now with this Magtheridon play, may have already turned the corner. Vex Knight in an awkward spot.
Well, still has a 3-2, still has a 4-3 for the time being, does have that Death's Head Cultist as well, but like you said, a lot of minions here are pretty nice in terms of what they do in this mid-range section of the game, but when you're already staring down the barrel of a 12-12, things do start to look a little bit dicey in the back. You're like, how do you actually clear this away? Doesn't really seem to have an answer here right now, short of perhaps maybe throwing out that Illidari Inquisitor, but even then, that's normally used as a finisher directly towards, of course, the hero's life total here.
Oh, we got a coin?
Yeah, looking like we're getting a coin out.
Good decision. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, normally what you would think to do about a minion this large is either what we just saw, you run a Renowned Performer into it and you make some taunts, and you try and keep pushing damage to face to continue to win the race. But of course, there's Immolation Auras that you know these 1-1 taunts aren't going to hold up against this particular deck. And that forces you to coin out the Death's Head Cultist. As you said, you might normally like to coin out the Illidari Inquisitor, or even, I think in an ideal world, you use it to coin on turn 8, so that you can play the Illidari Inquisitor, coin hero power, and then you get the face damage as a finisher. That's why this deck is like holding the coin for the entire game, because you need to make a 9-mana play as early as possible. But unfortunately, feels the pressure to put up multiple tankier taunt bodies in the way of this 12-power Magtheridon, and now we're just desperately trying to create some pressure, but it's very tough. I don't think that this Magtheridon is going to be easily cleared, and once these Immolation Auras start, landing on the board, especially if there's the Talented Arcanist involved, maybe even preserving the second copy, we can see that Vex Knight is, despite the Death Rattle deck sort of, MO, running out of gas.
The other thing as well we have to take into account here is that Corbett, if he does use his Immolation Auras, is actually going to be damaging his own Magtheridon in the process of this. He can, of course, use, the Talented Arcanist to throw out 2 of those Immolation Auras, but that will bring his Magtheridon down to 12-5, possibly putting him within range of maybe one of the other minions being able to actually get the kill off the back of this hill. But it looks like it will be that Immolation Aura coming across here at the very end here as well.
I mean, it's 12 face damage. Yeah. That's pretty good. If my Magtheridon hits even one time, I consider that a successful Magtheridon, right? Think about the journey you have to get to hit someone in the head with a Magtheridon.
Very true.
Right. This sets up a clear.
So look, that's the thing, right? Like this Magtheridon now is down to the 2-2, which means it will get one here. I mean, like you said, he is successful in the sense that it's able to do that, and now this does mean that Vex Knight's able to return back to normal play and just continue waiting out some time.
And the concern about that is, right, this Demon Hunter deck, the Death Rattle Demon Hunter deck has like some ways to heal. It has like 6 or 8 points or something of healing total in the deck. barring cards it might discover, right? So being put down to 16 against a combo list is pretty important, right? Corvette was running a little bit low on lifesteal. There's like very little lifesteal in hand, right? But now it feels much more reliable that Corvette can find a combo kill soon rather than later, right? And Vex Knight, I mean, apart from that one Illidari Inquisitor, that's one of your finishes, but this deck is really kind of hoping to either set up an earlier Inquisitor thanks to that Raging Fell Screamer, or having a weapon already in place that you can have a weapon there, and next turn play the Illidari Inquisitor on 8 and get to immediately attack. But you have 2 Skull of Guldans and a Death Speaker Blackthorn, and that's like this deck's way to kind of break it in the mid game, get a bit of extra tempo running, and we haven't seen that. It's just been a very mediocre draw. Haven't had the chaining, Razorven minions, summoning each other from hand. Awkward turns around that Magtheridon, and the fact that Vex Knight's still in this is a bit of a testament to their play, but there are many ways this can go wrong very quickly. Wow. Okay. Whoa, that's... It's turn 8. You know that if your opponent has an Illidari, like, this is Vex Knight, like, is this a trick? This is the turn that you get an 8/8 Rush minion, as the Death Rattle name card that you all but know that card is there. I guess you just 12 them, and I will have to see. I'm not counting what Jace Darkweaver is about to do, but I'm sure Corvette is, right? It's going to be something like Jace Darkweaver on turn 10, copy like several copies of Fury and hit you in the head for lethal. And I think that was the calculated risk, that even if your opponent has the Illidari Inquisitor, to immediately clear Il'gynoth, that forces them to make that play instead of anything that, say, makes taunts, and you deal them 4 damage with it. But it's still pretty big. You rarely see Il'gynoth just kind of like run out there to die in this deck.
Yeah, very interesting play on the side there. I think maybe perhaps you think, like you said, Corvette's probably counting on the Jace Darkweaver, but you think still you could, hey, maybe just hold off that one extra turn before throwing it in here, because of course he's going to be waiting to use the Illidari Inquisitor with an attack directly afterwards. Maybe I can get a little bit of extra low lifesteal off the back of this, but now it is a little bit of an awkward situation for Corvette. He's just lost his Il'gynoth. That means that one of his OTK kills is gone. Of course, he still has done a decent chunk of damage to Vex Knight down to 12, so that Jace Darkweaver might have enough oomph in it to actually finish this off here. You can see it's going to be that Fury coming up here, and it's going to be the Jace Darkweaver coming down as well. And I think he's looking to win off the back of whatever he's generating.
Cast that Fell Spell, gets to recast it now off Jace. I believe an earlier copy was played as well. Is this enough?
And we're waiting now, we're seeing it. The I-beam's coming down.
Is there going to be time to attack? That's not enough. And you've almost cleared your own Jace. Oh, it's Blackthorn! Off the top of Vex Knight, the most high impact card in the deck. I don't even know what's left in the deck to summon with this Battle Crab. You're going to get something. None of the Rush minions, though. We've already seen all of the Rush Death Rattlers, but there is still a taunt. In fact, there's 2 taunts because we're taking the one of Talon Forging. Wait, hang on. Is there a second There's 2 Fell Rattlers in this list. All right, Vex Knight with some individual deck choices not seen in most common versions of this list. The extra Rush minion, the extra taunt minion. Brilliant setup now. Great position to take this game out after Corvette just kind of stalls. I'm so curious, right? With this Sigil of Alacrity, what's it doing in hand? We've passed several turns just not playing this card, right? Are we scared of decking? Do we not want to draw cards? I'm a little confused.
I mean, he's thinking about it right now. He's also looking at what would be the next play here. He's got the Fell Barrage. Perhaps the Sigil of Alacrity needs to be played here next.
This is so bad.
Skull of Gul'dan costs... I mean, this is the rough part about it. The Skull of Gul'dan costs 7. Even though you're getting the outcast benefit, you won't really be able to get the most amount out of this. So there's a lot of rough things coming through here as well. Another use of that Fell Barrage. You can see the Firewash boss is chilling out. Looks like he will be using the Skull of Gul'dan. He's trying to dig for something. He got some Fell Gorges. Fellgorger and of course a Chaos Strike and I-Beam. I don't think this is enough here. I believe it's something. He might be able to use the Fell Beam to clear away one of the minions, and perhaps the Talon Forging.
If you kill Talon Forging, you draw your opponent the card that lethals you. It will pick up the other Illidari Inquisitor and you will die.
It's just you can't. Yeah,
you can't.
What you have to do here now.
You will lose the game. You can't knock it. Cast the Sigil of Alacrity. At least we got it out of hand. But that's basically accepting. I don't think that's quite lethal, but I mean, it's very close, right? And look, I guess we have to acknowledge, I was focusing on Vex Knight sort of drawing their deck backwards, or talking about the Priest deck drawing its cards in an awkward order before. There's been quite an awkward draw from Corbett, right? We're seeing this Eye-Beam and Chaos Strike come off the top. Those are the cards that you're kind of hoping you would have already cast by the time you have to deploy Il'gynoth and Jace Darkweaver. That opening hand we identified as being so awkward has really come back to bite, and now we're going to corrupt the Felsteel execution of that 4-3 weapon is going to provide the one-turn lethal, not going to allow any more draws to come out that might bail Corbett out of this very unfortunate spot, and a win for the Death Rattle Demon Hunter deck in probably the one matchup that justifies its inclusion in the lineup.
What a way for this to actually make those changes in the turnaround there. And it just makes you wonder, perhaps if there was a different sequencing there coming out of Corbett, things could have been a little bit more different. But I guess, when he did play that Il'gynoth, we had a bit of questions on that. And I think he just had to drop it down there as well, because, of course, it gave something that was going to be the target there. It changed where that Inquisitor was going to attack directly afterwards. So a lot of different little things they're coming into play. But, when it was all said and done, it does mean now it's going to be 1 a piece on this sense. The Death Rattle Demon Hunter no longer going to be an option here now for the Vexenite. So the next game that we're going to be having coming into it's going to be a little bit more different, as now the options are being limited. Corbett still has the Demon Hunter, still has the Rogue here now, but of course what's left is going to be that Elemental Shaman deck that we saw previously, and of course what is going to be the Taunt Druid available for Vexenite. And I mean, overall, I feel like maybe you try again on the Elemental Shaman if you're Vexenite here, to leave your Taunt Druid for a little bit later, and let's see what comes out. And it is going to be that Elemental Shaman once again for Vexenite, but we are going to see a repeat of the Demon Hunter here for Corbett.
Yeah, I mean, this is what a lot of people say, right? I'm not necessarily saying that a deck is, bad when I say the weakest deck, but there are, even just within the context of a matchup in your opponent's lineup, there are decks that you feel are harder to get a win with than others. And just like that Quest Rogue deck that we saw Homemaster, plug and plug away with and then finally use to start that reverse sweep in the upper bracket, you should play the deck that you feel you have the hardest time winning with first, so that you have the most chances to win with it, or your opponent sort of, even if they run every deck through it, you will guarantee get the matchup where you feel it has the best odds, right?
Well, looking at what's happening here now as well, I mean, I'm looking at this across the board. We do have what it seems to be a decent mana curve here for Vexenite. Corbett's thrown away most of things here as well. Does pick up, the Whack-A-Null Hammer, which is definitely nice for that early game plays across as well. Corbett's like, sweet, let me just use my hero power, because that's the one thing, that I can do. Doesn't choose to opt into Illidari Studies, which is interesting of the sense here. Perhaps just went to see what can be top decked first. But Vexenite very quickly will start, of course, with the Wailing Vapor.
Yes. Oh, and there's the Moag Artificer, a card that was suspiciously absent for the entirety of the previous game, and Corbett is probably pretty upset, right? This is like slinking into work half an hour late with your head down like a baseball cap, just trying to slide into your desk and pretend like you were actually here the whole time. Hope your boss doesn't notice.
It's like while that's happening, you can just see the manager just death staring you.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see him death staring because the manager is a demon hunter. He's got the whole blindfold gimmick on, but you know, he's got eye beams, dude. Like, you're in trouble. Well, got a big night out on the fell ooze or whatever it is that you get in Outland, but showing up to work now when it matters, perhaps to turn the tide of this lower bracket matchup.
Just imagine as he's walking, he's like, dude, you're late again. Don't worry, he can't see. It's fine.
You just see the Illidan just shouting, you were not on time.
You need
the third
to be
time
more
this month, Moag. The third time. Anyway, this matchup is advancing. I'm making theatrics because honestly, my analysis is a little bit harsh. I feel like Vexenite, this is an uphill battle, right? This is the deck we've identified, plays to board, often runs out of gas. One of its biggest strengths is its ability to handle opposing minions. Meanwhile, the deck full of life-stealing board clears that just kills you at some point later in the game and doesn't really care about what else happens.
Definitely not prepared in this sort of scenario here coming across here. I mean, Corbett, as you can see, has actually built up at least 4 damage here, which would be enough to get rid of the Granite Forgeborn. That Killing Elemental, which though is nice, is obviously going to be sitting there just to obviously buff up the Granite Forgeborn here at the end there, and it's just going to have that lost out. He's going to clear it and immediately go back to full HP. And that does mean here now that he's up to Vexenite to continue buffing up here. The Whack-A-Null Hammer seems to be the play, which of course will continue to buff up this Kindling Elemental for the time being.
Yeah, what I was going to say was I think this is actually probably the optimal draw for Vexnite, right? Because one of the things that Corvette doesn't handle very well is just a stream of weapons, right? You can't target weapons with Fell Scream Blast or Eye Beams. And they don't even offer you that many materials to life drain defensively, and buffing up individual minions at hand and sort of going tall one card at a time, sort of how we saw the Libram Paladin deck handle the Priest in the previous matchup, right? This might be the path to victory, just stretching the resources for the Shaman deck as far as it'll go. I mean, it's really hard to say because, as mentioned, some of the bad matchups for this Demon Hunter list are the decks that just go insanely fast and get under it. But I feel like most of those decks, the Face Hunters, the Death Rattle Demon Hunter, all of this stuff, those decks either have a lot of reach or they have very sticky boards like we just saw in the last match. And I don't know that this deck can say it has either.
Or is going to be using more of that life total for the time being to just clear away the board, but that does mean, like you said, Vexnite will be able to continue just hitting towards the face here. The life steal, of course, will be nice for Corvette when it does come online, but it is one of those feelings that sometimes, you have it completely set up here, you catch yourself, you can catch out these opponents before they've used their life steal to get them back to a healthy state and actually just kill them out. It's definitely, like I've said, a timing attack that the players have been able to definitely exploit from time to time and just catch their opponent by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly what we're seeing, right? Vexnite just trying to go sort of tall, and trying to make it so that not so much Corvette runs out of resources, but you want these spells to be as inefficient as possible, wherever possible. You want to say, okay, you have an Immolation Aura, you're going to use that to clear one guy and a totem. You have a Moag Artificer plus spell combo, you're going to get a 4/4 off of that. And just, try and chip away as much as possible. So, okay, maybe you're not necessarily blasting down this Demon Hunter, but as we saw, you have a fair amount of time to kill this deck. So you may as well not rush out, especially with a deck like this that tends to run out of cards and blow your load too early.
Well, that being said, here you can see the Moag Artificer seems to be the next play here. It does have another one already in hand, so of course, like you say, can use this in conjunction with something like
the double Artificer. Okay.
It's just dropping it down now. Wants to get back to health very quickly. As you can see, we'll get back to 25 HP off this play, and all of the gas that Vexnite had here is just gone.
The power of maths to deal 1 damage to 3 guys. How much could this possibly heal? 15 life points? Just press the button, zap all the guys, and by playing out the double Moags, this is as close as this deck gets to creating board pressure early game, right? You might actually get some hits in with these, but Instructor Fire, we'll see what she has to say about it. Discovers what Tiny Toys could be such a big play here, but I don't know if that's what we're going to go and get.
Nah, it's going to be the Serpent Shrine Portal off the back here as well. Just wants to use that for
Fair
a bit of extra damage. We'll, of course, clear that away. So, I mean, for a second, I was like, 12 damage? That's a bit... Oh, that's right. It affects all spells on the board there as well. So, as you can see, we'll be able to clear away one of the Moag Artificers. But we'll also be able to get out a Minari Musha as well. Or Mosha in this case, sorry, and in this case as well, is going to use the Illidari studies to actually generate a little bit of stuff here. Dreadlord's Bite, Crimson Sigil Runner, and the Eye Beam as well is the choices here for Corvette. Who's definitely thinking through what's going to be the particular choice here. Probably would expect an Eye Beam. I mean, it's pretty nice in that sense, but it is going to be the Crimson Sigil Runner. Now, this is interesting because, of course, it is Outcast, which means to throw that down here for free is basically free card draw and a free 1/1.
That was really interesting. Oh, actually, we might be... Yeah, we're going to see if we could get something larger, and you could potentially get the double discount from 2 casts of Illidari Studies, but we could also just go runner here. Actually, runner is awkward because the first runner makes the second runner no longer the outcast by drawing another card to replace it. So, tricky stuff here. Could even go for Philosophy, right? Like, there's definitely some demons in this deck to copy, but we choose the board clear of Kurtrus Ashfallen. Love this. It's one of the options I think that most players, like, you most often consciously try to get off that Illidari Studies, and this is why it's quite a large tempo swing. Even for a deck like this, it has ample ways to destroy minions. Now we're going to dig a bit deeper into the deck, be setting up our combo, conserve resources by going for the hero power hit. Yeah, you take a little bit of damage, but as we've seen so far, Vexnite's deck, I don't know, for a deck with such a low curve, it's not been able to put on the early pressure to Corvette very much.
Well, I mean, when you do drop at least 2 Moag Artificers, and then from that with a Fell Scream Blast to actually generate a pretty decent amount of lifesteal back into it, you can imagine where all that pressure just went. But now the Serpent Shrine Portals are coming out here for Vexnite. He will actually get himself Some untargetable minions off the back of this as well. Gets 3 untargetable minions.
Yeah, Robes of Protection kind of doing it here.
That is really rough for him to actually get this one out. Because, of course, I mean, he can use different minions to clear it away.
Yeah.
I believe still has McDarren as a possibility.
I mean, the cards in hand can get the job done. It's just really inefficient. You're going to have to do something like I guess Talented Arcanist into Fel Barrage would mostly mop this up, but we're not concerned, and in fact, there's even more options now. This deck is just too good at clearing minions. You don't have the endless train of here's another Death Rattle guy who summons another Death Rattle guy, who summons another Death Rattle guy, and Corbett's Tour is a lot nastier than it was last game. I have a feeling that if this sequence of cards had appeared in hand instead, we would have also seen Corbett win the previous game. So Vex Knight maybe had a state of execution, but this Shaman deck seems like the sticking point here. As it's staring down a pretty difficult situation.
Well, I mean, he's looking at everything there. Needs to actually jump in and get that clear if possible as well. And looks like it's going to be that Blood Mage Thanos that's coming into play here. Like you said, does have the Fel Barrage, does have the Immolation Warrior as well to actually drop through and get something clear out. Looks like it will be the Fel Barrage off the play here as well, so you can just target the lowest cost minions, get that immediate clear in the back here as well, and actually go to the face. He will be living up the Robes of Protection. Yeah,
the Robes of Protection, but I mean, this is the benefit, right? You're on 22 life and your opponent just doesn't have any sort of explosiveness. There's no Illidari Inquisitor. There's no Doomhammer setup. There's no quest that's about to pay off and double all spells for the rest of the game. And that's the awkward part about this deck, right? Like, obviously, I respect the decision by Vex Knight to play slower. The weapons have been getting good value. But this deck just lacks the power level of almost every other deck we've seen in this tournament. Even the off-meta decks like the Big Priest, right? No one can deny that deck has some high roll explosive potential, right? Some ways to really flip a match on its head. This list is just a bunch of pretty okay cards that are filler in other Shaman lists. And unfortunately, as soon as it falls behind like this, it's really difficult to see how it comes back or how it can beat up the kind of unfair minion control and life-stealing powers that some of these control decks that are really dominating the meta have to offer. So we are going to get a nice little clear here out of the Arid Stormer. We're toteming here because we have nothing else to do. Will we regret leaving up the Rose of Protection? I sense probably not. There is still Talented Arcanist, and there's McDarren, so definitely not anymore.
That would be a very nice big clear to come off the back here as well. And you can see, even though you may have a number of untargetable minions on the back of this, still really doesn't mean it's going to be able to do too much, because at the end of the day, it does mean, of course, these can just clear it away with the McTheridan as well, pulling out a big 12/12 minion. I don't think Vex Knight actually has the cards within this deck to deal with McTheridan effectively.
Really
it's going to be a very large cost to Vex Knight to actually be able to take that one off the board. And with the Jace Darkweaver as well already in hand, I feel like Gorbet's weathered the storm effectively against the Shaman there, no pun intended. And at the same time, it's actually brought us up to a point to take another win within this match.
And you accuse me of cheesy wordplay, Mendrix. For shame. I mean,
I never accused you of cheesy wordplay. I just said, hey, that's a pretty good. I love unintentional puns. Okay.
All right. I mean, we're kind of back to the banter because unfortunately, this is sort of a match that's been somewhat dead on arrival. We're waiting to see if Vex Knight can put anything out there that really challenges the supremacy of this Demon Hunter deck in terms of just controlling the board. And incredibly, Corbett is so conservative that we're not even using McTheridan to clear this board. We're saving McTheridan to potentially clear a future board. And I guess what you're expecting is most likely Lilypad Lurker, right? That's probably the one efficient way to deal with McTheridan. But it's not like this deck even really cares if the 12/12 minion gets turned into a frog, right? If you block the whole board, that's fine. And I wonder if Corbett will, again, regret leaving these 1/3s up. I'm not saying it's likely, but we saw last game the sort of slow McTheridan sequence over several turns maybe came back to bite the Lifesteal Demon Hunter deck.
The other thing as well is there is a Whack-A-Hole Nam Hammer in hand here. It could actually be dropped down and start buffing up his Hellfire Waters, making him a little bit more difficult to kill and actually keep McTheridan underneath those chains a little longer. Yeah, I think, regardless, there's only going to be one buff attack coming out, so the double Immolation Aura is going to get the job done. Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting how the resources were sequenced, right? We could have, last turn could have been a board clear, calls out the mistake, but I mean, we're going to find out that there's going to be, you're going to take 2 Immolation Auras anyway. I thought we might be using the spell damage minion last turn to fire off just 1 Immolation Aura, but chose to arrange the cards in a different way in the end.
the board clears of the board clears of the board clears for Corbett. There's just so many redundant sources of minion damage, and that's what you can do with your deck when you have a combo that allows you to win purely with minion removal spells. We'll just see now how we choose to get it done. You could even follow up the full board clear with Jace Darkweaver. You probably won't, because it'll involve Immolation Auraing your own legendaries a couple of times in a row, but, you know, the flex is there.
A little bit of a flex here. It looks like it will be the Immolation Aura coming down as it's been hovered for the time being. I think Colbert's getting that ready to roll. See what he does decide to drop down in this scenario here, but yeah, it's just chilling out for the time being.
Overthink this.
Yeah, definitely rethinking it. So, yeah, it will be it. Yep. Yeah. We can see the Immolations coming down. That's going to be able to clear everything away. Now, as we can see here, he's going to have to wait for when McDermott finished being summoned before he can drop down the Bellforger. And now Vexenite has got a monstrous task ahead of actually getting rid of everything here.
Yeah. Nigh on impossible. It's going to be the world's best 3-cost minion out of this Serpent Shrine portal. And even then, you know, you have not yet overcome the true horrors of this deck. 8 cards left. One of them is Il'gynoth. You know, Jace Darkweaver in hand is going to cause a lot of havoc. I can't remember exactly which spells have been drawn yet. I feel like it's been another rough game in terms of sequencing around that card, but luckily this time Corbett is not forced to rely on it. And Vexenite, I mean, that's going to draw another damage spell. That's at least 9 damage available, and maybe, but even taking a single, even hitting McDermott with the hammer feels like a loss. So we'll see what Vexenite can do. Maybe the Serpent Shrine portal will generate a spell damage minion. I don't know. This is tough.
Yeah, well, looks like it's going to be the Primal Dungeoneer first. Like you said, has 9 damage inbuilt in with the Lightning Bolt and, of course, the Auction-House Gavel.
Oh, the Lily Pad Lurker!
Nice!
Wow.
What a draw!
I mean, look, there's only so many elementals left in the deck, but actually there's quite a few elementals left in the deck, so that's kind of fortunate.
That is very fortunate here. I mean, that's what it needs to come through as well. Okay. So I guess at this point, the Lily Pad Lurker...
Yeah.
Is literally the play here. That's going to get rid of the McDermott. It's going to be able to deal with it. And Vexenite looks like we'll still be in a relatively comfortable position.
Oh my god, we're hitting... Wait,
really? First, yeah.
I'm really interested as to why you would hit the Gorger. You could have hit the face and bolt the Gorger. Okay, we're trying to make as big a board as possible, and we're concealing how much burst damage is available, right? That's the important part. You're hoping that you have to hope that Corbett miscalculates a little bit in terms of what lifesteal is necessary. And it's possible. Jace Darkweaver is going to eat up a lot of the available mana. Unfortunately, it's also probably going to recast a couple of Fellscream Blasts and a couple of Eye Beams, and that is going to do a lot of healing, as well as potentially leaving a low hit point, but still, you know, 7 power Jace Darkweaver on the board. You might be forced to burn.
Well, but the Immolation Warriors are coming through. Oh, no, he's going to get 1 Eye Beam.
Yeah, it does 4 damage to 5 health, yeah.
Still, I mean, like normally you would be expecting it to actually do a little bit there, but here comes the Fell Barrages now, doing a lot of good damage off the back of this as well. Il'gynoth has been picked up. It's still going to have a
9 damage face hit, 1 life.
Oh.
Chillin'. Okay. However,
I don't think there's not much you can do off this now.
You die guaranteed next turn. Can you find lethal to 27?
I mean, he's got the Serpent Shrine portal.
You may as well roll the dice. Out of it. That's a life stealer. It's not gonna do it. No, not gonna haste. Not gonna thing. So, I mean, Vexenite, fair play. Gave it a crack. However, again, this Demon Hunter deck, it's like so many of these control decks that we're seeing make their way deep into the bracket. What seems to be the deciding factor is just the consistency. All you have to do is stay alive, and you know that eventually the combo win con is going to get the kill. You know that eventually also you're going to draw most of your deck. You drew 5 more cards than your opponent, and you draw a lot more in the early stages of the game. So the chances of you missing on critical cards that we've seen, you know, be the downfall of so many players, just not as likely to happen to you. And, you know, there's a reason why I think we're seeing the players succeed backing up multiple copies of decks like Lifesteal Demon Hunter, like Quest Warlock, like the Garrod or the Quest Rogue.
It was actually starting at the start of the tournament as well. We didn't really see that many Demon Hunters, but there was a few that had these, you know, OTK Demon Hunters coming into play. We saw them actually be extremely successful. And I imagine players and competitors took notice. I mean, over time they said, hey, this Demon Hunter's got some pretty good merit coming into it. And as the tournament progressed, each day after each day, we could see from different conferences, of course, who were perhaps watching in the past as the meta evolved, realized this is definitely a deck that needed to be picked up. And now that we are in these later stages of the tournament, in the finals, it really does just feel like a staple has come through. But Corbett still is not, finished this off just yet against Vexenite. Vexenite still has the Taunt Druid to play. The next deck is going to, of course, be that Garrote Rogue that Corbett needs to win with now to make it through to that next stage and actually face off against D-Mutt. Again, Corbett's got quite the ladder ahead of him, and so does Vexenite. It is Vexenite who's managing to bring us across. If they're going to be able to beat D-Mutt and then finally make their way against Homemaster, who's sitting pretty chuffy, I reckon, at this moment in time in the winner's bracket there for the finals. Of course, just needs to get through one more round or match to make it to that next stage. So a lot of good action coming through here. Looks like the players are now ready. We've picked their decks. We know it's going to be that Garrote Rogue coming through from Bet, and it looks like there's no chances being taken here from Vexenite. He's bringing the Druid to party.
Yeah, I mean, there's an interesting thing to note here, which is that this Druid deck, it's actually got a slightly losing win rate against Garrote Rogue in Legend. In the lower ranks, the Aggro Druid wins, but we've mentioned time and again, this Garrote Rogue is a deck that really, really rewards practice. A lot of the lines, especially around cards like Hidden Passages, they're such skill testers, right? You have to work a bit in the dark as you set up your combo turn. You have to choose, when do I take the hits, when do I concern myself with the board, and when do I set up for the late game? It's not simple as that lifesteal Demon Hunter where you just sort of like, I'll just keep clearing the board and wait until I draw into my stuff, But Corbett's running it this deep in the champion stage. That Garrote Rogue has to be a passion for this player, and you trust that he's going to make the most of that high win rate against the Druid deck. So even though this is probably the deck that Vexenite was hoping to sweep, it's by no means a sure thing. It's not even really as big a gap as we saw in the upper stage bracket with that Priest deck kind of running into some bad matchups. It is going to be a challenge all the way.
Well, we're starting things off pretty nice and easy here with a 1 Thief here coming out there. Doesn't even want to worry about the combination. Just wants to get a 1-2 onto the board here. Perhaps trying to match out what will be inevitably definitely a field board here by Vexenite, who's throwing out that Druid of the Reef to get that 1-3 out nice and early.
I guess the one nice thing to say about Vexenite is just sort of peeking across a deck that does have a really nice matchup against Garrote Rogue is the Aggro Elemental Shaman, right? I think if you look at it closely, the Garrote Rogue matchups pretty much just correspond to how fast is your deck. The slower your deck is, the less you beat this rogue, because it is one of the truest OTK decks, right? It just explodes your face with burn spells in the late game. So we'll have to see how that goes. But Vexenite, of course, hoping for a better curve, I think, than the one we see in hand right now. It's a little awkward with those 5 drops. As good as Grave Owl is, you were kind of hoping to be able to line up a few more things in the early game. And at least, I guess, from the perspective of Vexenite fans, Corbett not finding those Octobots, right? We saw this. We saw these rogue combo decks really struggle without that one key minion in the past.
Well, we are going to have the use of the Discover spell here as well at the same time to actually get a Mirror Entity as a copy. Another through Augmentation is also available for Colbert at the same time. And speaking of those curves, still looks a little bit rough on the sense of this here, so it might have to be an Adorable Infestation that's going to come across here. That will buff up the Druid of the Reef here in this play here, bring across another 1-1, and of course add something a little bit extra for hand here for Vexenite. So, like you said, even though not the it's not the best curve, not the best curve in this turn here, still has some options available, and when we do get to that next stage, it's going to be able to have a point to really start putting out something that wants to be there.
Yep, and Vexenite, of course, not happy with running a single stock list in the lineup, right? Casting that Sow the Soil, not a card that most of our aggro druid players have been playing today, but gets a bit of value there running out the 2/2 Treant. But probably looking to set up that Oracle of Elune, right? It's just a question of when that's possible to do. Granted, right now, obviously, it's not known to Corbett, and you would assume that this rogue deck has pretty good minion clear in most cases. Cards like Brain Freeze, Pen Flinger, Prize Plunderer, but none of those are available right now. The Octobot's not available right now. This is a pretty inert hand for Corbett. It's one of the more desperate hands we've seen. So a big window if Vexenite sort of sniffs that and decides to go for it.
Well, Vexenite hasn't sniffed anything just yet. Is just thinking through what would be that next line. Again, has the coin to actually pull out something a little bit extra if necessary, or could choose to play as just a little bit more, I guess you could say, conservative, throw out the Muscle Club, and then just go for a Shapeshift power. A number of little different things there. Perhaps even just use the Shapeshift power, clear away the Og Merchant, and then go to the face of the Tree Ant and just hold those cards for when you've got a little bit more mana to get more power out of it.
Yeah, I think just the awkwardness of the curve here is going to force a really slow turn from Vexenite at some points. The question is, do you play the Oracle of Elune now, hope it lives, and at least you've used your mana very efficiently, you've kind of put pressure on Corvette right now, and there's not a lot of mana available with this rogue deck when you haven't seen it discounted spells above its minions? Or do you... oh, okay, we're going to coin out the Martial Cup, really go for it. That's intense, right? Because it means that you've got 2 5-drops in hand, no 4-drops, in fact, no other minions at all. So now you've given up the chance to coin out a Teacher's Pet or a Greybout on your next turn. So just going all in right here. Of course, we know that that's actually a pretty solid play under the circumstances, but I'm impressed by how confident that was.
Well, there is a secret passage here now also available for Corbett to really find something to deal with that Oracle of the Elune here. So needs to take that into account. Also has the Guardian of... is looking at this... not Guardian Og Merchant, the Ethereal Og Merchant as a possible play here as well, just to deal some damage and actually clear something away. I imagine dealing with one of these Muscle Cubs. But the play, you know, as much as it was a bit awkward for Vexenite here, and we understand that it is definitely the good play because we can see what's happening here. It is very awkward for Corbett purely because, again, doesn't really have the answers for it. Maybe doesn't want to use the secret passage in this particular iteration for this reason.
I'll be honest, I'm not even sure that even with how weak Corbett's hand is, that this was 100% the play for Vexenite here. We could still see this Priestess go down. We could still see, like, if there's no playable minion draw next turn, we could see the Priestess come to nothing, even if it lives. But, you know, it is sort of as good as you could hope for this play to be, and I'll have to see what Vexenite sort of mentally saw in terms of justifying this play compared to anything else. Probably didn't want the 1/1s to all die, right? Because at least the card that you can play next turn, Composting, gives you the chance to draw some cards off those extra 1/1s. But unfortunately, the clear is there for Corbett. Okay, decides to arrange those draw spells in the end, finds the Pen Flinger, and might be able to mop up the Priestess after all, despite all that. Nope, okay.
I mean, he's holding on to it for the time being. He doesn't really just drop
Last
it just
Pen
yet.
Flinger. Whoa.
Is it coming in?
Wow, just leaves it? Okay, fair enough. Needs that card in hand. Can't afford to leave it on the board. That's essentially giving up your reliable source of damage. So just the awkwardness of those card draw spells. Went for the Hidden Passage there. Did not go for the Shroud of Concealment, which I thought we might also see. But yeah, in the end, that's going to be maximum punish. Draws a playable 2-mana Taunt Minion, gets to compost 4 guys. The maximum payoff. Vexenite is a genius in hindsight there. Just that was can we investigate Vexenite for Millennium items? Like, can we go to their house? Are we operating? Do we have like a big gold eye to see what the top card of the deck is? Because that's impressive. I know there's a lot of cheap minions in the deck to fulfill those conditions, but still, what a play to make with your back against the wall in the lower bracket of our Champion Stage finals.
You just go back to, you know, to Vexenite to see what's happening. He's actually blindfolded with Demon, like the Demon eyes behind there. He's just like, I see everything. He's blind. I see more than you can see. But of course, you know, there seems to be now finally Corbett coming back with a little bit of a trigger here as well. Was able to clear that all away. But, you know, the thing is that Vexenite was able to get the value that he needed out of that Oracle of the Elune, get the composting, a number of things there, and of course,
and now look how much gas is available.
Of cards.
Awesome stuff. Of course, you do need to get the pressure put on, right? But Corbett, now that Vexenite sort of navigated that very awkward early game, let's talk about how bad everyone's draws have been all day today. Just miserable stuff. Corbett's deck is just giving so much grief right now. Look at these dodgy cards in hand. What is Garrote Rogue? But of course, you know, it could all change in a draw step. It's just we haven't quite reached that point yet. And in the meantime, Vexenite is building a bit of momentum back up.
And talking about just seeing things as well, that Secret was there at play there, drops it down. It's a mirror entity, so that Peasant is very easily dealt with. At the same time here, we do get at least the fact that he's going to be able to come through. The Pen Flinger seems to be the play here. Of course, you want to remove as much value as possible. Even though there's 2 taunts there, the Pen Flinger will be able to get through it. The preparation is also being used just to bring back the Pen Flinger to get rid of the Divine Shield for the time being. There's an Iatrons that definitely annoying members there of the cards in terms of what they can do here, but of course, when it is all said and done here, it's still going to be a relatively decent turn for Corbett, who gets back a number of cards here, the Prize Plunderers for extra combinations, another Pen Flinger in place here as well, and of course the 1/5 generates some more value, which will get Refreshing Spring Waters, the Wildfire, and the Shooting Star will actually be the shooting star out of everything that's poised here. I would have thought it might have been a refreshing spring water, just to give a little bit of extra card draw, and of course bring back those manas. But I guess just wants to have the extra damage here.
Well, we got to imagine, right? We're used to that spring water card being in a mage deck that is 100% spells. It's a lot dodgier if you draw 2 minions and just that's your turn, So, Prize Plunderer here is going to come down, fire off that dagger, and now the Shadow Concealment means you actually have a setup for a little bit of damage. Of course, that's not what this deck's focused on. Generally, you trust that your Garots and Bleeds are going to get the job done at the end of the day, but, against a class that can armor up, it's never that bad to have it. And now we're starting to see some of the unique choices. We've got Jerry Rig Carpenter here, right? We've talked about how impactful Arbor Up is. It's like a big play. If there is a turn where Vexenite is allowed to keep any sort of board, this is a tech choice that seems to have fallen out of a lot of decks, but Jerry Rig Carpenter is just going to pick up one of those Arbor Ups and cast both sides and just monster you in the late game. This is a real slightly take one step back in the development of the Druid deck, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's any worse.
Jerry Carpenter is what's going to be coming down here as well, so let's see what it's going to be. It's going to be Sow the Soil, so that's going to be split up. So that's going to be something at least there for the time being, but as you can see there, we'll throw it down. That just preamp basically a free summon on the 1/2/2. At the same time, it's also going to throw out that Guardian Augmentation as well, just to get a little bit of extra value out of it. It's going to be a 2/1 with Divine Shield there, and the Composting is coming down as well.
I mean, this is unfortunately, there were 2 Arbor Ups in the deck and 1 remaining copy of Sow the Soil, and maybe this is why having to sow the soil alongside that Jerry Rig Carpenter isn't always the play, because that's a lot less impactful as a spell. I mean, you are able to play out all the sides at once and generate a bit of a board, but unbeknownst to you, your opponent not only has the Pen Flinger, but already generated a Shooting Star. So unless we want to, maybe we want to save it to use alongside the Guild Trader, there's basically just a lot of options to clear the board here. And yeah, man, it's so awkward to have seen Teachers Bet and Grey Valley sitting in hand for so long. The Park Panthers, where all the late game stuff is there ready and waiting, but Vexenite just kind of can't get the momentum early that really makes those cards pay for themselves.
What we can see here now that Shroud of Concealment has been lifted, so we do have, of course, the Prize Plunderers, the Worn Thief now doing a bit of extra damage, will return something back to the face. 24 to 22 for the time being. Here comes the Oracle.
This is a pretty big play.
Plenty of good mana here, and this is definitely going to be some pretty effective actual value out of it, including the Grey Bow as well. That is gonna make things very tough for Corbett.
I talk about when the Shaman deck I say it like lacks something broken, right? That's what I mean. You can't do that. You can't play Oracle of Elune, double up Razormane Battle Guard, cast 2 1 mana, 2 Grey Bows for 1 mana, and just somehow out of absolutely nowhere, having sat there and done nothing for the whole game, suddenly I'm dominant.
Yeah, and even now Colbert's like, I wonder from this moment
what is that line?
What was that play? It was nuts right off the just really right from the start. And we can't see the Pen Flinger being hovered here now, but of course you want to combo that with a few extra cards here. The Efficient Octopod is available here for the time being as well. It does have a Guardian Augmentation, but instead of using that, it's actually going to be using the Pen Flinger to bring it back. Here comes the Secret Passage, I guess, looking for what would be maybe a Shadow Step to obviously bring back that Pen Flinger and get a bit more value.
You kind of have to try and win, right? Like, that's the thing about this deck. You don't have board clears as Grot Rogue. And I don't know that Vexenite was 100% looking for this exact play the whole game, but this is probably the reason we didn't. I mean, Grey Bow didn't really have a great chance to be played. This is what you're hoping for, right? If you just have a single turn where you have the giantest board you possibly can, especially if, with this for a situation where Corbett has to at least be afraid of the follow-up Arbor Up, like this rogue deck, probably out of all the decks in the meta, has the least to do about it. You just do not have efficient mass minion clear.
That's an upgrade, probably.
Well, it's going to keep on throwing everything out now for the time being as well. It's going to be able to clear away most of the board here.
There's the Arbor Up off the top!
Oh, no.
No way! Oh, that sucks.
What a top deck off the back of that. That is just everything that you'd want and need as well. That is going to be a lot of damage that can come out here. Is that actually going to be lethal?
A lot of damage. It might be. Give your minions +1 attack from the fertilizer. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if it's lethal.
Covert's like, nope, I've had enough. I'm not doing this one here as well. And that's going to tie it up to a piece, which means now it's going to be the Garrote Rogue up against the Elemental Shaman that we've been talking about this entire time. Just doesn't seem to have the threat that we saw before, right? The idea is like, yeah, I mean, we have seen it be effective, but right now it doesn't really seem to have that oomph that we really want it to have. Now, against the Garrote Rogue, what's the feeling there? I mean, it is a little bit of a slow deck. It does have that clear, but I mean, if he's able to get that turn before where we get 4 elementals out at once, there's only so much mana for those Penflingers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Penfling is like your best hope, right? There is no AoE clear. There is no super efficient minion removal. You have a few different pinging cards. Your best options are obviously the Penflinger and those prize plunderers can get a lot done. But short of that, right? Like, what do you have to like play your Blackwater Cutlass and like hit them? You certainly have a better chance against this deck than anything else in Corbett's lineup. Like, this is the match that the Shaman deck can probably win, right? And that's why you can understand Corbett leaving it till last. But ultimately, as we've already seen today, your lineup is only as good as the worst matchup, the weakest deck in there. And we're going to see, you know, these have been both players' like toughest decks to score a win with. But I think when they go head to head, Vex Knight has at least a slight edge.
Well, we have to see what is going to be the play here now. I mean, it has to be the Rogue up against this Elemental Shaman. Like you said, I feel like this is probably the one time the Shaman does have a good run into it as well. I mean, that was it just felt dirty how well that turned out for Vex Knight in terms of, you know, all the plays directly afterwards with the with that Druid. Not going to be the case this time now, as we are just getting them ready to jump into that action. Seems to be just a bit of a slight delay as these guys are getting ready, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to be the play. But you know what else has been interesting about this, you know, just as the tournament has evolved for me in particular? The games at the start were really fast, very hyper-sensitive. Everything's been going into it now. But now what I reckon is actually being the case here is it's slowed down. I mean, I believe there was one of our finalists that actually said, hey, I reckon that we're probably going to be seeing a return to the control. And definitely with the way that these games are playing, just in terms of the length, I reckon that control is definitely coming back at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of several things, right? It might just be that the players who made it through the finals are ones who are control-preferring players, right? It's definitely a playstyle choice type of thing. We have seen several players in this tournament, even making it fairly deep run, even if they're not, you know, hanging in there now still, who had sort of very aggressive lineups. But I think part of it is also the nature of these control decks. There's a lot of... The control decks are just better able to heal their way through what the aggro decks can do. They're more reliable in terms of all that, the cards that you see that we talked about earlier. And even just the way that the combos work, they're just fairly forgiving. They come online quite early. They're just sort of, I think, a bit stronger in the meta now, which is so funny to think, right? When we went back to week 1 and just everyone was just Hunter, Druid, Warrior, Hunter, Druid, Warrior, aggro, aggro, aggro. It's like, can these control decks ever possibly keep up? I mean, look at it now, right? As soon as someone went, what about this Warlock and this Demon Hunter? Suddenly, we're in this metagame where everyone is playing control decks and combo decks to beat the control decks, and it's a huge mess. But we do get to see a lot of really intricate sequencing and like a lot of real planning ahead, right? So there is a distinct joy to this kind of gameplay as well.
Well, I mean, another thing we have to take into account as this game plays out as well is D-Mutt's still sitting in the background as well. This means that we're probably going to see a priest. And none of these matches have had priests. And this has definitely gone for quite some time as well. So, like, that's really interesting to me to see is, like, okay, cool. How long is this, you know, the priest going to play this one out? Also, with that, everything's come into it. We're probably, you know, we've only done, like, 2 rounds. And I reckon we're in for a long day, Bard. Like, this is just nuts in terms of that there. So, we're just going to be waiting. We are still waiting for the players to get ready as well. Just having a little quick warm-up to make sure everything's running, that the observations are there that it needs to be as well. So, while we are waiting for that to play, there's something that I want to bring that sort of grinded my gears a little bit up, Bard, here.
Yeah.
Now, I think someone might have I've actually pointed out in chat just a bit earlier before. Or it was a bit while back. Where's the mercenaries? Now,
I wasn't going to mention it because it sounded like I'm just too eager to grief you on stream. But
I know
I do hold an unbeaten record, and I do love flexing. I was going to finally let rip with my actual mercenary team on you. For
Well,
the
yeah, because
finals.
I did a Rocky montage, mate. I've got
okay.
all my characters to 30.
You
They're
reckon?
there. They're ready for this. So
Yeah, sure. There's a level 30 and then there's a level 30. We'll see. But I mean, look, with the way these matches are going, people who want to see the Mercenaries game, God bless you if you'd rather see that than Finals Hearthstone. I'm sure
Yeah,
it's just a matter of
exactly.
you can have two good things, but with how long these matches have been going, with how grueling these matchups have been, and you can't blame the players either, right? Like, if the control decks are the best decks to bring the control
have
decks.
to
We
bring
talked yesterday. If you feel like you should rope every turn to make sure that you are fully considering every option, that you don't punt, I mean, don't punt the finals. So look, if that means we have to delay our mercenary show match, I will. You can name a time and place, but
Yeah, exactly. Completely
believe me, if there's an
fine.
opportunity, we've got an eye out for it.
But that being said, back to the real action here as well. We're going to be bringing in Vexenite versus Corbett. We do have their decks ready to roll this time around, as we can see. We're just thinking it through now for the current mulligans as well. This is going to be the decider to see who does go through to that next lower bracket final, where we do have D-Mutt waiting just in return there as well. So pretty good to see what's going to be the next step here. Now, waiting to see that, we can see that it's going to be Corbett who has to wait that couple of turns here. Has a relatively alright curve across the board here. Let's see what Vexenite's able to do that.
It just keeps happening to these players. Okay, we're going to coin out Shroud of Concealment. Oh, sorry, we're going to prep out Shroud of Concealment. There it is. We have so little patience. Corbett's like, just get it over with. Just tell me if I'm going to get to play this game. There is that precious Octobot that makes this deck hum, and you have to imagine that the chances of winning for this Garrote Rogue just rocketed up by like 50%.
Yeah, because he just managed to get one of them. I mean, he needs two. He definitely needs to get the two, but at least that is going to be a lot of discounted cards very early when it does come into that play there. Vexenite does have an alright curve as well in terms of looking.
Just chucks it out. Okay, never mind. I would have thought that maybe, I guess there's not a lot of draw power in this hand, right? Like, ideally, this deck likes to constantly Shadow Step and reset this Octobot, but I mean, it's very likely that the Octobot is going to get hit by a hammer and killed here, but at least you're getting some value out of it. And I guess Corbett just kind of has to play around what's available. We don't have the draw spells this time to really start building a hand.
I'm just looking to see here as well. He doesn't have enough to actually kill it outright as well, which is the annoying point here, which means it will get the spell burst out, or well, not really the spell burst, the frenzy out, and obviously reduce all of the cards currently in hand here. But at the same time as well, he's actually choosing maybe not to go for it. No, we can see that he's actually going to put that focus in as well. So he will just clear it, get rid of it. Yeah, and make sure that it can't be reused again.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was you know that if your opponent was willing to roll it out there to die, that just like that Ilgan off the other game, it's probably a weird sort of situation where they can't make those normal lines, but you certainly don't want to risk giving them the free value if they do, or if they draw into a Shadow Step some other way to re-trigger that frenzy. So only the single discount allowed. It's not like Arid Stormer isn't an efficient way to mop it up, and Vexenite has a decent curve here. It's not the super explosive start that maybe you were hoping for, but at least it's high toughness minions, right? This is another matchup where that's actually quite relevant, right? Because a lot of these cards are dealing damage in increments of 1.
Well, the thing is, well, of course, you got those Price Plunderers, which are really nice with the combo, but of course, generally, you want to reuse them more effectively when there is a big minion on board, and Vexenite's just rolling out a lot of small minions in comparison. I guess the only real big thing that he's got there is going to be that Fire Elemental, which most of its cost is inbuilt into its battle cry anyway. So even if, you do decide to hold up for a 5 combo Price Plunderer to get rid of it, I think it's going to get most of its value anyway as well. Kalos will be traded away, and it will get a through augment of it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
But
Corbett was thinking that whole time about, do I play the Cutlass, where I can guarantee at least trade a minion, or do I trade the Cutlass because my hand's kind of dodgy? I don't think trading the Cutlass, you really wanted to find another Ethereal Orb Merchant. It's pretty low roll, but at least you will get to mop up the board.
Well, that ends up being the case there as well. He will have the 2-1 just sitting there for the time being, but Vexenite, he's got 4 mana in hand now as well. He's got a Lightning Bolt, he's got a Lily Pad Lurker, a Whack-A-Null, a Gaia Worm, a Fire Elemental. He's got a number of things there, but of course, just not enough to play everything at once. I feel even now, perhaps maybe even just going for a Hero Power, maybe throwing down perhaps something a little bit less there, just holding on to what you've got for the time being and waiting until you can go for a better combo might be an option here. Of course, at the same time, he can play the Gaia Worm as well and deal at least 3 damage. I mean, it's a bit rough. It just doesn't feel that efficient.
I mean, that's the problem with this deck. again, doesn't really have that many explosive plays, right? Like, I think if you really want to be passive this turn, I think the best setup might be just whack a null hammer so that you have it available for next turn. So whatever you play next is going to be able to be immediately buffed up when you get that weapon attack off. But the guy, when you have to be putting pressure onto this deck, right? Even if you sense that their hand isn't very explosive, they're having some trouble drawing their cards. You don't want to give them turns of just all you have to worry about is drawing cards. You want to force them to consider your minions in play, right? If they do spend a turn casting, you know, Shroud of Concealment or what have you, Hidden Passage, you want them to suffer for it. But Vex Knight, yeah, it's just having a bit of trouble right now. We'll see what this discovers. Okay, immediately takes up the first flame, just interested in the removal. That's kind of interesting. I would have been fine to see the Incanter's Flow, right? This is a deck that cares a lot about discounting its cards, but not the case.
Yeah, I would have thought the Incanter's Flow seemed like a pretty obvious option there, but again, removal seems to be the name of the game. Again, we talked about perhaps one of the weaknesses for Corbett is that he's not going to have enough once all these elementals do start making their way onto the field. And so perhaps considering that to be the case, just wants to have that extra removal in place there. Of course, the Gaia Worm can still be played out as at the point now where he should be able to use the Fire Elemental on the next turn. Whack-a-Horn Emma has a few things there in terms of what can be played. He wants to hold on to that Lily Pad Lurker when there's an actual real threat there, but that's something that's not really going to be played out at any point in time here for Corbett. So perhaps to get rid of a decent spell effect that perhaps is going to be lingering on the field much longer than expected by Corbett is the best play for this Lily Pad Lurker.
Yeah, I mean, the Lupad Lurker is just a bit of it's not a dead card in the matchup, obviously. It's got a body, but, like, it's a lot less impactful here than it would be in other situations. It's just not going to get a lot of targets. Corbett's deck is not one that tends to care about its minions an awful lot. Certainly not once you pass turn with them. They tend to be mostly glorified spells. But with Field Contact, you can see, I guess, some of the benefit of having minions instead of actual factual spells. Get to draw a lot of cards here. Maybe not in this exact situation, but at least you have 2 0-cost cards in hand you can throw out, get a board clear, get some more card draw. It's probably the best hope, right? You're starting to feel comfortable because, again, this Vex Knight deck, it's just not putting any pressure on it at all. It's very anemic in the damage output. But look, you have to assume very few players ban this Shaman, right? So Vex Knight got all the way here, winning what must have been at least 5 or 6 series, playing this Shaman deck. It had to get up over something. I'm still waiting to see. Past that one, you know, kind of jumped you at the starter's blocks win that it got, what is its capacity to close out a game?
And that's the big thing here. That's a real question. It doesn't seem like it's having the effect that perhaps we thought it could have.
Oh, big pass.
I mean, the one time it's only really happened again, we just out of the blue, this card that can really just come online really quickly. So this deck hasn't really had it. Now he's got 6 mana to play with. He's got a hell of a lot of cards that can jump into the play here as well.
Yeah.
You can see that most of the time you want to hold on to those Sherp and Shrine Portals to actually get rid of specific minions as well, but maybe now might be the time to just start unloading the scenario and generate some decent cards off the back of it.
I think
Vex Knight has a lot of options, but he's just thinking through this line now.
Now, like, if this Shaman deck is their normal elemental Shaman deck that has, like, Rockbiter, Stormstrike, Doomhammer, you are enormously favored, right? And the reason for that is that that's just, like, a whole bunch of damage, and Corbett basically can never do anything about it all. The best you can do is, like, Brain Freeze you for a couple of turns. You're just taking, like, your whole life total over 4 turns. And unfortunately, Vex Knight doesn't have access to that. But you do have a lot of weapons, and you have a lot of burn. You got 2 Gaia Worms, you got 2 Fire Elementals, you just put all of that to face. Corbett's already on 20 health, right? We've been stabbing a lot of these Elementals with our Wicked Knives from the Hero Power. It's only turn 6. The combo, there's still 16 cards left in the deck, and now we're going to start going for it. Corbett, like, passed last turn with a ton of mana up, and I'm not going to say that's wrong per se, but there's definitely been some awkwardness in trying to sort of not waste the cards in hand where you then run out of gas, but also how fast do you feel forced to go when Vex Knight isn't just hurling a bunch of minions on the board to give you good targets for, like, this 0-cost prize plunderer, right? And I think the Vex Knight, maybe your best shot is just punish Corbett by turning into just Burn Shaman and just throwing, you know, all of these spells to... How much damage is that in hand right now? You got 3 from the Portal, 3 from the Bolt, 3 from the Gaia Worm, 6 from the Hammer. That's nearly lethal.
He's got enough there. He just needs to just drop it. Now, I'm waiting to see what's going to be the next thought here, because, of course, he's used the Prize Plunderer now. He's actually used a lot of the Planet Flinger. The Lily Pad Lurker could come down and get rid of the Field Contact. So now seems to be the next set of plays here for Vex Knight here. You can see a lot of those Elemental cards are buffed in some form of way when you do decide to drop them down as well. It looks like the Granite Forgeborn might be the one that's making its way onto the field. But
Yeah, I mean,
honestly
is
think
it more
you
efficient,
need to
right?
get
As you
rid of
pointed
it.
out, there's
Yeah.
basically lethal in hand already. Is it worth paying for a 4/4 body that you essentially know if your opponent has any way to stop any of your cards? This Forgeborn is like the least likely to push any damage to face. I feel like you have to respect the removal out of the road deck and just race at this point. You have at least 2 turns. I guess you don't know that as well as we do from their hand, but Corbett hasn't really been going for the Octobots, hasn't really been representing any sort of like combo ready hand. So, you know, you seem to have the time to push forward, but Vexenite chooses to still play for the clear, still tries to test Corbett's ability to mop up these elementals on their turn, holding off on the actual burn for now.
Well, another field contact is going to be the play here as well, so that's going to come out. Penflinger will be using the clear to get rid of the Arid Stormer. It does have access to a Swindle. I feel like that just needs to be dropped down as well. Get the spell, get the minion. There's going to be a Brain Freeze and a Guardian Augmentation. That'll bring back the Penflinger. The Cutlass is also going to be there, possibly something that can be traded away as well, but I feel like at this moment in time, he doesn't have what he needs to actually clear away this Granite Forgeborn, so he's just opted in for some more efficiency by going straight to the face.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the pressure is on right now. This is a race now between 2 players with a lot of burn potential in their decks. But Corbett, the combo is only starting to come together now. But we got a lot closer that turn. You can trust it's going to get a lot closer the next turn. Vexenite, will they live to regret the slow roll last turn with this Forgeborn? I mean, it's still in play. We've got Forgeborn, you know, discounting stuff. So the value was there, but can that value be kind of cashed in fast enough? I'm not certain. Who will actually come out ahead here?
Well, it seems to be the Augmentation just trying to keep a little bit more value out of this field contact as well. Is going to use that Player's Plunder to actually finish off that Forgeborn as well. Does manage to get a decent handle back. Actually return that card as well, even after using it as well. Just wants to keep it alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? Because you need some way to draw those last couple of cards reliably. It's heavily discounted now. So there's no reason not to hang on to it, I don't think. It's not like you're trying to save up for another card. Maybe you could use it with the Ethereal Org Merchant to set up more spell damage on the killing turn. But even then, you need a minion with sufficient health to actually survive the damage trigger, right? And actually, the field contact is the only viable target right now. I guess you've got the Guild Trader. That's a fairly expensive play. So giving yourself more options in any circumstance by running that out there. And yeah, Vexenite, the gauntlet thrown back over onto their side of the field. What can you do in terms of damage here? Are you willing to face an extra 6 from these minions by just going face? I feel like that's almost the better play.
Well, now finally we have the answer coming to. Will be the Primal Dungeoneer first off the back here to get a little bit of extra here. We do get a Serpentine Portal, another Kindling Elemental there that can be used to play. Seems to be the Whack-a-Hole and Hammer directly afterwards as well. Was Hover, but is going to be used. Never mind that. It does look that to be the play here. He's going to be face. Everything is going to be face. Like you said, I guess it's happening now. You wanted face, we're getting the face.
We're getting some of the face. We're also getting with the Gaia Worm. The hammer going to the face makes sense, right? You don't want to take more damages off by hitting a minion, but the Gaia Worm cleared away one of the 2-1s, so a little bit of indecision still. But I mean, it's at least you know the rogue deck's not healing. So if you've got the burn in hand, and thanks to the draw off the Primal Dungeoneer, you don't need that extra face hit. Better to try and stay alive. So Corbett, sensing that this is the tempo play, right? You see that weapon, you're like, my opponent is clearly going for a 2-turn lethal. I have to go now. I have to at least clear this board. If I can, I want to try and set the combo up, but it looks like we're still going to have at least one more turn for Vexenite. How many spells can we cast here? I don't think we can get all the... Actually, we can get all the burn out of hand. So that's 12 damage. And with the weapon hit, that should just be lethal, right? Is there a Brain Freeze available?
I'm looking to see here now where there's a 1 thief that could generate a Brain Freeze. So that might be an option here. He's going to use the Penflingers, of course, to just generate more value.
I mean, we haven't seen the Brain Freezes this game, right?
I think he's used
earlier?
1.
I can't remember if there is a Brain Freeze still in the deck. It plays 2, but...
Again, look, the 1 thief, again, that's free.
Swindle's going to draw it?
I'm almost out of cards.
No, it's passage.
I mentioned.
Time's
out.
out.
Of time.
No
Split the board at
freeze.
least.
That should be lethal. Vexenite is Vexenite really going to do it after
well
all of
played.
this?
Yeah,
The Shaman list finds a matchup where there is no healing, there's no early game pressure, there's not efficient enough minion clear, there's not a fast. It's just like the ideal target, the soft underbelly of Corbett's lineup, and this Garrote Rogue It's sad because it's such a cool deck, but it brings its owner down.
Out of my way, peasant.
And look, in this case, it manages to bring the owner up because he does find the win in the end, and that mid-range there just before turn 10 comes online, which means this Garrote Rogue isn't going to have the opportunity to do what it needs to do, but that does mean that Vexenite has managed to come out on top with a 3-2 victory. And that was definitely a hard-earned one here by Vexenite as well. I mean, he had to play that Shaman at least, I think it was 3 times before he could come through. Had to win on the other decks prior, so he managed to feed it in a couple of times through. But, of course, in the end here, Vexenite will be the one that coming out on top here. Pretty good stuff there. I imagine you're relatively excited here because it is the member from Victoria that's managing to bring him across here as well. But that being said, guys, we'll be moving to a bit of a break before we do bring back Vexenite for an interview. So, guys, please do not go anywhere. We have more Hearthstone action and more thoughts from the players to bring straight to you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open here, presented by AEL Blizzard, and of course, that McLovin support from Mickey D's. Guys, where has the day gone? I think last time I was saying good morning, now I'm saying good afternoon. It has been a very tumultuous ride, but we do have a player interview ready for you to go. It is going to be Vex Knight, who we have interviewed in the past, but now we get to have a bit of a catch up here as well while he's now jumping onto the ring. Vex Knight, you there? Can you hear us?
Yes. Hi guys, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you going today?
Oh, I'm pretty ecstatic, not gonna lie. That was very stressful last match, that's for sure.
It seemed to be a very tough slog coming into it as well. I mean, you've played all the way through the lower brackets as well. Not all the way through, but most of it. How's that been going for you in that run?
Yeah, well, when D-Muck cleaned me up with that the priest deck early on, and I got dropped to the lower bracket in the state one, I never was in the lower bracket. Like, that wasn't meant to be a brag, but more that I had no idea. I didn't really know how the lower bracket works, to be honest, because I've never done this format before with that kind of thing. And so I was like, so can I even get to like first place from here? I was really confused, and then I was so relieved that I do still have that shot, and I'm so excited. I can't believe that's my third time versing Corbett actually in this tournament, because I had to verse him, then I knocked him down to the lower bracket, so then he came back around to the finals, the grand final, and I versed him again in the state one, and then we just versed then as well, and every time he banned my warrior deck as well.
Rude.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're here though. That like it takes an immense effort to triumph through that lower bracket. Obviously, the deep run they had to make, and it's surprising, obviously, that you not even knowing that you could still make the grand finals. You can still win the tournament. It's not a consolation bracket. You pressed on regardless and made it here with some really interesting deck choices. Some of the most unique lineups we've seen in this whole event. I think every single one of your decks is tweaked in some really interesting way, and a couple of them are very far out. I mean, the big warrior is an obvious ask, but it seems like a lot of your opponents seem to respect that one right off the bat with the ban. So I'm going to go to the shaman. Can you tell me what's the reasoning behind this shaman build? It seems like it's halfway between the two popular shaman decks that we're used to seeing.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I think I definitely got the most comfortable with it, and it got me to legend. So that's actually the one that I was. So it was basically my only deck before I entered this tournament. The one that I properly used and I was really confident with. And so then I sort of had to branch out and practice the other decks. But I really felt like it was either going to be that or aggro elemental shaman. But then I was thinking about, well, what are other people going to play? I looked at the matchup statistics, things like that. And from there, I was like, okay, this one, if I ban Pirate Warrior or something, this would actually be the best way to go with this certain deck. Because I think looking at my stats with this deck, I managed to match it up with like what people probably would be running. And this one seemed to be the most favorable one, this Shaman deck that I put in today, yeah.
Just to follow up on that Shaman deck, we've sort of seen differing performances from this deck, which is why we want to have a bit of a question about it. There are definitely times when it just looks like, oh, there's no threat here. Where's the threat gone? And then there are times it's like, oh, there's all the threat all at once. Okay, sweet. And it just happens like very upfront. Like, is it ideally supposed to have like a mid-range threat moment and then a early game moment? Or is that like something where you just like sort of working through, hey, this is supposed to be purely an early game damage sort of or early threat deck, and then hopefully I can find the damage towards the end?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to classify it. It's sort of it's a weird one, isn't it? Because it doesn't really feel like it fits into one category. Some games I just take over the board and they can't do anything and I just win. And then some games like that last one against the Rogue, I had to save up all my damage spells, and at the end I released them all, praying to God that they didn't have all their combo pieces in hand, because it was terrifying, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, look, it takes a lot of flexibility to be able to sort of improvise a different game plan, because sometimes completely different based on game to game and matchup to matchup, right? So I respect the guts to play that kind of deck as opposed to something more like a quest deck. We see a lot of players who've really practiced these single focus linear game plan lists. But I mean, overall, you seem to really avoid most of the popular meta choices. You're clearly aware of the meta. You say you studied the data, you've looked at things, and yet you're showing up with all these sorts of off-meta choices. Is it just because this is the perfect lineup of decks where you have a couple of counters to everything, or is there an element of just trying to wrong foot your opponents who might also be looking towards the most commonly played decks? Like, what's the strategy across all of your choices?
Yeah, to be honest, I really wanted to run the Libram Paladin, but I just couldn't scrape together the cards for it, as I'm I'm almost a free-to-play player. I really like to try and spend as little money as possible while getting the most out of the cards that I do have. And so a bit of it, like the Big Warrior actually, was like this replacement for Paladin, because I really wanted to run that deck, but then I was like, well, I have the cards for Big Warrior already, so I'll play it. And also, Big Warrior is a lot of fun. I love it. It's so much fun. While Paladin's very, methodical, you kind of know what you're doing the whole time. Is there even a Discover card in the deck? I'm trying to remember, because it doesn't feel like there's any deviation from what you do in that deck. Just draw your card and playing,
It does. Yeah.
Well, with Warrior, I mean, there isn't that much deviation, but at least you've got the Discover a Rush minion card, things like that, which can really change the game, especially if a lot in practice, and I think once in the game, I got the 4/4 that gives you the Prime, and then the Prime goes into your deck, and it's the 10/10 that gives you 10 armor when it kills something. And that has actually saved me so many times, because it gives you a big card for your Big Warrior, and that's amazing, Yeah, I don't know. I also feel like people haven't practiced against these a lot, and that's also another strategic advantage. But I also had that done to me with that Fell Demon Hunter. I haven't versed that much, and honestly, I didn't know what the end game fully was for that deck. So I figured it's like an OTK with the changing the lifesteal to thing, but I was still terrified because Corbett played a few of the double the damage cards. The one that doubles all the damage done to minions, and I was just like, okay, so am I fine now? And then he'd play another thing, and I'd be like, no, I'm not fine. No, oh god, yeah, and that just kept coming. And so when I was versing that deck, I sort of knew what was going on. Obviously, I could see his deck on the list, but yeah, I just was like, is he out of steam now? Okay, he's not. Okay, now he is.
Yeah, I think you caught that deck on an off day, but we were also looking at the list like, is he all right? Like, is this is this the worst draw ever for Lifesteal Demon Hunter? I mean, it's been a pretty prominent list, but it has kind of broken out mid-tournament. I mean, it just goes to show lots of players are looking for ways to crack the meta, but I mean, you have the proof of results to show for your efforts, as well as, one of the most unique answers to the metagame that we've seen. So I personally would love to see you make an even deeper run. Good luck from me in Losers Finals here.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you've given us so many different fantastic fun moments. I think one of my personal favorites is after someone managed to exhaust a lot of resources to get rid of a Scrapyard Colossus, you just dropped another one down and they conceded right off the bat. So that was definitely one of my favorite moments.
It's funny, if you make it to the late game with that deck, they're like, please don't have something else in your hand, and then I'm like, you can have Rattlegore, and then they just concede straight away.
Yeah.
So big on that one. So big on that one. But I do have one final question before we send you back to the competing corner and get us into it. If you could change one thing in the tournament so far, what would it be?
Ooh, that's a tough one, to be honest. It's such a great tournament, and honestly, I mean, it's mainly on my part, honestly. But I actually, even though I was in the tournament, had no idea it was being streamed on Play Hearthstone the whole time. And I thought I was tuning in on the Australian Esports League stream, which doesn't have that many views. It's like 10 views. And I thought that's how many people were watching. And I was like, oh no, what's going on? These are great casters and these are great games. So I'm wondering who's watching them. And then I see that the VOD on Play Hearthstone from yesterday's games had 40,000 views. And I'm like, oh my God. But it was also sort of terrifying because now I knew that all those people were watching, and you can see in the chat is not nice, you know. I mean,
It never is. Chat is where the real geniuses go. If you win this tournament,
Exactly.
you may one day graduate to become a member of Twitch chat. For Hearthstone. You can sit there amongst the grand judges and tell people how they missed lethal. But
and then when they're like, "Well, did you even play in one of these?" I'll link them this. Right?
yeah.
There you go.
Here's
Play
me
in the
leveling
open.
someone with Big Warrior pulling out that Bulwark of Azeroth right on time. And other great stories. Yeah.
Nah, brilliant. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time, Vex Knight, and of course, everything you've done in the tournament so far. Again, hoping as well, wishing all the players the best luck to go as far as possible. Because I know you said it beforehand, you definitely need those extra decks if possible as well. If you can actually get the free packs from the cards.
Yes. Yeah. Very
It's a
excited.
free-to-play dream.
I know it really is. I'm so excited. You know, even with third place, you know that's a lot of cards for my collection. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. Yeah.
No worries.
for
We really
coming by.
appreciate it, mate. Have you have a good one, okay?
Cheers. You too.
Alrighty. So, with that being said, guys, we should be bringing the next game very shortly. And I believe it is still going to be Vex Knight with Dima waiting there. So we are going to have a rematch between the two of these guys at the moment. So checking to see if they've actually gone through and done their bans yet. Not for the time being. So I imagine they're still going to prep it up and go through the stuff there. Let's have a quick look at the bracket as well, just to see how everything has played out beforehand as well. We do have, as you can see, the lower bracket and the upper bracket there. Home Master with nice big letters there, waiting in the wings for, of course, who will be the victor between D-Mutt and Vexenite. Of course, this is going to be a rematch, and possibly another rematch directly afterwards as well. D-Mutt is going to be the victor here, but Vexenite definitely has a bit of a gusto behind his deck, so I'm not counting any of these guys out just yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a situation where all of the players left at this stage of the tournament, there's only 3, right? You have to give them all pretty much equal credit. Yes, there is a significant advantage to Home Master by being in that upper bracket. You do have an extra life. Your opponent has to overcome your deck lineup twice in the grand finals to secure first place in spite of your upper bracket advantage. But I mean, at this point, if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's the remaining players, right? You're at the very end. It's all elite now. All the deck lineups are very interesting. No one seems to have a clear dominant answer, which is great, right? From a caster perspective, we love a bit of variety. We love a bit of unknown chance, and I just can't wait to actually see these matches play out. We've been salivating over them all season. So now that we're finally here, I've become impatient, Mendrix.
You've become impatient. Fair enough. Well, you know what? We should have it ready for you in just a second. I know you're just like, you're like sitting and going like, look, the matches are long now. I mean, the thing is, I know you're impatient. We'll get into the action, but what's beautiful now is that the matches are going to for quite a long length. That you get to really savor the moment. So you know what? Just chill out a little bit. We'll have it for you in just a second there, okay? And not only that, it'll be like a turkey, right? A little bit of basting, a little bit of, cooking into it as well. It takes a bit of time, but then once it's delivered to you, damn, that's a good turkey.
Remember to marinate your game of Hearthstone in a bag of spices and salts in the fridge for an hour or a night before cooking.
Would you put it in the freezer? Or would you say the fridge or the freezer?
I said the fridge. I don't know if you put marinade in the freezer.
No way you put it in the freezer.
It might go bad. Yeah, okay.
No
Glad we're on the same page. Anyway, tune in after this tournament for the Mendrix and Bard cooking stream. But for now, D-Mutt and Vexenite are only moments away. We obviously had to hold up poor Vexenite there for the interview, but man, it's great to get insights from these players, right? Because on the we can speculate all we like about why this deck, why that deck. It's interesting to hear a free-to-play player or close to free-to-play player, who admittedly can't make all the decks you might like, right? Pretty sad to not be able to build the Paladin list with how high its win rate's been, but it's not like the big warriors held Vexenite back at all. So the budget alternatives here, this man flying the flag for all you, poor little broke Hearthstone players out there. Going up against D-Mutt, though, I wonder, will we see the Priest banned? It sounded like it did Vexenite a little dirty in their previous matchup.
Yeah, I think this is probably the first time we might get to see it, but at the same time, I mean, the respect that has been given towards the Quest Mage is something there. I mean, it's something that really needs to be taken into account. It's funny because it's not even like one of those decks that seems to be performing relatively well in the meta diet. I mean, it's sitting around like 50%, but of course, when you get towards those legend brackets, when the players are really practicing it, that's when it starts to come in. And I think a lot of players have actually even mentioned with D-Mutt, as they've been going through as well, saying it's a bit dirty that he's playing Quest Mage. No one else is playing Quest Mage.
We had a
But of
gentleman's
course, he's
agreement.
playing Quest Mage. Like there's a bit of I'm not feeling this. Like, I really want to ban something else, but I know I have to ban the Quest Mage, even though, again, it's just that idea of, like, it feels like a wasted ban, but you just haven't prepared for it because everyone else is running something different.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show the difference between, say, like tier lists, especially when it comes to something like ladder, and a tournament format where you have to win individual games and you have to consider the matchups more so. Like, yeah, okay, Quest Mage maybe isn't like the 100% best deck across the board. Neither are a lot of these lists that are in these players' lineups now that we've reached the finals of our whole league. But they're decks that together in composition in a lineup make it very tricky for your opponent to thread the needle and get all their wins in. And yeah, it just seems like only one player was brave enough to go back and pick the Quest Mage. And I think people in hindsight might, you know, if they got to redo their lineups again, maybe we would see a lot more Quest Mage pickups given how feared it's been. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, and looking at what's happening here now as well, we do have the bans come into it, and surprise, surprise, guess which class was banned?
No more priest. We've had our fun. We got to see the big priest. We got to see it win. We got to see it suffer a little bit in the last matchup. But now at least we're going to see Quest Mage. Almost refreshing. It's been a little while. I think I'm ready to watch those spells tick up again. And of course, we only got to see D-Mutt play Quest Mage once, even in the state qualifiers. That Gadgets and Auctioneer, there are some tempting customizations to this list, of course. As with so many of our top players, they have tweaked and pinched and pulled these deck lists into slightly different shapes to either confound their opponents or fit in some pet cards. And who knows how much that will change the texture of these matchups.
And this is what I love about this stage of the tournament as well. You get to see those technical differences between the card selections that comes into it, and it does have real impact in the games. Sometimes even the players aren't expecting that initial mix into it. They see, you know, a deck list and they go, oh, cool. I see, you know, perhaps 5 cards that just immediately come straight to the eye, and they go, sweet, I know exactly what I'm up against or what particular archetype is. And yes, they're correct on the archetype, but they miss that technical card. They miss that, perhaps that little bit of variation that can completely throw their line sequence out of order, and that's going to make the difference between what is going to be, you know, a good Hearthstone or good Hearthstone player versus a great Hearthstone player.
Yeah, I mean, look, you heard Vexenite as well. These players are playing so many matches against so many decks. It's a 4-deck format, right? You can't be on top of literally every opponent's deck list completely, and you're just sort of seeing who's up next. You can't really focus on all of your possible opponents more than the one in front of you. So it's very easy to get into a situation where you hear your opponent's Demon Hunter list and go, I'm actually not sure, is this a different list? Like, why is that Ilgadoth coming down early? Should I be afraid? What's going on? It's very easy to miss a one-of card that's slightly different in the list somewhere, or a person who has 2 of a card, like a Fell Rattler that we saw, you know, shop big time for Vexenite earlier today. Just having a couple of tweaks like that, not even a different card name, can really matter sometimes when you're so used to a certain deck composition and you're making like deep multi-turns ahead plans based on that.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, you need to take into account also what other threats might be happening in the midway, especially these mid-range decks, which have been making an appearance on this as well, being able to actually just exploit a nice little moment around those turn 7s where they do just kill their opponent before they have an opportunity to get that playoff. That being said, that we are jumping now into the action. It is going to be D-Mutt up against Vexenite here, and it is going to be the Hunter up against the Shaman to start things off.
Yeah, and look, we've talked about this this Shaman. It's kind of hard to pin down, and Vexenite himself there in the interview even admitted not really 100% willing to put the deck down as either an aggro deck or a burn deck or a mid-range board control deck. It's kind of trying to flex to match the weaknesses of its opponents, but I think it's got a decent shot against the Hunter. Again, it seems important this deck doesn't have explosive value or massive burst damage to finish games. It obviously has face damage, but I think it'll be happy to going up against a Hunter deck that, sort of like that Rogue deck before, isn't going to be healing any of this damage off, isn't going to have like overwhelming answers to the elemental minions.
Yeah, well, also we can see Vexenite's not leaving anything up to chance here. We'll use that Lightning Bolt to make sure that the Frenzy isn't procced in any sense of the matter, and does mean that that board is going to remain relatively clear for the time being. Has going to go back towards D-Mutt here, who's got the option just to tap that hero power, perhaps play one of the other cards in deck here as well. I feel like the hero power just seems to be the way to roll.
Yeah, it depends how much pressure you want to create, though. Like, again, you sort of have to be wary of Vexenite seizing control of the board. There's a lot of cheap and effective elemental minions. Vexenite has the coin as well. It can be dangerous to surrender the tempo so early on, and yeah, the pressure is felt. Going for the Demon Companion ends up, obviously, with the charge minion, the Rethler, Fellhound there, so not really losing out on any damage. Does go down a card, though, and yeah, I just think it's slightly too early in the game to be transitioning into just hero powering, but, you know, the Hunter deck, it's obviously got to watch its card count. At least we've got the quick shot available in the Barak Coda Bane to go deeper on, but those are still a few turns away. The mana costs there are a little bit clunkier than you would like from a, theoretically quite damage-focused, aggressive deck.
Absolutely, as well. I mean, the thing is, we always have to have a bit of concern about these more aggressive decks just running out of steam way too early. Of course, the Barracuda Bane for the Hunter means that it will be able to generate those extra spells and then allow them to actually have something coming into it. Of course, you also want to have that Wrangler as well coming into play to obviously bring up some of the beasts that might not have been summoned just yet, and that also gives them a little bit of an extra oomph behind the back of it. So this Face Hunter definitely has the ability to generate those particular things that are needed, but unfortunately, sometimes if you don't get those initial cards, you can be stuck behind a pretty weird or behind a pretty awkward turn 5 and turn 7. I hope Dima does get something here. The True Aim Crescent should be something that allows him to generate a little bit extra coming out of it as well, but you can see he's dropping it down for the time being. Probably not the ideal use at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one of those draws, sort of like we saw from the Demon Hunter deck in the previous match. It's just yet another deck drawing its kind of finishing endgame cards a little bit too early on, not finding the sort of filler for the curve that you want to create a situation to exploit. Like, yes, the True Aim Crescent Trampling Rhino combo, it's incredibly powerful, and you relish having the additional minion clear, even if you can't, push the damage to the face with the Rhino specifically against a deck like Vexenites. But this early in the game, you're going to be forced to use that clear inefficiently, just like we saw that quick shot used inefficiently. Now draw another quick shot, a very awkward spot. At least we're finally at 5 mana. We can throw down Kodo Bane as, again, just a way to sort of maintain our tempo, keep putting something on the board, keep keeping Vexenite concerned without having to, throw away the potential extra draw from the quick shot, without having to lose damage potential on the Rhino, that sort of thing.
And what's good about this as well is you can see he was able to use that True Aim Crescent in combination with the Barak Coda Bane to, of course, clear that minion on the board here, and it finally put a little bit of extra pressure back on that sense. Vexenite is going to be able to strike back, though, with that Serpent Shrine Portal, get it as well an Outdoor Peacekeeper. Not the best draw, but still a 3/3 body being put onto the board here as well. The coin also looks to be coming out as well. I'm going to be interested to see what this might be actually played on. Vexenite still yet to drop it. Could also just tap that Hero Power, which is also being covered as well. So really thinking through these lines and sequences at the moment.
Yeah, there's a ton of options, obviously, for Vexenite. This is real critical junctures. Vexenite still kind of has the pressure, and yeah, coin into Primal Dungeoneer does feel pretty good right now. Obviously, the Primal Dungeoneer is slightly negative tempo, right? It's kind of low stats for what it is, but you're drawing a few cards. Drawing some cheap cards seems great, right? You want to put on a lot of pressure in the next turn. Gives you guaranteed elemental triggers for cards like that Gaia Worm, to make sure that they're always going to be adding up. I feel like maybe the one bit of hesitation was we might have been holding onto the coin for the sake of Instructor Fireheart, which is a bit of an X-Factor card in this matchup. One of the very few in this deck for Vexenite that's sort of more than what's printed on it. And that, in this matchup, imagine discovering some sort of card that can generate a bit of healing for you, something else that's a bit outside the normal scope of the deck. When you're just sort of having a drag race with this Hunter list, that could be very powerful. But I think Vexenite can afford to just hold on to Fireheart until the late game. For once, the hand is full of other powerful spells that are going to be useful in the matchup, and that's why I kind of felt like the Hunter deck might be in its, the Shaman deck might be in its element here against the Hunter.
What we can see here, we are just playing a bit more of a slower game for D-Mud again, continuing to clear the board. Does use that good old adorable Infestation to actually buff up the Warstone Wrangler so it can survive a little bit more off the back of it. I think the other thing here is the Primal Dungeoneer can trade itself into it, but I'm not sure if Vexenite wants to use that specific item for wave clear. It could be a thought process behind it, because it says, hey, if I want to throw the Primal Dungeoneer into this, I could go towards the face, but is it worth keeping that 4/3 up? And it's definitely a bit of a question here for Vexenite going forward.
I mean, yeah, it's a real question. I suppose the Serpent Shrine Portal, if that's the other thing you kind of want to play here, because there's some temptation. Obviously, the Portal is worth more on a smaller board because the minion that you generate from casting it is going to go further. And in that case, maybe if you're going to try and generate some sort of a board, it might be valuable to keep multiple minions alive. We're going to actually get the hit in first. We're just pressing all the damage to face, seemingly feeling like, and fair enough too, going to the late game against the Trampling Rhino deck that's just buffed both Trampling Rhinos. We haven't seen a Rhino yet, though you suspect that is by default what the Wrangler is going for. You don't want to test this out in the late game, actually. You would rather at least have the life lead so that your opponent is always a turn behind, and they're the ones who have to consider your lethal threat, spend resources clearing your board. That's a formidable Rhino, though.
Yeah, but the doggy treat goes up to that 9-9, and now it's going to be 9-6 on that there. That does clear away the board and obviously put a little bit of extra damage onto, a little bit of gravy on top, down to 20 HP for Vexanite. And now it's back in Vexanite's turn here to actually make something happen. Of course, it does have that Grey Worm. They give it a little bit of extra free damage on the back here. Can combo that with a Serpent Shrine Portal to get full control back of this board, or choose to hold on to it perhaps for a later turn, and take into account that that Whack-A-Null Hammer is also available.
Yeah, pretty interesting last action there from Dima, though. The True Aim Crescent, right? I'm not exactly certain what is used to, whether it's random or there's some other ordering, is used to calculate what order your minions attack in after True Aim Crescent triggered. But you saw there, attack the 1/2 elemental, leaving it on 1, and the Rhino, which could have crashed in for some pretty insane face damage, was not the first in line. A Martial Cub trading in instead. Pretty sure that's not what Demot was gunning for with that attack, and I mean, we're potentially talking like 9 damage or something. Vexanite could have been spared there, so a pretty big exchange, just sort of, or a pretty big shift in the matchup, kind of just falling out as a result of possible RNG or sort of deep card interactions you don't see every single game. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, with the Vexanite play there, we'll use a little bit of extra damage to the back here, use that Guy Worm to get more face damage in there as well. At the same time, of course, had that Canal Slugger just traded straight into the Rhino to clear it out. Basically a perfect HP for attack damage trade.
This is guaranteed.
Yeah, that's 7 damage there. That's nice in the back end.
And this is another 7 damage, potentially.
Let's see what he goes through with this one here. He's going to make that jump in and jump across as well. There we go.
Get value out of the muscle in case it goes first and dies, which it does. And there's the pushed face down. That's the True Aim Crescent combo. We missed that last turn. Imagine, Vexanite could be basically dead right now. So a little bit of great fortune, but now you have to still deal with this Rhino. That is the second Rhino, though. Lilypad Lurker in hand is going to get that done. But how long does 10 life last against whatever Demot has left in hand? You have to be afraid. There is already one aim shot buff on the hero power. I don't think you live through next turn, even if you are able to prevent any more damage coming through from attacks. So can you both handle this Rhino and get potentially some sort of healing?
And we do have the ally key sitting in the back end, but I don't think that's going to be enough. The Instructor Fireheart has potential to really draw something out, but at the same time, it is a bit of a gamble. It just really is a rough spot for Vexanite at this moment in time. I don't think has what's there. I think the gamble needs to be played. It needs to be the Instructor Fireheart and discover some sort of out in the scenario.
Yeah, we know that, but Vexanite, of course, can't see the hand of Demot. There's a temptation to just not roll the dice on this card and say, okay, well, I'm gonna just hope you don't have that much burn. But I think with the hero power already highlighted there, you trust that your opponent can kill you. Unfortunately, oh, that's a lifesteal spell. Oh, we didn't go for it. Okay, so I suspect, yeah, that looks like over. It was a decent shot by Vexanite. This is also like guessing in the dark, right? Like you're trying to draw cards and draw more cards, and you're not even fully aware what your opponent is threatening you with. But you know, regardless, that wasn't quite good enough. So wow, it comes close, but Demot is able to prevail.
Yeah, that is definitely, there's normal situations here for Dima. Typically, that Hunter always seems to be basically loaned out first, or not really loaned out, basically deployed first each time the matches come into it. That is going to leave open what's going to be the Warrior directly afterwards, and of course, what's still available, the Quest Mage, Vexanite. Typically, what I think Vexanite likes to do is run with the Shaman and then shift gears into one of the other characters that are available, or one of the other classes there, and just bring back the Shaman afterwards. So it seems to be a little bit of a different play style coming across here. I would expect probably to see the Quest Mage come out next. I think that's probably what Demot's probably going to throw out there. Vexanite, I think up in the air in terms of what will be the choice of deck coming out.
Yeah, I'd most likely agree. I mean, we can make these generalizations, right? And especially when it comes to your initial deck choice, where it's a lot more in the dark and most players have a pretty broad spread of matchups, it makes sense to sort of like go with whatever you like to go with. But now that we're down to only 2 decks for one of the players, you at least think that on Vexanite's sides, you might calculate a little bit, like what has the best chance of winning, what has the lesser chance of winning. And even for Demot's sake, do you feel like the Warrior deck has more even matchups all around? Maybe you want to save that till last. Nope. Okay, apparently we're going to run it out straight away, and it's going to run into the Death Rattle Demon Hunter.
Definitely interesting on that one for him to actually bring that one up. It is going to be a change across the board here. Now, it is going to be the Warrior, as you mentioned before, and as well as that Death Rattle Demon Hunter. I'm trying to figure out how the Warrior would actually play out in this particular case, because we haven't really seen too many Demon Hunter Death Rattles in the meta right now. I imagine, though, you still have a pretty decent curve here from the Warrior here, but they tend to probably even out.
The Warrior deck has an advantage in this matchup. It's not overwhelming. It's not like 100% guaranteed, but it is better than a coin flip. It's a decidedly Warrior favored matchup. And the big reason there is just the quest line, right? The docs, right? Like this is the Demon Hunter deck. It's sort of, again, like Vex Knight's playing these surprisingly honest decks, right? They don't have quite as much punch in terms of their big turns as some of these other lists do. Like, Blackthorn's pretty good. The Illidari Inquisitor Lethals can come out pretty hot. But the thing about the Warrior deck is between the fact that it sort of applies constant pressure the whole game, it's able to tangle with these Death Rattle minions and force them to trade. Vex Knight's never really going to steal a march on you with like a heavy removal spell or whatever. So you can pretty much always rely on the Demon Hunter having to use their minions to kill your minions and slow you down. And it pretty much inevitably gets to the point where you get the Juggernaut, and they just don't have anything that keeps up with that in the late game. As long as you avoid losing control of the tempo, like if you don't get behind on life or you have to start fearing Illidari Inquisitor lethals, I feel like it's pretty comfortable for the Quest Warrior.
Well, D-Mart will pretty much start that quest off right off the bat, though. We do have a Razor Ball straight away from Vex Knight, which is definitely the expectation here. You want to get that Razor Ball out nice and early, so of course you can resummon in a Death Rattle minion from that Death Rattle there. Of course, Pirates being played, because that's what you want to do to push that into. And of course, the Harvest Camps are always fantastic to have early, because it means you can draw into those more critical Pirates to keep things rolling.
Really handy draw there for Vex, and I actually did not have a single Death Rattle in hand. Really awkward mulligans there, but picks up the two, picks up the optimal one to have off the Razor Ball there, so that instead, like if you ever miss on one of these Death Rattles, like if one of your Death Rattle minions sort of has that conditional trigger, or you know, something like the Peddlers or the Razor Ball, and you don't have a minion to actually drop down from hand that's eligible, it is a huge blow to this deck. Like it's surprisingly fragile. You really rely on squeezing the value out of all of these smaller cards, since you don't have like a massive explosive combo to lean on. But it looks like it's gonna be okay for now. It's a little bit awkward to run out that Fellsteel Elf Executioner on 3. The stats aren't terrific, but at least you force a removal spell out, and you know, we're going to be moving on pretty quickly towards the late game with the potential for an early Inquisitor lethal. Really important in this matchup, drawing that one of Raging Fell Screamer. There's only one demon in the deck, so D-Mut will be aware that now you have a potential turn 6 or 7, you know, 8 damage charge minion coming.
And we can see here now as well, one of the factors coming into the mix is that the Anchorman's going to come down as well. That's also going to push out that Frenzy. Vex Knight really is just going straight for the face with most of these plays here, which D-Mut is, you know, also just ignoring this time most of the time. He just wants to keep that Razor Ball from summoning up that free value as per usual, and actually has been returning the damage in different ways. Has picked up that Reaper Scythe, so of course can clear away once all of the Death Rattles sort of settle to a point that they're no longer going to summon anymore. But it has built up a pretty sizable board to the point that maybe Vex Knight needs to shift gears here, stop going towards the face, and actually manage this wide board that D must slowly create.
So you might think that, but unfortunately, even if it becomes dire, it's really bad to start using your turn as the Death Rattle Hunter to trade, because this deck, again, it only has a very finite amount of burst damage. It really is just those Inquisitors. And, drawing Blackthorn, this is going to be a really powerful mid-game curve, right? This is where you might be able to punish D-Mut for ignoring you, where you suddenly just take control of the back board by brute force. And we are going to have a nice curve of Illidari Inquisitors. First, the discounted one, and then presumably the second one once Talon Forgering's Death Rattle trigger dies. So that is what you need to do to overhaul this matchup. You also need to live long enough to start, you know, if you're relying on a turn 9 play to win the game, you need to get that far against this deck. You also obviously have to deal with cards like Cargo Guard. They're really problematic, and this is just one of those matchups like the Druid that punishes the Death Rattle Demon Hunter for its lack of removal. Is if you're not on board ahead of the Pirate deck, which is pretty hard to do, then you're just not going to be able to remove the minions that you need to remove. That means you're going to be bleeding damage. That means you're going to be bleeding, more importantly, extra health to your opponent. And that means that you're not going to be able to stop them before you get beaten by the Juggernaut.
We can see we do get the drawn out Illidari Inquisitor, so those finishes are ready and available here for Vex Knight. There is going to be a Razorfen Beastmaster also onto the field, so that's going to be nice as well. But DMAT still has a very healthy board, has managed to put down a little bit of extra HP on Vex Knight here. Here comes one of the Illidari Inquisitors now. It's obviously going to clear out one of the minions here, and it seems there is a bit of a shift of the gears to actually just keep things under control here and stop these pirates from running amok.
Yeah, that's a pretty awkward play. Most of the time, you'd really love for that discounted Illidari Inquisitor to be able to go face. We didn't have a weapon set up, so there's, you take an extra mana to generate an attack with your hero power and go face to then sort of get the Inquisitor to follow you. In that situation, with the way that the curve lines up, you actually have more late game plays past this than you do, other ways to adeptly handle that cargo guard, and you certainly can't leave it in play. So kind of forced to run out the Inquisitor, but at least it's got a lot of remaining health. You sort of force Demon to consider, can't really leave the 8 power guy there. I got to do something this turn that's not just hit face or play pirates. And I don't know what DMUT necessarily expects from Vex Knight over the next couple of turns, but Vex Knight is going to give you the highest roll you could probably expect. It'll be really interesting to see what comes off of this Death Speaker, Blackthorn, and Skull of Gul'dan over the next couple of turns. Could decide the match.
Well, it is going to be a Reaper Sci-Fi by the looks of things as well. Also pulling that through with the cutting class. So that means that it's going to be able to get a number of cards in return for that as well. And as you can see, just sort of make things a little bit low on that sense that I do like the idea of this as well. You attack the lower cost minions, that way you preserve your life total, and of course just let the AoE handle the rest. It is going to bring up a renowned performer here for Vex Knight in return for it, and here comes that high roll that you were talking about, possibly being the next step for it. It is going to be the Death Speaker Blackthorn. It was hovered down, but not played just yet, but I think, like you said, it's just the obvious choice. It is now coming out to play.
There's some consideration to pulling Skull of Gul'dan, mostly because the card that might make the difference is the Fell Steel Executioner or a weapon, right? If you pull the Tusk weapon, the 1-drop weapon, that will set up Illidari Inquisitor for next turn. But I think after you saw DMUT's play with the weapon there, I like the Reaper Scythe cutting class combo as much as anybody, but that was a weak play in this situation, right? I'm sure Vex Knight was punching the air because your opponent spent a whole turn not damaging you, not advancing their quest line, now still a full turn away from playing Captain Rakara, essentially guaranteed, and you don't even have your full board cleared thanks to that Death Rattle trigger. You got that extra hit in with the Renowned Performer, and you get to immediately fully reload with Death Speaker Blackthorn, now presenting an almost impossible equation to DMUT, even if you don't suspect the Illidari Inquisitor number 2 waiting in hand.
Yeah, it's pretty rough in that sense that you've already used the spell burst as well, which is with the one of the issues there, that you don't have that big clear anymore. Razorfen seems to be the Rusty Raider perhaps coming into play here. He's going to use the athletic studies as well, just to see if there could possibly be something that can be generated. Does get a gold shard null, which of course can be used to clear things away, which is decent, but it doesn't just seem to be enough really at this moment in time. It is going to be the Rusty Raider that comes down along with the cargo guard as well, so just trying to get a little bit of extra armor at this point in time, perhaps find a solution a little bit further down the line.
Yeah, this is rough stuff. It does mean that we'll be able to get potentially next turn a turn 8 Captain Rakara, turn 8 Captain Rakara, right? If you've been watching this all through the tournament, you know that that's already quite slow, and it's going to be a pretty weak Rakara turn as well. It'll be play a cheap pirate, generate Rakara, play Rakara, pass, hope not to die, and at this point that seems like a very forlorn hope. We fire off the Skull of Gul'dan because we don't, again, have a way to immediately attack. This Inquisitor definitely needs to be preserved for the 9-drop turn or any other turn when it can go face, but in the meantime we find some pretty powerful stuff. Fell Rattler could all but mop up that Rusty Raider. Might choose to go for the Illidari Studies first, just in case you can find an I-Beam perhaps, or I forget the name, but there's another removal spell. The Outcast mode does 5 damage. That could finish off that taunt being allow for maximum base damage to be pushed, but since the Cargo Guard's also there that needs a killing, perhaps this is just the most efficient play.
Yeah, well, it seems he will be able to kill it. It doesn't
okay.
actually kill it off the back there, so actually looks they're alive there, which means to me, look, it is 1 damage to all minions as well. So you know, by playing that, you will of course get the Persistent Peddler dead. You will obviously kill off your own snake. You will probably kill the Razor Ball. This way you preserve your minions.
It's enemy minions. It doesn't kill your own guys with the trigger.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Yep.
But I think it's just 1 extra body, right? At this point, you're hiding behind 2 taunts. Your opponent's on 12 life. You're threatening the murder of them. I guess just putting an extra body on the board is fine. It's perfectly fine.
Well, Demut's thinking about the next set. He's down to 12 HP. Of course, still has that Reaper's Scythe available to perhaps get something in. But again, you know, you're at the point now you want to try and preserve that life total because you clearly are beginning to lose. Another cutting class is coming into play here as well. We've got the Coerce, we've got the Bloodsail Deckhand. How nice would it be if a Brawl just happened to be popping out of the blue? You know? Next night's probably sitting there going like, how good is Brawl? Brawl's such a fantastic card in this case here, but we can see here Demut is still unable to actually Captain Rakara down, so that means it's going to be a turn 9 of Rakara.
I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a turn
9. Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't seem to be the case here. Of course, we'll be able to use that Defiance Cannoneer to actually clear away most of the
Inquisitor
lower end ones, but the Inquisitor comes down and it just doesn't really matter at this point.
I mean, those two cards there we saw played on the last gen, right? The Defiance Cannoneer and the Taunt Pirate against Name of the Sword Eater. Those are the two cards in this matchup for Warrior deck, right? Like just playing Sword Eater, generating that like uncomfortably large taunt body compared to all these 3 power minions that the Demon Hunter deck, generating a weapon that you can use to hit back, it completely derails the face pressure that deck is trying to set up with pretty meager tools. We just didn't draw any of that. It drew all of the like 2/2 no text kind of utility pirates, and even because the trades look kind of bad, we saw Demon a little bit reluctant to actually go for it in the early game and just let the Demon Hunter deck get a lot of damage in. Now, granted, you don't necessarily expect such a smooth draw of, discounted Inquisitor, Blackthorn, Inquisitor, but you have to respect the possibility at least, and it seems Demon in some ways left himself open.
Well, that being said, that does mean that Vex Knight will be able to get onto the board 1/1 a piece. That's pretty good on that sense. Now, if I've mapped out the way Vex Knight plays this, I imagine we're going to see the Shaman again. That's what I feel is just going to be the next thing that comes into it. So let's see what ends up being the play on that one there. Now, if you were Vex Knight, what would you actually roll out onto the field?
I mean, it really depends what you're feeling, right? Are you more confident going back to the Shaman straight away? Is there a desperate desire where you're like, no, the Shaman deck is like, this is the one that I believe in? Or like to go last with, because you have to win with all your decks, right? There is obviously a logic to it in terms of trying to find the matchup. If your deck beats up a specific deck, you want to play it straight away. You don't want to give your opponent a chance to sneak that deck back by you in a better matchup and leave you without a way to get a win with your favored deck list. But I don't necessarily know that there's any matchup that skewed in this match, so it really is just down to comfort when it's this deep in the tournament. We talked about the pressure on the players. We've seen players roping, players struggling with their decks. You just want to not overthink things and reserve brain power for what matters.
Well, we do have the next match underway now. It's going to be the Shaman up against the Warrior. So I'm just going to give myself a little bit of a fist pump there and just say,
yeah, well played.
Called that one there. I think I've worked out what is the initial play here. But again, Vex Knight told us that this is, the deck that got him to legend. It is something that probably can't be really discounted here. We had a little bit of mixed feelings on it before. It didn't really have the effect that it wanted to in the previous match, but of course we do know that it has the capability to find kills, find lethals, basically put out a ridiculous amount of pressure as well. And even though we know the Quest Warrior is relatively straightforward on what it does have a little bit of a ramp up time, which could possibly be exploited by the deck that Vex Knight's bringing right now.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes the Quest Warrior deck tier 1, right? It doesn't have the raw power of some of the turns of the Druid deck, but what it does have is reliability. You've got that quest. You always got that quest. Apart from last game, which was a bit of an anomaly, and I admit Demut's deck is a bit lower than like a lot of people on how much it emphasizes the quest, right? You have left yourself open with cards like Athletic Studies and Coerce and Cutting Class and Reaper's Scythe. There's just less pirates. Like there's less cards that sort of optimize the quest line, more expensive things that eat up your mana per turn. So, but aside of all of that, it's still a Quest Warrior deck, and Captain Rakara is pretty tough for any fair board-based deck like this to beat. So I'm sure Vex Knight will be hoping to go under Demut, but I don't know that this is hugely advantaged either way. You have to respect the Pirate Warrior deck, despite what we just saw.
Absolutely, and I think another thing we can take into account here is that maybe even this warrior deck might have a slight edge in comparison against Vex Knight, because we know it plays a lot of minions on the side of Vex Knight. Having those extra technical cards in play might allow you to stay relatively safe against it, and even though maybe you might take a little bit longer to play that quest line, it's not like super optimized to get it there. The fact of the matter is that because you're going to be relatively safer, you should be able to reliably get that quest out and still get that big payout that, of course, is going to be that Captain Rokara.
Yeah, so now we've got Cargo Guard very early. I mean, I guess that shows that both players kind of understand the complexion of the matchup, right? Partially it's a curve concern, because you can see all of the cards in hand for D-Mat are unfortunately non-pirate cards you can't really do anything with right now. But it's definitely Vex Knight getting aggressive with these two Arid Stormers there. Okay, didn't have it on curve last matchup. This card is so subtly important to the deck. Just a seemingly random common pirate. Sword Eater does a very important job.
Yeah, basically giving you that free sword on the side of it, gives you a 2/5 taunt as well, which really slows down any aggravation that these decks can have into it. And Vex Knight definitely has a deck that has a little bit of bit of oomph in the early stages of the game. So this is definitely a nice pickup for D-Mat, who without hesitation drops that straight onto the board. Vex Knight now still thinking through this next line in terms of what is going to be the play. Is hovering, or seems to be putting a bit of favor on towards that Whack-A-Null Hammer, but now has sort of moved off it. He's looking at that Gaia Worm instead. I guess you could, for example, drop that in, get the free damage, clear it out with the Arid Storm beforehand, but you will be missing one extra card of mana there. You can obviously finish off the Kindling Elemental if you really want to squeeze out as much as possible from your mana crystals.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to consider, right? This is why aggro decks are actually quite hard to play in a lot of cases, because, yeah, okay, they're all just cheap cards that go face, but there's a lot of subtleties to how you could order those cheap cards, and which ones you could point directly at face versus clearing away, minions like that. Vex Knight, though, in a pretty good position right now. D-Mat's hand is just so awkward, and now it gets more awkward. The second copy of Reaper's Scythe, I mean, I have to feel like, obviously this is calculated, right? It's probably, I think it's an adjustment to the mirror, if anything, or druid matchup perhaps, but there is a reason why most players are running no copies of Reaper's Scythe. It's because this really hurts that most important aspect of the deck, the quest progression.
Well, we'll have to sit back and relax in that sense. He's going to have to say, okay, no worries. Well, unfortunately, I can't play that one instead, but at least, we'll be able to just tip that turn a little bit over in the end there. As we said before, I mean, Reaper's Scythe is going to be available. It is slightly annoying to have that one down, but at least you can still continue to push that quest line in one way or another. But now, like you said, we're running out completely of pirate cards. It's going to slow this down again. I mean, it was a turn 9 possibility for that Rokara to come down.
It's that again.
Did it, and it's probably going to be that again, which is not ideal for D-Mat in this case.
I mean, it's not ideal, at least, like, considering all the decks this could happen to you against. This is not the worst, right? Because although it is a board-focused deck, but it's almost a benefit, right? But your Reaper's Scythe is going to get value. Unlike a lot of board-focused decks, this deck doesn't have a ton of taunts, it doesn't have a ton of charges. You feel as though, at the very least, Vex Knight has to put some things on the board to threaten you, and when you hit them with the Scythe, you're going to get sort of the most efficient clear you can get. It's gonna, you're not gonna get hit twice by the minions all the way through. You're probably gonna mop up a bunch of them. You're gonna get the most out of these cards. And you have to hope that you do, right? Because now you're just trying to hold on for quite a late game scenario where you might be able to get that Juggernaut engine online.
Well, the Freebooter is going to be the play in this sense. It does give a little bit of extra sharp to the sword there of D-Mat, which will allow him to clear out for the time being. The Sword Eater will still sit there as well, just as a little bit of a body, some extra defense. But Vex Knight now, considering what will be the next play here, has the Sherpan's Shrine Portal, has another Wailing Vapor. Of course, the Cage Match Custodian is another one, but it looks like it's going to be the Whack-A-Null that's going to be played out first. He can still play out the Cage Match Custodian directly afterwards as well. He's going to use that to clear away the last little health remaining on that particular on the pirate beforehand, or the Jawbreaker in that sense. And unfortunately now this does mean that he's going to just unload the rest of these cards here, and D-Mat is looking at what seems to be a very wide board to deal with, but does have that Reaper's Scythe to clear this away.
Yeah, I mean, clear some of it away perhaps, and then the Coerce as well. You could even use that to trigger the spell boost. I mean, this is such a hassle right now. Even just trying to use the cards you have in hand efficiently, because that's all you have.
when they're all weapons, it affects your sequencing even more. There's a part of you that just really hates to discard half of this sword here, but you might just feel like there's probably too much pressure to not run out the Reaper side and sort of go for a big cleaving hit here. I mean, on the plus side, there's not that many more non-pirate cards to draw left for poor D-Bud, but, you know, we heard Vexenite before. Sometimes the Shaman deck just takes over the board and they can't do anything, and you win. So that seems to be the game plan right now, and it is surprisingly working out against the Quest Warrior.
Well, we can see he is deciding just to say, you know what, let's just get rid of it. Let's get that spell burst now available where we can use that Reaper Scythe there. We do have the Kargarth Blade Fist as a possible option here as well. You can see there's a lot of choice there from DMAT right now. Who's thinking, do I want, you know, it has to be the card. Yeah, there it is. It has to be Kargarth Blade Fist.
The important thing is that you don't, I don't think you don't need the Kargath for like a massive clear this gen, right? I think that athletic stage was first and foremost about triggering the spell burst on Reaper's side, and optionally about using the remaining mana to play out the minion. And especially as the hand size starts to run low, the lasting value and potential late game impact of Kargath Prime definitely outweigh the value of having like one more body on the board this turn.
Well, Vexenite is probably a little bit unassuming right now in terms of what's going to be available there in the deck hand for Dima. Probably pretty happy overall with how everything is playing out. We'll use that portal to actually clear away the last of the pirates available. Gets a Primal Dungeoneer, unfortunately, where people get the benefit of it. That is definitely a low roll, if I've ever seen a low roll out the back of it. But needless to say, he's just going to fill the minions once again with all of those on board. And as you can see here, we'll have at least 4. I mean, to be honest, the totem's a minion. Let's face it. It has to be. It's basically one at this point in time. And D-Mut now will be following up with that Bloodsail Raid.
Yeah, Kargath Blade Fist is going to come down here. Obviously, only, you know, just use the Borg there right now, but, you know, Vexenite will have to be aware of an additional threat. This deck doesn't tend to rush through its draws as much as some others do, but I guess we've played a couple of cutting classes already, so we're kind of filtering. The important thing here is, like, Vexenite mopped up most of the board last turn, but kind of a low-roll totem, kind of a low-roll portal, and D-Mut having this extra discovered minion, plus a second Reaper side. Like, who's running who out of cards here? Suddenly, it seems like Vexenite is actually the one with kind of an awkward turn. You're basically going to be forced to... Oh, okay, that's a very nice roll with the Fire Elemental. You may not have to punch a Bloodsail Raider in the face. Which would hurt, but honestly might even still be the play, right? Because we're so desperate for minions, for collateral, that at this point Vexenite might just prefer to take the face damage, even with the eventually, finally, the threat of Cap and Rakara coming down in like turn 10. This is a weird match.
This is absolutely a weird match, as you mentioned before. They will clean up the last of that. They're still holding on to the Fire Elemental for the time being, but of course, it's going to use it, like you said, just to have a little bit of extra collateral, a little bit of extra oomph behind the next turns. No. It does mean he's able to actually clear it out. It is going to be Shiver Their Timbers.
Okay, PSA, everybody. I understand, like, I mean, at this point, all criticism must be taken with a pinch of this person is in the finals of a lengthy tournament league results. Do remember to put cards that have the pirate type in your Pirate Quest Warrior deck if you're playing along at home. It's important. Oh no! Allocated Windlord.
Really nice. That's actually a really nice top deck.
How are we seeing this before we're seeing Rakara? That's chaotic and a very, very bad sign for poor D-Mut as the buff pays double on Alakir and an immense check is placed on this Pirate Warrior deck for the second game in a row. It's coming up duds. That's not what we wanted to see. It'll only tap the Divine Shield of the Windlord, and I don't know, this one warrior is not completing his class quest line. There is going to be no Wind Fury, at least sort of in the hands of D-Mut's warrior. This is going in the face.
Oh!
I mean, the coerce, actually, okay.
It's considered a damage
combo
minion.
Coerce, it is, yeah, well, no, the combo.
Oh, the combo came, that's correct.
You die to, like, a lot of top decks just from Fire Elemental.
Well, let's see what this comes across as. Because, I mean, he's got 4 damage there, right?
Yes.
He's got the Captain. He can drop the Captain Rakara as well. So he's still alive for the time being. Crazier things have happened.
He is alive, yes. He's deciding whether to Rakara or armor up. Because your opponent has 1 card in hand. You're like, is it actually more important to play Rakara? Which Rakara would definitely be like almost certainly threatening lethal next turn. But you may die. So is it worth delaying your potential lethal by ensuring you don't lose two burn spells? Looks like the answer is no.
Yep, he's going for it. This is going to be the Captain Ricari here. Now, here's the thing, right? Because like, what could
The
possibly
Dungeoneer, no way! Which spell is it?
Let's see.
Oh, it's Lightning Bolt.
Yep.
It's Lightning Bolt. There's mana.
Yeah, that's
yeah, and the
that is
Gaia
just
Worm as
enough.
well.
That's
Oh dear.
enough. Demon's like, I should have armored up. I should have armored up.
I should have armored up. That's his like Street Fighter death quote, like slow motion thing. Fight money.
Oh, I feel so bad
Down
for
goes
Demat
the
right now
Pirate
because we're
Warrior.
the ones just laughing at his pain. Like,
Oh, that's.
I can just imagine, like, he even sat there for like a solid 20 seconds, right?
It's
Just sort
so
of going,
hard to know, right? Because if you armor up, you may not die to your opponent's next top deck, but you're giving them another top deck afterwards, right? Because it's quite unlikely that you have lethal the next turn without having played the Ricari the turn before. Like, I mean, the odds are pretty good that they kill you if you don't armor, but the odds are also pretty good if you do. I think that was just a situation that, despite that cool Coerce play, maybe if that Coerce had just been a card you could have played on any of the previous 10 turns, you would have had better odds overall.
Yeah, I completely agree in that sense there. That's just interesting to say the least. Look, you know, we've had a few criticisms for the Shaman deck for Vex Knight, but there are definitely times that it has just come up trumps here. And it seems to be pretty effective against this altered version of the Warrior here for DMAT. So he must be counting like, oh, seriously, at the moment, just thinking that, how did I not get the Pirates that I needed here? I mean, I'm pretty sure he has Harvest Scans, which allows him to draw more Pirates. They just never made their way into the deck there in the hand. So just really rough sort of scenario they're coming across for DMAT. He is going to be playing this Warrior once again. But the difference is up against the big Warrior. So this is going to be really cool how it actually lines up, considering, even though, like, yeah, Captain Ricari is pretty good, but so is the Scrapyard Colossus. So is a Rattle Gold.
I haven't looked at the matchup chart, but I have a feeling this is Big Warrior. Okay, it's not. It's actually pretty close. It is slightly Big Warrior favored. But you have to believe it, right? Because, again, like, this Warrior deck, it feels like it's quite aggressive. It feels like they're playing a lot of minions. They're hitting you early. They have a weapon. This is all real old school Pirate Warrior kind of rush down stuff. But usually, unless your deck is very non-interactive on the board, you're not going to get killed by Smite on turn 6. You're going to get killed by the Juggernaut and maybe Smite on turn 7 or 8. And that means that a deck like this that potentially can, on turn 5, now going second, Vex Knight is almost happy to be going second, right? Because the thing that really matters in this deck is coining out Cowardly Grunt on turn 5 and going, how much do you like Felcrack Colossus?
I think everyone knows for a fact that no one likes Felcrack Colossus when it comes to... Well, yeah, when you're playing Felcrack Colossus, but if you're going against it... I mean, if you're the big warrior and you're asking that question, I can imagine a lot of people going like, I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate you as much as I hate your Colossus right now.
They don't even want to speak to you. They just concede.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a rough moment here, and I mean, just checking to see, you know, what's actually going to be the choice here in hand as well. I mean, he does have that Cowardly Grunt as well. He's got here the Tent Trasher, the Animated Broomstick. We'll be going for the Animated Broomstick as well, just to have that for a little bit later on. And he's going to be using what seems to be you can't really use that provoke right
trade
now.
It in.
Hold it. Yeah, you can trade it in, but just choosing just to hold it and end the turn for the time being.
Yeah, not the worst. You can use it because it's on turn 5, right? We said, oh, you can coin out the Grunt. The thing that's better than coining out the Grunt is coining out the Grunt and then immediately provoking them to attack it. So you get the Felcrack Colossus on turn 5. Like a turn even earlier than that, right? Like normally this deck's like, I guess the base case is like turn 7, turn 6 play the Grunt, turn 7 attack. Your opponent tends to not really love to attack the Grunt. But yeah, Vex Knight very happy to be able to employ Stonewall Anchorman for a little bit of clear and a card draw. Pulls out a Troublemaker from the deck. That's actually increasing the odds that you will hit the true high roll, the Felcrack Colossus, especially against a deck like this that's trying to pressure the life total when the Grunt turn comes. So things lining up very well. Vex Knight also has Barricade next turn, so you can see the defenses of this deck are ready for a deck like Quest Warrior. That being said, DMUT's draw, this is a lot more reasonable, right? Like, we harped on the non-pirate cards last time, but the truth is DMUT is not really playing many, if any, fewer pirates than anyone else. There are a lot of these tech cards that are kind of expensive, though, that don't draw you cards, that can't find pirates necessarily, and we tended to just hit all of them in a very unlucky run at the worst stage of the tournament to have that happen.
Well, we can see here the Barricade is now putting into place here for Vex Knight as well. We'll use a Provoke as well, so I guess, you know, that combination of what before is really going to be the necessary hit here as well, will actually use that coin as well and is saying, you know what, eventually I'll get this Cowardly Grunt out anyway. I'm not too concerned here. I just want to make sure that things are relatively under control here, so that way there isn't any risk of perhaps a Mr. Smite play coming down, which we know D-Mite does have in hand. Vex Knight doesn't know that, but just being a little bit careful across the board here. But I think, like you said here, things are a lot more reasonable for D-Mite. He's got 3 pirates to choose from, actually 4 really if you count Mr. Smite at this moment in time, and that's really going to be nice to continue pushing up this quest line as well.
I mean, that was quite an awkward kind of turn, and it's basically, you wouldn't see that against other pirate decks, but that is a I'm respecting Reaper's side play, right? You cast Barricade, you made 2 X4 taunts to shield yourself, right? And you're up against a Fierce Cannoneer, one of the best aggressive cards in this deck. If your opponent plays Reaper's side, then has a way to trigger the spell burst, so they immediately just punch through both of your minions, shoot you twice in the face, hit you with all the pirates. That's a game-losing tempo swing. If Vex Knight is forced to play around it, I mean, that makes the Barricade look a lot worse in hindsight. That's what you're afraid of, but at least there is a nice way to make this clear work this turn. Throws out a couple of smaller cards and manages to make the Rancor work, so we've bought the time anyway, and despite a slightly slower Cowardly Grunt trigger, I mean, as long as you're alive and sitting happy on this much armor, I mean, it's most important to defuse the potential danger.
Or is going to be on 32 life as well, up against 33 of D-Mite as well. Has also got a Stonewall Anchorman, so can look to fish up an extra card as well. As well, we're talking about the Mr. Smite. Do you just start dropping that down to start hitting towards face? I imagine you still want to hold out for a combination of some kind, and D-Mite's actually going to opt in. Not going to be able to actually rock the frenzy of the Russia, but yeah, as you can see, he gets that. Oh, Vex Knight gets exactly what he needs to stay alive and safe.
Yeah, this is really brutal, right? You see the D-Mite, I mean, D-Mite's Pirate Warrior deck, if any, can bail out of the situation, right? You have that late game card draw from cutting class, but you can tell that D-Mite's tempo was kind of slow. There's only a few cards left in hand, and they're not being kind of run out quickly, even with the interest of summoning up Captain Rikara. In fact, with this draw, there's no 2-drop Pirate. I mean, if we had a 2-mana or 1-mana Pirate, you would have Rikara this turn, but it's going to be a turn 8 Rikara again. Brutal. Actually, perhaps, oh no, there's no way to frenzy because of how tough the Grunt is. It's so awkward for D-Mite. It just hasn't lined up at all for him. And now you have to wonder what's going to happen. Is it even worth attacking the Grunt? I mean, there's not really much point not. There's no way to generate taunt. If you Reaper's Sight, no matter what you do, there's going to be a huge taunt or maybe perhaps a Troublemaker. Either way, something that's going to eat
or a
Rattle Gore next turn. Or a Rattle Gore. Or that Rattle Gore might be the best case scenario and the reason to not immediately go in, right?
Yeah, it's just like too much here that D-Mite needs to take into account here. And like you said, it just seems to be an awkward turn. I feel like maybe what you want to try and do here is just perhaps get out the Defiance Cannoneer, but it looks like he's even going to hold it. He's just going to hold this out, go to the face, and keep that Grunt alive for just one extra turn, and actually force the Cowardly Grunt to do the damage itself. Of course, that Cowardly Grunt's going to go straight into the Anchorman, stop the frenzy effect from happening, and then obviously looks for perhaps the high roll, and here we go. Let's see what that dice is going to say and do.
I mean, there's not really, the low roll is a second Cowardly Grunt, and even then you have the animated Broomstick, so there's no way that this doesn't pan out. The worst case at the end, like, Rattle Gore on the board and a Pirate gets to move.
So Troublemaker.
Troublemaker is going to ensure that, oh, actually, Cargo Guard might live if some of them go face. That's something. It depends. Is this worth rushing with the Broomstick? It seems like Vex Knight feels that it is. And at this point, you know that your opponent's low enough on resources and has Captain Rikara to turn the corner. You're prepared to start getting a little bit aggressive, a little bit, pushy with the gameplay here. But D-Mite, we've held on to Mr. Smite for this long. Our opponent's barely taken any damage. It's been a bit of a failure in the early aggro stakes yet again for this deck. Just a higher overall mana cost, lower overall minion count, maybe coming back to bite, and it's going to have to take some kind of Juggernaut high roll, either Mr. Smite out of the Juggernaut into Mr. Smite, or some sizable pirate like a Stonewall Anchorman into Smite, into Captain, that kind of thing, to turn a miraculous lethal here.
The thing that's really annoying as well is no longer any spells as well to actually get the burst out of that Reaper's Sight to actually clear away this board as well, so everything's like a bit rough now for D-Mite here. He needs to get like another drawer as well if he really wants to jump in. He's still got like 32 life, but Vex Knight's just not slowing down. He's like, let me just drop down a Troublemaker here as well. That's going to basically fill out the rest of the board here. He's going to have extra on the top of it. That's very wide on the sense of these things here. So, if he doesn't have a way to actually deal with the first set, he really is hoping for a spell in the next one. Because I mean, now the fact of the matter is, you got Captain Makari out. You should have a few more spells left in deck from this turn that's happened before. So hopefully he can actually turn the corner, like you said. But the thing is that it's taken too long to really come online. He's already got that Scrapyard Colossus in hand to drop at some point in time. There's even a Brawl as well, which I don't think Vexenite wants to drop at this point, but has that as a sort of backup in case things get too dicey out of the blue, and Dima does have a miraculous play.
Okay, this will be really funny if all of these troublemakers somehow miss Rakara, but it seems very unlikely. Yeah, there we go. So, Vexenite doing best to make sure that the troublemakers obtain their value and that Rakara is mopped up. And I mean, look, in some ways, this is not the worst case scenario for Dmat, although that Ringmaster's Baton must sting. You know, because your opponent doesn't have the big taunt, right? And it's still a couple turns. Now that you've seen a grunt off, you're not facing an immediate Scrapyard Colossus, which would just about be the game. But it's still incredibly difficult. 26 life you have to chew through here. And now your opponent has all of these troublemakers on board. You are not the one playing the Brawl. This is not even a pirate deck that's playing the Barov Rancor combo, or even just Barov, right? That's what the Reaper's Scythe and the Cutting Class and such are all replacing. And unfortunately, if they're meant to draw you into more pirates faster, they've done the opposite. If Coerce is meant to give you tech against some of these bigger decks, it isn't showing up, and in this case isn't even especially useful because of how the Big Warrior deck is constructed. We're now grasping at our last straws here for Dmat, and the winningest overall deck for most of the league, right? The Pirate Warrior. This is becoming the Achilles heel.
Yeah, what's really interesting as well is we had the Reaper's Scythe beforehand, but of course the Juggernaut just removes it, puts in a Ringmaster's Baton, the one, you know, you really probably just don't want to have off the back here. At least, of course, getting that Stonemaw Anchorman, that free extra pirate being thrown in is nice enough to actually allow you to get an extra card in your hand here as well, which is setting up a pretty decent hand from here. You can drop the Mr. Smite directly afterwards and have a really nice turn here, but of course Vexenite does have that Bulwark of Azzinoth. One more turn, of course, to survive on through to get that Scrapyard Colossus out. And that's basically that point where you can say, yep, I'm happy to put things out and basically call it a night. Outraider's Axe as well, also in hand here as well, has the provoke to really force things out of in the next couple of turns as well.
Okay, I was interested. Could have used that provoke there to clear the board away, like just run the Ruffian into the 4-3 and then provoke the other two minions with the Troublemaker. You get to hit face, and your Troublemakers also hit face, which is getting pretty close to lethal. But, you know, trades it in to see what can be seen. And Brawl coming back, I mean, it's kind of a low roll again. At this point, the minion clear spells are not what's important for Vexenite, but the board will be mopped up regardless. Slightly more life for Dmat as a result. We'll see what the weapon roll is. Fiery War Axe. I mean, it's a classic, but that's not ideal. Neither is that Cutting Class snatched upon a potential bit of gasoline here. The Athletics Studies, what can that find? We're digging.
Digging. Bumper Card, Tent Trasher, and Overlord Runthak seems to be the next sort of plays here. I'm feeling like maybe you just grab yourself the Overlord here. I'm not too sure if it's going to be, because I'm looking at what like the value that you're generating for the rest of it, and I really think Overlord Runthak just seems to be the most amount of value that you can get out. You can drop that in, obviously armor up, give yourself a little bit of extra oomph going forward, and as we can see, there is going to be that. Can also throw out that Stormwind Freebooter as well, just to get an extra attack out. And as we can see here, just is beginning to just hold that line there. He's actually going to trade out the Troublemaker here, but of course it's going to give a little bit of extra power to the Mr. Spite and that Stormwind Freebooter as that's all being said and done.
I mean, you have no choice really but to do that. Unfortunately, as we armor up, we have now reached 10 turns. That small window of grace where your opponent does not get to get you with the Fellcrack Colossus is over. Your opponent is now able to get you with the Fellcrack Colossus, but they draw Commencement right on time. So, you know, what's better than a Fellcrack Colossus is Scrapyard Colossus. So, have you considered trying to kill this guy 3 times? And the relative joy of that.
So we've got a spiked wheel. I don't think that's what they wanted to have there. That's at least going to get rid of the Divine Shield. Reaper's Scythe, okay.
I mean, and hey, the cannon finally hit the Bulwark of Azzinoth, which has been avoiding the damage all this time. Vexenite just dominating this game, woe to go, seemingly. The Big Warrior.
Really is just coming up big, isn't it? It is literally just being so impressive. It is just funny here for Vexenite as well, who's saying, you know what, like, I like the Big Warrior, and part of the reason I'm not running the Secret Libram Paladins is I just don't have enough cards, I just don't have enough dust to make it work at this moment in time. But instead, you know,
this is so
bringing
sad.
something a little bit different is actually just making it work. As you can see, he's using
Like, we're
the
gonna
combo
just
kill.
we just about used up every single remaining resource to clear a Scrapyard Colossus. Hey, do you know what Vex Knight's about to do?
Yeah, I reckon he's about to drop another Colossus.
Oh.
There it is.
It's the second Scrapyard Colossus. Everyone in the class claps. He said the line. D-Mutt had such a run. So many great moments with the Priest deck. So many great moments with the other decks as well. There's the Gorehowl, way overdue. I mean, that can really help. That's, yeah, it's going to chew through some of the Colossus. You can't even trade it out, though, because the first hit's going to do 7, and it's going to lose a point of damage. Also, you would die, so you know there's that. We're scrapping. We're scrapping and trying and hoping. The Sword Eater eats the Gorehowl. Probably not ideal.
I mean, it's rough. Oh,
Next
he's
night,
got the
please
heavy
put
plate
this man
as well.
out of his misery.
Rattle goal, no.
Off the top. Exactly 9 mana. Big Warrior is so big.
Oh no, and then he gets a Whetstone
Yep.
Hatchet. I mean,
Yep.
we've got Sucker Hoods. I mean, we're getting some, we're getting some
Coerce?
in here. This could work.
I mean, it doesn't... You can't really do anything about the Rattlegore, though. That's kind of a problem.
Yeah.
Problem card here.
Even D-Mutt knows that the days are numbered at this point. He's gonna
Just
throw in
enjoying
that,
his
like-
time on the stage.
Yeah.
We've loved having you here too, D-Mutt. We really have. However... just... That coerce...
Wait, is that enough to stay alive?
Wait, he's on 9? Okay, hang on.
That's enough to stay alive, but Vex
I mean,
Knight
it's
still wasn't well
not, though,
played.
because there is just an axe in hand. But, like,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
an admirable attempt. An effort was made. There we go.
D-Mutt's were just like, well, if he doesn't have a weapon, there's a chance. There's a chance.
I can live another turn. I can
chance.
roll the Juggernaut dice again. But man, for all the matches with the Juggernaut seem absolutely unbeatable. The big warrior went so far over the top of it. It was like a joke. Brutal stuff to see there.
Yeah, and Vex Knight will be our contestant that makes it on through to the winners finals here. And what an impressive run here from, not just Vex Knight so far, but also D-Mutt. I mean, D-Mutt, of course, one of our favorite players in this tournament, purely because he is the sole priest player coming into this, having something that's provided a lot more variety in our matches going forward, giving us a really nice, interesting twist there. So believe us when you say, yes, he may be gone right now, D-Mutt, but you're definitely not forgotten, and I imagine we get to see you in further tournaments going forward. Apart from that there, Bud, how are you feeling about that one so far? I mean, things looking pretty good here, but Vex Knight now going up against Homemaster, a little bit of homebrew against someone who's got a very cookie-cutter deck ready to roll. Things are looking to heat up definitely to what's going to be an electrifying finals.
No, I'm pumped up for this. I like all these players. Obviously, we've all had the opportunity to talk to each of them, both when they, got through their state qualifiers and now again over these couple of days here in this awesome finals tournament. And so now that we're at the end, you have to root for everyone involved, really. I'm obviously sad to see D-Mutt go out, but I'm equally happy to see Vex Knight advance. And I am still happy for Homemaster as well, right? Like, we like to focus on the unique deck building and all of that stuff, but there's absolutely no shade on anyone if your list is stock, if you literally net decked it the day before the tournament. The fact is, you have to have a lot of Hearthstone skill, a lot of chops to make it to the grand finals, let alone on winner's side. And Homemaster absolutely deserves the sizable advantage he will enter this matchup with.
All of that being said, we will get to see everything play out in just a few minutes as we do move to a quick break. So please do not go anywhere. We have the Hearthstone finals coming right up. Hello, and thank you so much for your patience. We are back with the Hearthstone Open here, presented by AEL Blizzard, and of course, supported by Maccas. And we are so keen. The moment is finally here. We have got the finals here to present to you. Our two players that have gone through the absolute gauntlet of this tournament, which has been played over the past 4 weeks over multiple states, has now bring you the cream de la crop. It is going to be Vexenite up against Homemaster, and I am so ready to get this one underway. Bard, what's your feeling, mate?
I'm feeling obviously hype about it. I'm kind of wondering how Homemaster's feeling, right? Like we last checked in with Homemaster a while ago now.
Yeah,
These have been long, grueling sets, as befits, people playing for their tournament lives in the champion stage of this league. They're all really into it. We've heard from all the players. They obviously care a ton about, especially Vexenite, battling for his free-to-play player packs. Don't get between him and those. He could get the legendaries to play Libram Paladin next time. This matters. So
yeah,
no
absolutely.
No fault on the players for taking their time, but yeah, for Homemaster, it's lonely up there in the Ivory Tower in the winners bracket. You kind of just qualified to grand finals, like, I guess I'll get lunch, read the paper, chill out. What's the opposite of a warm up, Mendrix? I'm a little worried for him.
I mean, it's a cool down really at this moment in time. But look, we've actually been monitoring it. You even mentioned to me, halfway through some of the breaks, hey, guess what Homemaster's doing right now? I'm like, what? He's playing Quest Rogue at the moment in the ladders. That's what Homemaster's doing. This, by no sense of the imagination has this guy been sitting in the Ivory Tower just chilling. He has been ready. He's honed himself to make sure that when he does come towards whatever match, whether it would have been Dima, whether it would have been Vexenite, I reckon he would have been prepared. And hopefully he has been watching as well, just sort of crafting what's going to be the best play going forward. What is he actually going to ban out here? Is he, maybe he's going to ban that Shaman. It has seemed to be a common denominator which has been allowing Vexenite to continue winning. He has to win with the Shaman at some point. Maybe he's fearful of this big warrior, which just seems so consistent. A lot of questions need to be answered here by Homemaster now, because we have the opportunity to watch Vexenite 2 games through now, and I feel like it is still going to be something that's going to be quite the task for him to get through. And the same on the flip side as well. Vexenite has to deal with Homemaster. There's a reason why this guy is in the winners bracket. Both of them have their work cut out for them if they're going to take the win.
I'm almost more interested in what Vexenite bans. I mean, even if the Paladin does kind of jump out as a deck that seemingly everyone wants to ban, and those who don't ban it regret not banning it.
Yeah,
as we saw with Team Mutt. Both because it is like, as some of the players have mentioned in interviews, a miserable slog to play against and sometimes to play as, but also very winning, very good deck, beats a lot of stuff. But I think it's always more interesting to see what Vexenite bans, because like Vexenite's decks are quite varied, right? Like there are a couple of decks that chat. It's like, if you are afraid of the big warrior, you should ban the big warrior. If you not afraid of the big warrior, you should probably ban either the druid deck just for sheer consistency, or maybe that shaman deck if you're a bit worried about how fast it goes, right? Each of the decks has kind of like an outlier property within the lineup, and you can kind of pick which outlier is most likely to get you and just take it out of the way. Whereas on Homemaster's side, it's the opposite philosophy. You got 4 decks that are pretty similar in their sort of broad composition and properties, and it's like, okay, well, if you ban the Paladin list because you're scared of the control, you still have to beat the lifesteal combo kind of board controlling, healing Demon Hunter deck. The hand Warlock deck does the same thing. Even the Quest Rogue deck obviously doesn't quite have the healing element, but again, these are all decks that just sort of like powerfully handle most board-based lists, most minion-based lists, and have very, very strong, reliable late-game kills. So I don't know what banning one of them really does for you, other than pick which ones you want to lose to.
Couldn't put it any better myself, Bard. But that being said, the warm-up matches are completed. The bans have been put in. Vexenite has lost the Demon Hunter. Homemaster has lost the Quest Hand Warlock. So this does mean that it's going to be for Vexenite. He has to win with the Shaman once again. Has got the Big Warrior. Has got the Taunt Druid as well. Homemaster on the flip side will have access to the Libram Paladin. Has also got, of course, that Quest Rogue that we've seen. He says he's practiced quite a fair bit, has really put a lot of time in grinding it out. And, of course, also has that good old, I believe, OTK Demon Hunter within that arsenal as well. So, going to be very exciting as well, as we are going to be jumping into that match shortly.
Yeah,
in fact, already there.
It's hard to say that the Warlock ban is a surprise, because I feel like everyone who hasn't banned the Paladin, has banned the Warlock. Those lists seem to be kind of opposed to each other, and the Quest Warlock list is certainly very scary. But at the same time, yeah, it seems like a big problem for Vex Knight, right? That big warrior list, whenever it's not banned, has been the trump card, really. It seems like in a lot of situations, really had some strong wins. Don't know how well it's going to go against these decks. There's lots of ways for them to handle the minions. The Paladin deck just goes, I think, even over the top of the Scrapyard Colossus spam with all those gosh darn Guardians. And yeah, the question is, can Vex Knight change the pace? Will you even be able to get this Shaman deck past the quest row? Because I think if you don't, things may become more difficult quickly.
Well, a good start's definitely going to be that Kindling Elemental right off the back here as well. Basically, going to have that 1/2. Is going to discount the next set of the elementals coming across. Homemaster is just quite happy to, of course, just pass that next turn. Of course, this Quest Rogue does typically start a little bit later into the match and needs a bit of time to ramp up. We'll be following through with the good old Auction House Gavel just to really just make things a little bit more discounted going forward, and of course, put out 3 damage towards that face.
I mean, this is the most ideal sequence that we've seen since that turn 3 win out of Vex Knight, right? Really speedy stuff. That discount landed perfectly on the Granite Forgeborn, which is going to be the earliest possible Granite Forgeborn, really, leading to a massive deck-wide discount on all further elementals. And look at this, look at the sequence coming out. I mean, obviously, the SI7 deck has a lot of ways to reclaim the board. There's just good value minions like SI7 Operative, or once you start looping the Assassins. But this deck can't heal back the damage that's been done. So all of these early hits, they do add up. You've got a lot of burst in the late game, as we've seen. And just like against the Garrote Rogue, this could be instrumental to Vex Knight getting over the line later on.
Right now, Homemaster's realizing the pressure is beginning to amp up here, needs to actually make something happen. He's going to trade away the Cutlass. We'll get a Prize Plunder, which is definitely something that can clear away some of these bigger minions. We'll be coining out as well. Something there. Never mind. Throws that right back into the hand there and is really thinking through the sequence here. Has 2 crystal mana points to play with at the moment in time. Of course, playing that coin does mean that your Prize Plunder will get a little bit of an extra boost when it does go in for that hit. Looks like it's going to be the Squindle coming out as well. Does get a backstab, does also get another Operative as well, which is damn nice. But that Prize Plunder might have enough oomph in it now to at least get rid of the Wailing Vapor or that Granite Forgeborn.
Yeah, when you're playing like a fair aggro deck the way Vex Knight is, I think what's really important is just obviously you can't mind read your opponent in most situations. Kind of consider what their plays might be, their comfortable plays, and just push them off balance at every step. Force them to use cards in ways that they were not planning to, in ways they don't normally like to, in ways that are maybe slightly less valuable or less efficient or confound their future draws. The natural play for Homemaster there is just SI7 Operative, hit something, go stealth, next turn, hit something else, get double value. But by buffing up all the minions on board and by presenting a pretty scary 4/4, you force some real considerations there. I almost thought we were going to see the Prize Plunderer line there, just mop up the 4/4. We found a different clear and hold onto that Plunderer for later on. But you can see valuable resources were burned. Homemaster was able to sequence that turn in such a way that you got to draw more cards in addition to the clear, which I think is crucial, right? You have to, drawing cards is advancing the game plan. It's finding more SI7 cards for the quest, getting deeper in, finding more fuel for the next clear. But I still feel like Vex Knight's very happy with how things are proceeding so far. And as long as we can walk that tightrope of not quite running out of cards until we run the opponent out of life, this is the way.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what seems to be the case with Vex Knight. You can see actually using 2 points of that mana actually just to get out a healing totem rather than playing out another card here. So he's going to hold on. I mean, the other thing as well is most of them actually cost a little bit more anyway. So that makes sense in that sense. We'll play out another Operative. Of course, it's going to be that Rush with a good old Stealth coming into play as well. You're going to be using that Prize Plunderer to finish things off as well at the same time. And yeah, I mean, look, it was able to get the kill on the side of things there, but of course Vex Knight can still go towards the face.
Yeah, slight stay of execution though here, as the remaining cards in Vex Knight's hand, including that last drop of the Canal Slugger, they're more defensive, more board control focused cards. You'd really love to have seen a Fire Elemental, and at least we do draw some significant burn off that Primal Dungeoneer. But we're still a little bit shorter than we could have been on damage, forced to have a slightly lower tempo turn. Nice Taunt Totem though, all the small things matter right now as Vex Knight continues to whittle away Homemaster's health. Not that much left, and even another Primal Dungeoneer off the top could already be sort of counting out lethal over the next couple of turns, and Vex Knight definitely has the time to spare. We are nowhere near finishing this quest line.
Yeah, so we do have a operative just chilling out in stealth for the time being. Has the option to obviously throw down another one to continue those quest lines, which needs to be done here. But like you said, Homemaster needs some answers, and Secret Passage might give him the option to make that work. He's going to be throwing the down Foxy Fraud, Shadow Step, do you see, and a Skulker as well, and another Shadow Step. Doesn't really have something that can, I reckon, make it work. But of course, at least he can clear something away for the time being. He can, of course, like you said, just use a Shadow Step to bring that back, and obviously play that to this time being as well.
I mean, it works terrifically, in fact, just because we had that operative lying around, right?
Yeah.
The key thing is that this is like 3 or 4 more SI7 guns. Like we went from the quest is miles away to we're almost finished the quest. So you know that's what really matters here, because that's the thing that's going to let you turn the corner from this, especially if Exonite stumbles at any point now. You will have the fuel to threaten them, and you got to set your opponent back on their heels a little bit. That SI7 Assassin now, far more playable at 2 cost. It was like 6 cost more this turn or something. So big hidden passage. So many times over the course of this league even, we've seen that sort of mid-game desperation passage just be the sign the rogue deck's on its last legs. But that time it paid off.
Yeah, well, you can see Homemaster now with new Reinvigoration, still on 17 HP. Vexenite looking for more opportunities to deal that damage, is looking at that Fire Elemental as a possible put down now as well. Can, of course, throw down a Kindling Fire Elemental as well, just to get a little bit more benefit going forward. So let's see what Vexenite decides to do first. Is hovering that Kindling Elemental down, hasn't placed it just yet, but that will complete it going across. Of course, making this Fire Elemental a little bit cheaper off the backbone of that one as well, getting that 4 damage and getting another totem added to the mix.
Yeah, just trying to... I mean, that kind of shows you something, right? Like, maybe that elemental would be important just to preserve, like, the next turn elemental trigger, depending on your draws here, because Vexenite is starting to get a little bit low on fuel, but responds to that by just all-inning, because that last turn turned up the heat so much. Maybe you don't have quite so many turns scabs already in hand, but small scabs, cutter butter, non-spy employed, gnome rogue comes down on the board, discounting heavily all the cards in hand. Could even lead with big scabs now and really pose a threat. Now, granted, that's probably not the option. You prefer to be able to follow that up with immediate stealth from the gadget. There's all sorts of options. Homemaster is exploding here. This is the quest rogue practice coming back to benefit him in his hour of need.
And he's going to drop down that Spymaster Scabs as well. So we're talking about the entire line putting into place here. Look at all those gizmos being added into the hand as well. And now Vexenite knows that the timer has relatively been hit at this point. There's not much left to another Primal Dungeoneer, though. I can hear you going, ooh, at this moment in time. That might be enough to actually find that little bit extra that Vexenite needs to find the last bit of kill here.
That was so important. I mean, I couldn't help myself, right? That was like, I was about to pronounce Vexenite dead and buried here. Goes to the Dungeoneer. This is so interesting. I guess it's worth seeing what you have to have. Alakir of all things. But the thing about this, I almost thought we maybe hold off on the Dungeoneer for a turn, because you've got these 2 cards here, the Lilypad Lurker and the Canal Slogger. They're obviously not killing your opponent, but it's very important to not die. 28 life is a lot. I suppose it's quite unlikely that you die this turn. Even so, it's tricky. I guess you can just try to play this out now, but none of that's Fire Elemental. The damage is a little short by the looks.
So you can look to just like throw out the Lilypad Lurker for the time being, and that can at least get rid of the Spymaster Scabs. But that does, yeah.
I guess that just, you just have to go for face, I think. I mean, Scabs is just too tough to clear. The Lilypad Lurker would be the option, right? Turn Scabs into a frog. And that's really potent, because you can't even, like, reset the Scabs, really, at that point. But there is so much other damage in hand, right? All of these spy gadgets, they really add up. Even with just the other minions on board, you sort of look at 28 life and go, 28 life's a lot, right? I'm probably fine. I have Alakir next turn. This rogue deck, probably that pause was just like, does this rogue deck have any taunt? But boy, might you regret not turning Scabs into a frog here. That is so brutal. I mean, that's the difference. Okay, to be fair, though, there is another 6 damage or something there at least, maybe even 8 damage. The weapon hit didn't come through there. So the Wind Fury probably would have gotten the job done even on just the Assassin there. Ultimately, the Rogue deck just explodes off that hidden passage then. That was ridiculous. That was a hidden passage to the magical Christmas land of whatever you want. The Shadow Steps suddenly just buying you a free quest completion and just moving your clock up 2 turns immediately on this poor Shaman deck.
has no
Yeah,
response.
I was looking at it first. I'm like, Shadow Steps, not going to do much. But then again, like you said, the quest knight's so much more important here for the quest rogue. Typically, those Shadow Steps, yeah, they're kind of nice with all the other rogue iterations floating around, but they're really not going to be giving you so much value. But for the quest rogue, it is an absolute boon to have it. And you can just see, like you said, basically buying a lot of time just removed from the factor that you can just basically complete that quest and bring in your win conditions off the back. So nice little pickup there, of course, straight away here for Home Master to clean up against Wax Knight there. The Shaman continuing to not really hit the mark in those earlier stages does mean that now Home Master has access to the Paladin and, of course, the Demon Hunter to finish things off. Vexenite, though, can still bring out the Druid or the Big Warrior here as well. And I think we might see the Druid next. I think that's the typical sort of curve that comes across from Vexenite when it is available. When he doesn't win on his Shaman, he basically shifts gears and says, you know what, let me bring up something a little bit more consistent, which is going to be the Druid. I expect Home Master would probably follow through here with the Demon Hunter. I think he likes to leave that Paladin for last.
Yeah, I mean, maybe your opponent concedes rather than has to play as Paladin. Nope, here we go. Okay,
they changed
Paladin
it up.
Against... Oh, this is such a match. This could be the decider here, at least in the first set, right? If Vexenite wants to even reset the bracket, and keep in mind, if Vexenite topples Home Master in this first best of 5, he has to win another one right after. They do get different bans, but man, what a grueling schedule. At the very least, this could be a turning point. If you can get the win with the Shaman here, if you can beat the Paladin deck, that would be very big, right? Obviously, Home Master can run the Paladin back again, but you know, of all the ways to beat the Paladin, maybe going under it with a really fast elemental start is the key. The problem I foresee is that this Paladin deck does have healing. We saw how it ended, how the Shaman ended up short of damage, even against the Rogue deck, right? When the pressure was on, just a couple of draws that lent themselves more to defense, more to mid-range and board control, cost you the lethal, as you had to, you know, run out Primal Dungeoneer, spend mana drawing cards. And that is even more fatal against a deck like this Paladin that could just seize control of the late game with a single card.
And what's really good here as well, for Home Master has most of the cards that you want to have there just at bat. Obviously, the King Variant's not something that you want to be rolling out just yet, but the Aldor Attendant is pretty much an excellent start off. Of course, reducing the cost of all those Librans for the rest of the game here, and of course E1-3 body at the same time. But Vexenite is not slowing down by any stretch of the imagination, immediately dropping down those elementals and putting them onto the board. And the Knight of Anointment will also come in, will draw a Libram of Hope, which is, again, a nice card, but not what you want to have at turn 2.
I mean, yeah. Ultimately, there's a lot. This deck, like with the Big Priest we saw earlier, there's a lot of cards in the deck that you just accept. You're going to draw some number of them, and they're not going to be useful for a very long time. But at least you know you've got that one there, and these can get pretty cheap, right? Like, depending on what we draw in the next few turns, you might see this Libram of Hope come down a lot earlier than you expect, or on Vexenite's side of the board than you would hope to see.
Yeah, well, the Whack-A-Null Hammer is coming down here as well. Will be used to clear away the Aldor Attendant. So, of course, the Libram of Wisdom coming back into the mix there. And that will allow this Wailing Vapor to get a little bit more stronger and also deal some damage. Down to 25 here for Home Master. 28 still available for Vexenite. He's going to cop a little bit to the face there from that Knight of the Anointment. But looking at everything here, still a lot of cards in hand for both Home Master and Vexenite, respectively.
I really like how Vexenite's playing this so far. I hope we see, like, yeah, continue to utilize the weapons as much as possible. Continue to sort of go tall on the board. Well, I'm not saying don't play any other minions, right? This is kind of like the Lifesteal Demon Hunter matchup or something like that. You know that when we see this Paladin deck really obliterate people, it's when they walk into Libram of Justice, right? And you just see it come off the top there. This is the threat. If you're playing any sort of aggressive deck, it's so insanely punishing. Libram plus City Tax, Libram plus Barov, you know, even just using Libram of Justice to suddenly turn these 1/1s and 2/2s into a board clear arrests so much momentum and buys the time you need for the Libram of Hope to just swing the game right back in your favor. It doesn't take long at all. So Vexenite just needs to make sure that you get as much minion damage in the early turns as you can without exposing yourself to something like that, right? If you're spending mana, hitting with a weapon, buffing your Wailing Vapor, at least that's not going to, you know, play out minions that ultimately won't live to the next turn. And then if you can get Paladin deck low enough, like it's already down to 17, maybe we see some big burst, a bit of a high roll from Structure Fire.
We do see that it's going to be that Liberator of Justice coming down as well. It's actually going to use the Paladin and actually clear some of this as well. One of the minions to take it out. And yeah, you can see the pressure is on. Like, that's really big here for Vexana. He knows that's one down off the bat there already, which means he can start going a little bit more taller again, or perhaps a little bit more wider, but still needs to take into account the second.
Okay. Hit to the minion. I mean, I mean, you have to trust Vexo, right? Made legend with this deck, definitely knows what's up. That is a brave call, right? Like, I would be so terrified of Paladin turning the corner. I'd be pointing everything that can go face at face. I feel like you just dodged the bullet, right? If you force them to use Liberator of Justice and not combo with, say, the city tax, not gain every bit of life that you deny is so important. But by clearing away the minions, I guess, is very respectful of this kind of play, right? Like potential buff go face play. I feel like if you lose to that, you were going to lose regardless as Vex Knight. You even have the Lily Pad Lurker and the Canal Sloggers, right? We saw kind of last game. Those will help you if you get into trouble against enemy minions. But the real concern is what happens when the first Restore 8 health card gets played and you have to just concede, basically.
Well, it's going to buff up this good old Alliance Bannerman just a little bit more. It's going to be at least a 5-4. Of course, getting that Divine Shield, making it a little bit bigger with a Liberator of Wisdom as well, and that's going to be nice to clear things away. Vex Knight will leave the rest of it up, because of course he can't actually clear these away with his own class hero, but at least at that same time, we'll be able to put out a little bit of damage. Now, Vex Knight, he's got the Lightning Bolt in hand, has another Primal Dungeon there. The Instructor Fireheart as well can come down to really generate a little bit of extra value if that wants to be in play here.
Okay.
And that is a nice use, again, of the Gavel just to make things a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, it was really deciding. Do you play the Lily? I mean, Vex Knight committed to this sort of like couple of turn line, tempted out the buffs. Now the Lily Pad Lurker gets to come in. You even have the 1-2 there to quickly mop up that taunt, push the damage to the face. That's so good, right? Like, the decision was made. I'm going to fire off the attack with the chance to discount the Lily Pad Lurker, because even though the Lightning Bolt was there to follow up on a play this turn, even better to immediately land another Auction House Gavel. Home Master forced into another board clear, gets some precious life back off that city tax, but not that much. It's not any sort of spell damage boost there, nothing like we're used to seeing out of the lifesteal Demon decks. Kind of a pitiful slap with the overdue justice there, more as a taunt than anything. And Vexanite now has a lot of ways to find lethal in the next turn or two. Granted, you only have the next turn or two.
Look, I mean, we've got here Lightning Bolt. 2 Lightning Bolts actually in hand here. That's at least 6 damage. That'll bring him down to 5.
That's
another Primal Dungeon here as well.
Hits.
Yeah, with a Dammer hit there. It's pretty damn close when you consider everything that's coming here. We'll, of course, make the Instructor Fireheart a lot cheaper in the process of this. This is starting to come down as well.
Oh,
Tidal
Serpent
Wave.
Shrine is so big.
Here we go. That is huge. That's enough.
Yeah, that's tremendous, right? Like, it was going to be quite reliable anyway, right? But you would have given Home Master another turn. Vexanite says, I'm not prepared to do that. I will not take that risk. And the Shaman deck, we've seen it go high, we've seen it go low. That must be somewhere near the top of its performance potential. Everything finally lining up. All the direct damage spells, all the hammers, all the cheap minions. That early Kindling Elemental got so much work done, Mendrix. It's absolutely devastating.
I mean, you can see it, right? We've been critical of it, but then we can go, wait. No, this has merit. And again, Vex Knight has to be winning with it. He has to be winning with it the entire way through. So even though we've been given it a bit of slack here, I honestly believe now we get to see why it is that good. It is that mid-range. It has the capability to do what it needs to do. It's just you need to have that right line. And this is absolutely a cookie cutter that Vex Knight's put together that really, not a cookie cutter, absolutely a homebrew deck that he's put together. And I think it is really turning some heads here. So I love what Vex Knight's done here with this scenario though, but that's great. It beats what we've considered to be one of the strongest decks. I mean, certainly by the metadata, it's been sitting there, and Home Master has been performing well with this Paladin. So we are going to be moving now into that next match, and I think Vexite's looking pretty happy with this scenario because, again, is going to be bringing up now the Druid as well. It's now 1 apiece, and if he manages to bring out a full win, we go to a reset, we do this again.
I mean, look, you could, if I was in Vexanite's position, I'd be pretty daunted by the task ahead of me, especially before that last match. Must be a morale boost to get the win, right? But you have to win a lot more games. But you heard Vexanite in the interview before, right? Just a humble free-to-play player, not really a big tournament player. Obviously had a little bit of experience, but like not even really that concerned with the format double elim. Just kind of playing matches as they come, and that kind of happy with third, right? You're already in second, so you're better than that. And you're going to get a lot of free-to-play packs under your belt after this, regardless of the outcome. That kind of
freeing, self-satisfaction, the freedom from pressure from yourself to win this grand final. You must make first place. You've come this far. That can count for a lot across any esport. And Vexenite, with this draw, this is quite a powerful opening hand here. Do we go straight in for Coin, Battle Guard, Bone Shield Brawler, maximum tempo? I'd be tempted.
Yeah, I would actually be very tempted as well. Looks like that seems to be the line coming across here from Vexenite. Immediately the coin comes out. We do have the Razor Main Battle Guard coming to play here as well, and looks like the Bone Shield Brawler as well. And right off the bat here, things looking pretty dicey for Home Master.
I mean, if any deck can pull this back, in theory, it's the Lysol Demon Hunter deck. But look at the hand. How many removal spells are in the hand right now?
Definitely a few. It looks like it's going to be Fury right off the bat here as well. Can also obviously use that hero power, but again, you are going to be shaving off a little bit of your life total to make this one work. That will get rid of that Bone Shield as well. No chance to actually get the benefit from the damage coming into the play, but it does mean that this Razor Main will be able to make something happen. We've got a Jerry Rig Carpenter coming down here. And it's going to be, pretty nice in that sense of things. You can see the 2 composting as well. Gets the fertilizer, gets a new growth. All of a sudden, a lot more cards here available for Vexenite.
Yeah, okay, look, Home Master on the one hand would be probably spitting Fury to see you've drawn every, spell damage enhancing minion in your entire deck and no spells. On the other hand, your opponent missed the chance to play a discounted taunt minion off Razor Main Battle Guard, which means their hand has nothing. So you're considering how that first opening play went, pretty happy to sort of be spared any immediate follow-up. Now we're going to see Vexenite draw into something a little bit better than that low tempo, Carpenter, but will it be enough? You get the combos off, that's so critical, right? Because having draw, actually, did we know? Sorry, we went for the Adorable and the other split spell. So
yes.
Composting, these 2 compostings in hand, I'm worried they're not going to be able to actually end up drawing many cards, and this is going to end up quite a slow start for Vexenite after all.
Well, what's interesting here as well is you've already brought down Home Master down to 23. Of course, those Adrachi Warblades giving a little bit of life still off the back here. We did go to Growbrow as well. Like you said, those composting aren't really getting the most amount here. I kind of expected that
double
maybe
composting.
Yeah, maybe. No.
Wow,
yeah.
Incredible! Let's go. do you even play?
That's one way to get some value.
Oh, damn! I'm leaving those on board for the rest of the game.
I mean, that's essentially 4 cards though in that sense, so that's nice there. You do get out a little bit of extra damage, bringing, of course, this down to 18. And now you have the question, do we actually clear this away? Because of course, when you do clear it away, that's going to bring them back. I mean, you're kind of forced to at this point.
By the way, can we just stop and appreciate Home Master's hand? What is going on with this draw? This is obscene. The demons, whatever demons Home Master has been hunting, have come back to haunt his draw step because you've drawn 0 spells. Literally, both Moag Artificers, Blood Mage Thalnos, both Arcanists, even your one-off Zai the Incrediblest Flex Legend are showing up. Where's my Fell spells? I'm Fell Demon Hunter. What's happening? And look, I would love to hear what Vexenite is trying to think is in Home Master's hands right now. Just passes the turn. What is that? What does that say? I'd be so confused.
Vexenite would be like, wait a second. Don't these normally get comboed with spells? Why would you
have spells,
them
right?
out?
Checking the deck list. He has spells, right? There's spells here. He's gonna have spells.
Well, here comes the Arbor up though as the return here. He's just thinking about that to make the play. That's going to, of course, bring out a lot of damage out of the blue. He's actually going to use that to obviously trade out 1. I can understand why he wants to get the benefit of course, the composting at the same time. Also get the lead. The Fell Gorger is going to come across here. We get a Fell Barrage. We get a spell.
He can't miss on that draw. If you played that and draw Moak during the third Moak,
Demon comes out.
I would call.
What the hell?
My Fell Gorger is malfunctioning. Hello. Yeah, I mean, Vexenite, that was so interesting, right? I wonder, you say you're getting the composting value, but you clearly... The mobile thing is dangerous, right? But there's already a talented Arcanist. I guess there's lots of spell clear in play. If your opponent didn't follow the spell, I feel like the reason you clear the Artificer is just get, is my opponent trying to combo me on, turn 6? Is there some sort of way... Is my opponent trying to, do a 2-turn combo where they bait me to not attacking their minions and then kill me? You have to consider what is happening, because surely they just haven't drawn a single spell for the whole game. That would be too weird.
Well, sure enough, Vexenite's I guess that must have been the case after seeing that one play on through, because it would have just been so interesting there. We are going to see the Sigil of Alacrity get played. It's something that I think we discussed before there being an issue, but all good in that sense there. I mean, there is a back card here, the Encumbered Pack Mule. In case you guys are wondering what is actually that particular card there, just to let you know.
Really need to reconnect due to that card causing a spectator bug almost every time it's drawn.
Yeah, it is something that I think that's popped up because it draws out, and I think sometimes it just stops it. But I mean, the match is still running, so
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
I'll take
All
small
right.
mercies when they're available.
Let's go, Hearthstone client. Holding on. Speaking
So
of
we
holding
can
on,
see- Yeah, it's hot. I mean, it's still working. It's still good. The Copycat's in play at the moment, 3-4. Of course, Hope Master's down to 19 HP against Vex Knight's 28.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of gas there available for Vex Knight as well in terms of what can be played.
this seems to be Vex Knight's MO, right, with this deck. A lot of players are just committed to, like, I want to keep a board rolling with this deck. Like, that's the point of the combo thing, I guess, for a lot of people. It's like, you just keep replaying means you try and make a sticky board of sorts, kind of way you would with the Death Rattle Demon Hunter. But Vex Knight seems to treat this almost like a combo deck, right? Put a bit of pressure early game and then tries to find something like this. We can run a bunch of guys all at once. And, okay, here we go. Skulligle's out our cast mode.
I mean, here we go. Here come all the spells.
Here we go. They had to be in there somewhere.
Coming on through, discounted as well. Pretty unfortunate for Vex Knight, of course, playing the double peasant. Realized, you know what, if you're not going to play any spells, I'll just play the peasants. But unfortunately, does mean he's not going to be able to get the benefit from it. The other thing we have to take into account, the Oracles of Elune haven't been picked up by Vex Knight yet as well, which means that combination is still available with another Great Bow at some point. We do have the options for the purchase the Ashfallen, a Gunnar, Glavesmith, and Spectral Sight. Typically, we have seen Homemaster actually opt in for the Kurtress or the Ashfallen, while most other players opt in for it, because again, you do get a pretty decent effect on it when it is going to be the Outcast, the fact that it is going to be immune that turn. But it is going to be the Spectral Sight, wants to get more card draw out of it rather than clearing away anything that's actually on this board.
Well, the thing about this right now is that you don't really get to aim Kurtress, and it would be a pretty bad hit to, like, not kill the Copycat and then kill a peasant that you can murder with your zero-cost Spellscreen Blast. So I feel like the thing about this, like, the Illidari studies in particular, is that often you're not just, like, looking for a card to play in the future, you're looking for a card to play right now, because as soon as you draw another card next turn, it makes the Outcast lines more complicated. So you're really looking to fire off something straight away. Could have gone for the Glenark Weaponsmith or whatever, and picked up that Lifesteal Blaze to kill Greybow. Kills Greybow, which is, like, that's not always what people go for. But I suppose you have to accept that you're not completely ridding yourself of that trait soon, if ever. And so merely removing its stats from the board adds up. But yeah, letting the Peasants draw. Are we going for Fatigue here?
I mean, it's a possibility. Typically, though, you know, normally the droid has the job done by Fatigue anyway. So definitely an interesting thought process here. Now, we've got the Encumbered Pack Mule possibly being played. This is where we need to watch out for when the glitch decides to hit in. So let's see what happens. It has been drawn here, guys. So just bear with us for a second to see if things keep on getting played or if things don't. At this moment in time, it seems that we are looking at a lot of different ideas in the play.
Yeah, I reconnected when the Pack Mule got drawn, so I'm seeing the plays. We're just attacking with everything. We hero powered. We gotta quickly reset the spectator. Thank you, Incumbent Pack Mule, for encumbering our broadcast every time it is drawn ever. Thank you. Yet another reason to love the aggro taunt drawn deck, right, Mendrix?
Absolutely, considering it seems to be played, you know, nearly 100% in all the decks we've had throughout this tournament so far. I mean, to be fair, we did get pretty lucky that most of them get banned out, so that's something. That's
a mercy from the players. They know it's got a 10-0 matchup against spectators, but Homemaster drawing Magtherodon, kind of an interesting spot. I feel like the other reason, right, we didn't really sort of mention, but Fellscreen Blast, as tempting as it is to line it up on those peasants, right? This might be what you were holding it for, right? It is the combo card with Il'gynoth. And you do have to win at some point. So maybe that's what we were saving it for. We did have to burn a lot of our spell damage minions in the early game. Now we might have to instead go Magtherodon, Talented Arcanist, clear the board with Fellscreen Blast, gain a bunch of life back. You can answer a Magtherodon. There will be a Greybow in play, but I mean, what's your alternative right now? This is so much pressure.
Yeah, the other thing as well is I'm not sure if you're going to clear that Annoyatron as well. I should, because it's going to...
Magtherodon blows up the whole board.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, hang on, wait, you can't. There's not enough room. That's the thing about Magtherodon.
Oh, no.
If there's not enough room to summon all three channelers, the card is... You gave them guys and fill this... Like, it's permanently dormant.
And you never actually be able to actually summon...
Insanely awkward.
Just the
Okay.
dead card. Okay, so as you can see here, he's realized that as well.
Double
It is going
Il'gynoth,
to be
though.
that, but that's going to be nice. Yeah, double Il'gynoth, double Jace the Darkweaver as well. So nice little play on the side there to really find something out of the awkwardness. But of course, that means it's going to delay the plan of Home Master a little bit.
Yeah, Home Master, that was such an awkward spot that you just so tempted to clear the board, but leaving the Peasants around backfires in an unexpected different way. That being said, double Il'gynoth is one thing. Double Jace Darkweaver. This is not like the other games where we saw that card where we drew the deck back to front and there was basically no spells being cast. I think we've seen a lot of our Fel spells here. Crucially, we've seen things like the Chaos Strikes, which are not only, really good for providing sudden lethals or bursts of lifesteal with the Warblades, they just draw you a bunch of cards. So with 2 discounted copies, I guess we'll only get 1 discounted copy, I think. But yeah, regardless, Home Master has a couple of very big turns coming. Vexenite needs to finish the job.
Oh, and looks like he's actually looking for the kill healer as well. As you can see, he's actually going to put out those sharks. Benefited from that Oracle of the Illusion to make sure that's going to be cleared, which means that talented acrobatic.
We're never using that Macdarian ever. The board
And yeah,
is
pretty much.
The Annoyatrons live up to their name. Coming down in force.
But the other thing as well is he doesn't have any spell screen blasts at the same time to actually
Well, the Jaces are Fel Screen Blasts.
True. But yeah.
I mean, it's so annoying that these Jaces are slightly too expensive to play alongside Il'gynoth. Otherwise, you might just pull the trigger and go. But yeah, maybe we'll see an attempt to play Jace and clear some of the board to get Magdaradan down. Like, that would actually probably free up the room you need. We're just getting maximum value out of these by playing out all our Fel spells first.
Well, here comes Jace Darkweaver just to clear the board, as you suggested, so everything's coming down here as well. The Fel Beams, of course, at the same time will bring back some life for Home Master as well. As you can see, actually scoping up quite a fair bit. It's got at least 10 extra attack as well in the process
Is this
of
going
doing
to kill
everything
every
as well.
taunt? No. Okay.
Close.
I mean, very close. Vexenite narrowly avoiding getting punched for 13. That Jace Darkweaver is scary.
That poor Annoyatron didn't really see it coming. He's really like, I know I'm annoying, but I'm not that annoying. Come on, man.
As I say, I feel like Annoyatrons in general know that they have it coming to them. Like, that's just they understand from the moment of their creation and they're going to get absolutely just violence. It's just that, being annoying comes at a price. And Vexenite...
Now, he's refilling the board here.
Well, Vexenite can't possibly know that there's a second Jace Darkweaver. There's generally a rule against that. However, would you suspect that that was the card that was able to be duplicated by the previous legendary? I don't know.
I don't know exactly. Vexenite is probably sitting there going like, okay, cool, this is enough for me to go wide again. I've forced that out. I mean, a Magdaradan could come down. Look, he's even got the Bellstream Blast as well at the same time.
There's no way to amp it, though.
But that's the thing, like you said, no way to amp it out, so he's going to actually just play it as per normal.
Yeah. It's going to be Magdaradan into Jace, maybe? Or Magdaradan into Jace, copying everything, including all the blasts. This is almost guaranteed to clear the board. If not, do about half Vexenite's life.
There it is.
Are you serious?
Spectacular.
It was so good. I want to see it rewind. Can you play the light show again? It's like, yeah, we got a second truck of fireworks right here. Here we go.
Can you imagine this being the case? Someone just like loads it up. It's like, that was great. We got another one. It is this. And then we go again.
Actually, we maybe killed those channelers way too quickly. All of the early spells hit them, so we do a bit of damage to our own Magdaradan there with the last couple of casts. Don't think it's gonna matter.
We got another.
Love to see Pack Mule. Don't do it. Just concede. Just do the right thing.
Vexenite. No, he's not going to concede. You know he's going to play this.
The players don't even know that this is a bug. It's fine. It's fine. You could just pronounce Vexenite dead, I think. We are reconnecting. We're not going to do that. But yeah, I mean, look, bugs or bugs not, this is a brutal spot for the Druids. Completely out of cards. I mean, you just walk in. There's no way to play around that. I guess even if you expect, well, we did see that legend get played before, maybe there's a second copy. What are you going to do? Not play guys? The aggro druid deck is just it's very single-minded in its game plan, and unfortunately, it's not built to live in the late game against this Lifesteal Demon Hunter deck.
I mean, that's the thing, right? And again, you're not expecting a second Jace Darkweaver. That's the clear point here.
No, you are not.
You're not, especially not only that you're like a Jace Darkweaver, a discounted Jace Darkweaver.
The Mag Ferret and Jace Darkweaver combo, a combo that is already impossible by several mana normally. To have the second discounted Jace Darkweaver get you is pretty bad.
It's definitely unlucky in that sense. I mean, look, I'm looking at what's happening here, and I guess he's still playing it out for the time being. And he's still, you know.
I mean, why would you concede in the middle of grand finals, right? I guess that there's some sense of like mental endurance. You got to preserve your spirit. But Vexenite's been in for the long haul since the start of the day. We were here early in the morning. We may be here late in the night if Vexenite can battle back.
Yeah, this is true.
It won't be in this game, I don't think.
Well, he has managed to get through a bunch of Razorman battle guards as well, and he's just going to kill himself at this point in time.
Well, can't quite manage it, but the concede button always works.
So it does mean that Home Master is now going to be 2-1. He's on match point, not just match point, championship point. Pretty good, pretty happy, I imagine. Home Master's probably got the adrenaline pumping at this moment in time, is probably feeling it. So close yet so far at this moment in time. And even if, you know, Vexenite manages to bring this back, he still has another option available. So maybe, you know, even that adrenaline's there, still has a little bit of a backup. Probably can sit back and chill in that factor as well. So looking pretty good. No waiting here actually is going to be the case. We're going to be jumping straight back into that action as well. It's going to be the Druid now here for Vexenite once again to play. And of course, we know what's left over. It is the Paladin. So things definitely looking a little bit more difficult here for Vexenite because we know that the Paladin still does pretty well into most of these aggro builds because, of course, you'll be playing out those minions, but at the same time, they have a fantastic late game. The City Tax, he's got multiple ways to clear, not just with the City Tax, but, of course, with the Libram of Justice. He's got that Blade Master Semiro as well as an option. So you can see Home Master really has built in a few technical cards to give a little bit extra against these decks that like to go very wide.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about the Paladin deck is it can just afford to run these all day. Thanks to Libram of Justice, you can mop up even the tallest boards with something like a Blade Master Samurai, but Home Master throws them back. Clearly, the City Tax is enough. Ride or die on that. That being said, though, right, we talk about the Paladin deck. It does feel like an appropriate final boss if that's what this becomes for Vexenite and for the whole of the AEL Hearthstone League. But out of all of the aggro decks, especially out of this and like Quest Warrior, the two that we keep seeing over and over throughout this league, the Druid deck actually does much better. And I think this is because the high rolls are much higher. The Warrior deck, we've talked about it, the aggro nature of it is a bit deceptive. It's not really that likely to kill you very early on. It's much more likely to beat you once Rakara and Juggernaut come down. It's just softening you up in the early game. That is not true of the best draws of the Druid deck. It will just play a bunch of guys, arbor up, and murder you on turn 5. So if you can do that, your opponent has less time to get you with Libram of Hope.
Oh, we can see that we do have another encumbered pack mule come on through there. I'm not sure if it was played because I think that might have actually come through down there at that moment in time because it turned around the flip that we can see. So
yeah, we've immediately lost control of the game again. This Druid deck just making it shambles the grand finals, but it's a great start to the match, right? Like, how often do you actually see that peasant trigger draw a card? Maybe that's why this deck has such a good matchup against Paladin, because this is going to be one of the only decks that is just a little uncomfortable dealing with the turn 1 Paladin.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing as well. He did have an option to actually drop the City Tax as well.
Yeah, but you know that tax is important. We got to hold on to that tax, and this is why, right? Home Master just rips Lord Barrow right off the top, so it goes both ways. That is going to make the City Tax so much more valuable. I just said, right? The real thing you're worried about here is the high roll potential out of the Druid deck, but now Home Master has bona fide answer, the ability to just clean up even right now this whole board if you want that composting. That's essential.
That's it. This is so necessary here for Home Master to actually play this out because that's going to be just a huge amount of card draw off the back here as well. And I'm expecting it is going to be, you know, here comes the coin, here comes Lord Barrow. It's all coming down right now.
I mean, you can't not. Even seeing that composting, you're like, oh, I was about to win the whole championship. But you still pull the trigger. Vexenite might probably going to overdraw here, to be honest. And even with all those cards, you still have to pay a bunch of mana and get back onto the board. Oh! No! The 2 misses! No way! Oh, that's absolutely brutal. Misses the 2 strongest cards.
Oh, that is really rough. You can see Vexenite right now. Like, I can just imagine him in his room right now just going, what is that? out of all the cards to actually lose out here, especially on championship point. That's definitely a rough moment. Still has, again, a lot of cards on hand here, but that is just big in that sense.
Did we not play again? We played stuff. I thought there was something weird happened there. I was like, we gonna hit pass? Surely not. Okay, but this is solid, right? At least you have the battle gun. That was a pretty respectable counter punch. Blade Master Samurai off the top. Quite important for Home Master, not ideal. Doesn't have a way to buff it right now. Doesn't have a way to reduce the health of enemy minions. So the board clear potential is not as high as it normally would be. And there's a slightly awkward spot, right? Look at the hand for Home Master. Lady Liadrin is like the last card you want to play in this deck in a lot of situations. That Devout Pupil is like the only good mid-game thing that Home Master had going, at least for now. Every draw step's a danger, but Vexenite has a window here to re-establish things even after that brutal board clear and unfortunate overdraw we just saw.
Well, looks like Up might be the play. He did actually grab that earlier on as well. He's hovering it for the time being, but didn't actually put that play in before. Sure. I am still a bit blown away by the turn of events that came through there. That is definitely a rough feeling. The Up would be good in the sense that, of course, you get to really buff up your Bone Shield Brawler in the process of doing this. As you can see, the Guardian Augmentation also coming down as well. Looks like he will be opting in to get that Arbor Up play as well. I'd like to see perhaps, what his plan is going forward on that one. Since there, he's going to, of course, get that cleared up for the time being. A Libram of Hope coming down as well, but of course won't have the opportunity to play it anytime soon.
I mean, this is huge for Vexenite, right? Like, I was interested to see what the Guardian Org Merchant was doing, right? There was some thought to playing the Arbor Up without the Org Merchant, but I guess you could. I don't even really know what the point of that would be. You really have to maximize the value of that Arbor Up. That is your last best shot. And luckily, Home Master is just kind of missing right now on the cards that you need to clear up this second wave of Droid minions. So Vexenite, with a second breath, a last gasp, championship hopes on the line here, must stay alive. Has to bolster the board here, probably run out a couple more big taunts. Even the Teacher's Pet kind of starting to look good here, unless you decide it's time to already pull the trigger on Park Panther. I mean, pushing Lethal is never a bad idea with Libram coming down next turn. Libram of Hope, that is the big one. But,
well, I'm just trying to think as well, how many Librams have actually been played? Like, are you going to get many? Like, I'm thinking right now, Home Master hasn't actually played enough Librams to really get the big benefit out of that Lady Liadrin.
Well, Libram of Hope is just 8 health and an 8/8 taunt Divine Shield. I feel like that's a pretty sizable stopgap. I'm not really concerned what I do after that as Home Master.
There's a lot of damage coming right now. I think that's lethal.
Yeah, is that all the way through? Wow, okay. I looked away for a second because I thought I wasn't I couldn't be sure what you were saying, but
That's all good. Doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore.
In amongst that bundle of cards in hand were the two other halves of that card. That tech card, right? We keep talking about these individual decisions. Vexenite must be the only Droid player running Sow the Soil, right? Boy, did it add up there, right? We Arbor Up, it's the best card in the deck, so why not the better half of Arbor Up? Writ Small still matters there in duplicates and just adds so much damage to the board. Surprise lethal.
This comes on through right at the very end. I mean, even after some of those misses that were played through before, does mean now the real test has come to play, and that is going to be big warrior up against the Libram Paladin. Now, I think you even said before, Libram Paladin has the ability to just sort of overcome this, but Vexenite still has the ability to make this work, and we are now moving into what could possibly be the last match here between Vexenite and Home Master. If Vexenite pulls this off, manages to get a win, we reset, we go back to the beginning, and we play it again. However, if Home Master is able to make this Paladin come out on top, that does mean that we do end this off here. Home Master will be considered the champion.
Yeah, I mean, Home Master obviously with a lot of chances, and even if this doesn't work out, right, having a second best of 5 under your hat is such an edge. We've seen these matches be so close, including this one, right? Like, you have every chance of just drawing a little better, your opponent drawing a little worse, and taking things out. But at the same time, the psychological blow of, for instance, that mulligan, although you are against Big Warrior, so I guess it's less punishing than most. Like, if you get reset on, you do have to consider how that hurts people's hopes. And look at that, immediate athletic studies into Kargath Blade. This Vexenite literally talked about in the interview how much he loves to pull this rush minion off the athletic studies in the early game. That feels like an absolute free roll and a big edge at the start of the game for this slow-moving warrior deck.
Yeah, very nice off the back there. And this curve looking a little bit awkward as well for Homemaster at the same time. Another athletic studies coming down as well. Not really the biggest ride here as well, but of course, Rusty Raider, Emerald Sky Talent, and the Crab Rider, nice in their own sense as well. So there is going to be pretty good on that sense. We can see though, he is going to go in for that Emerald Sky Talent. Does get the good old Living of Wisdom, but unable to use it, so needs to generate that minion first before it can be played.
Yeah, it does generate that minion with the hero power, but unfortunately you're going to meet your opponent's rush bodies, so no chance to get that out yet. And even commits the Emerald Sky Talent, the double discounted Kargath Blade Fist, all lines up very nicely. What is this aggro plan out of Big Warrior, says Homemaster. I kept a hand with a 5-drop, a 5-drop, and a 7-drop. Excuse me. I thought we said no rushing. No, this is an eco-only game.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought here. The variety that's being brought out here is actually probably perplexing Homemaster at the moment. Because like you said, this is supposed to be Big Warrior. This is supposed to be late game turns. What is going on here? As we can see, does get a Devout Pupil, is now going to use that coin, because at this moment in time, just needs to get something out on his board here. And it's going to be that outdoor Truth Seeker, which of course is going to provide a bit of extra oomph with that Libran as well. And finally, Homemaster is like, all right, cool. I've got a body finally at this moment in time, but this does not feel like I'm versing Big Warrior.
Oh, we're just gonna do it.
No.
I mean, you can't clear it otherwise. There's no gain leaving the 5-7 around. If this misses, it's so sad. Nope, gets it.
Yep, and only that will also shuffle in that Kargath Prime at the same time as well.
Beautiful.
So we'll clear this away, and that is going to be another 2 damage dealt to Homemaster's face while also getting a bit of benefit. But now Homemaster's like, look, I've got mana now, all right? The cards are starting to come in. Look, there's a Knight of the Anointment as well. I can start drawing in some spells. Now I feel like Homemaster has turned the corner, but it's just the early game corner, right? It's not really the corner that typically you would want to feel in this case.
I am not so sure. On the one hand, Vex Knight has double Cowardly Grunt in hand, which not only means you can see 2 very impactful swings ahead. In fact, even commencement next turn. So this is the curve from the Big Warrior deck. This is high rolling in a sense, but it's still so slow. There's not a way to accelerate any harder into those cards. Whereas the Paladin is just slamming these Eldor Truth Seekers. The Librams are so discounted. We're gonna have a corrupted Libram of Judgment. I genuinely think that Homemaster's deck has the firepower to beat the Scrapyard Colossus, beat the Rattle Gore, beat all of this dumb stuff that comes out of the Warrior deck. And we've now drawn 3 out of, I think, the 5, 6, I guess, counting the Kargath Prime, available targets for all our sort of cheap minion into play spells. So you risk even running out of options if your doorstep isn't favorable for you. But this is at least quite a 40%.
Yeah, here it does come on in now. We do have pretty nice there, Scrapyard Colossus as well, and the Rattle Gore. So both of these guys bringing all of their arsenal seamlessly at once around this turn 7. And Homemaster now definitely needs to think through the next step of this particular line here. But like you said, it's going to be, yeah, it looks like it's going to be that Libram that's going to be coming down here. He's thinking it through. Of course, that Rattle Gore, you need to choose through the Divine Shield first. Even if you get the Scrapyard Colossus off your back, it will come back as a Fellcrack Colossus. It looks like the Noble Mount also being buffed up as well, just getting this Knight of Anointment a little bit extra on the back here, and he wants to clear away these Divine Shields first.
Yeah, I mean, look, you do not want to take any extra... I guess, never mind. Disregard that. That's how little you care. Wait! Whoa, hang on! I wonder if Homemaster knew that was going to happen, because that's not what I thought would happen.
Really? You didn't think the Rattle Gore was coming back?
I've never seen that interaction. Liver of Justice reduces it to 1 health. In my mind, it says, okay, resummon this with -1/-1. It's got no health. It's dead. Nope. Okay. Never mind. I completely misread how that would work. So Homemaster...
Oh, no. This Rattle Gore, it's got some power behind it, my friend. You need to silence it.
Okay. All right. Well, look. I got that wrong. However, Homemaster was more prepared. Homemaster rocking that Devout Pupil, having the full board, right? And the thing about this is, mostly, if you're Vex Knight, this is what we see time and again with this Big Warrior deck. Your game plan is, put a big guy into play. The next turn, if they've killed that, play another big guy. Presume they've run out of ways to kill big guys and wait for them to concede. This Paladin deck, not big on conceding. I wonder what will happen as these turns continue to roll out. Vex Knight has drawn like every super powerful card way to jump these high cost minions into play that's possible to have, but you're not even really putting any extra damage on the Paladin after that initial hit, and you can lifesteal all of that back with the Libram weapon in hand. Not to mention, we're finally seeing the Librams of Hope. So, you know, when you're trading even, the Paladin deck can do this for so much longer than you can.
Well, we still have the rest of this match coming out now for the time being. Like you said, Homemaster is here to play up to 25 HP, so quite happy to trade out in that sense of that. Thing. He's now beginning to put the pressure back onto Vexenite here, who can't go to the face just yet. Did draw an Outrider's Axe, has a Koshi Kashe as well. The Troublemakers are both available, and Scrapyard Colossus. We're very close to what will be a turn 10 here, so makes you wonder what's going to be the next play. I imagine it's probably going to be, you know, just let's hit that Cowardly Grunt into the Ancient Guardian. That seems to be the only line here across the board to summon something a little bit bigger up into the play here. Looks like it's
the Prime Target Prime.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I mean, I think that was the only hit left. So all of the other options are in hand. So really awkward at this point to draw the second copy of Commencement, for instance. But grateful to have them on deck so you can follow up with a second strong minion. For now, we are keeping pace. Vexenite reaching the end of the strength of Big Warrior. It's a strange little thing, isn't it? It goes from 0 to 100 after about 6 turns of sitting at 0. But it's not like a marathon running deck like the Paladin deck is. It doesn't have the healing. It doesn't have the ways to recruit its cards. Just return all the levels to hand. And unfortunately, the board players are so strong. Homemasters found them all with the help of those Knights of Anointment. And I worry whether that was Vexenite's last legs.
I mean, looking at this here, I mean, yes, there's a lot of cards that are available here, but I mean, let's have a look. 25 HP, no cards in hand now. We got a Corrupted Liberator Judgment.
That's true.
Homemaster. We still have a Felcroc Colossus. We still have.
Oh wait, Rancor. Okay, that's solid.
Rancor
it would be better to have
pretty
Brawl,
decent,
right?
in that sense.
If you're playing to run a Homemaster out of cards here, you need to clear this board up. Troublemaker will help, and then you have to hope for like no Lady Liadrin for a while, no Libram of Hope, because any of those big bursts of power are going to really set you back. We are also on like sort of the last of Vexenite's relevant resources here. But I guess you can keep drawing cards. The Outrider's Axe. It's just a question of like, what are you looking to draw? The rest of the deck is all kind of, you know, minefields and stuff at this point. They're not really cards that are going to help you finish Homemaster off before the remaining heavy hitters of the Paladin deck come out to play.
And Meta Broomstick is going to be the draw
That's not
card
the
there.
heavy
Probably
hitter.
not what you wanted to have there as well. So, unfortunately, we'll trade, you know, obviously one of the Knights of Anointment into this Felcroc Colossus. Needs to get that through. This, of course, will allow him to generate some extra cards to hand. As you can see, the Liberator of Wisdoms are beginning to make their way back in. But, of course, this Felcroc Colossus has still got a little bit of legs left into it. And it is just, again, this trade out as well. He's going to be actually hitting himself into this one to make sure it's finished off. So that means there's going to be none of it left here, of course, as well. And I mean, yeah, we were talking about this idea of there being a lot of, you know, is there any legs left for Vexenite here? But Homemaster's also running out of stuff as well. I mean, he can go for face here. This Rattlegore still has at least another 5 resummons left within it as well. So it is going to be a 6-6, then a 5-5, then a 4-4, then a 3-3. So there's still quite a fair bit left, and there's no taunts available right now. So some attacks can go straight to face here for Vexenite.
Yeah, look, I admit, Homemaster's deck doesn't have that many misses in it, right? City Tax can be traded back in. Hand of Adal draws a card. Knight of Anointment draws a card. All of, even the cards that aren't Lady Liadrin, Libram of Hope, Varian King, you know, all of this stuff, even those ones tend to redraw you a card. But we're hitting the bottom of the barrel here for Homemaster. I mean, 1 or 2 more misses on the draw step. I guess anything's possible. I gotta count how many more misses are even in the deck, but yes, Vexenite is borrowing some life right now.
Well, we can see here now, we'll shove that Gurgle Prime back into the deck there as well. Liberator Wisdom returned to hand. The Corsair Kashe coming down as well will draw a weapon. Gets the Bulwark of Azinov, but I don't think that's anything.
Oh my
really
god!
needed. Oh!
It's the last nothing card in the deck. That's so
here.
brutal. Homemaster must be wondering what god he has angered.
Well, right now he's going to reinforce here. Of course, does have the Liberator Judgment. So, of course, hit into the Rattlegore to get something back. I guess he can kill it first.
Yeah,
You can see he's just throwing everything in right now to make it a little bit
yeah,
weaker,
you've
then
suddenly
use
had to
it get
transition
some
back
nice
to
kills.
survival mode.
Like, that has to be it there. Okay, so it's going to bring back the Rattlegore. It's now a 4-4.
And the other Troublemaker is even in Vexenite's hand, right? In another world, in a lot of other worlds, Vexenite's hand is at the very least just full of kind of non-threatening minion removal. But it's not. If you know, the board is going to be full of like 12 power of guys again next turn. That is almost literally the last minion in Vexenite's deck, but it may be enough.
Well, as you can see, he's just continuing to buff up these minions.
Just smashing this Rattlegore down. Stay
Just
down.
using it to just ram into this Rattlegore. Rattlegore's back again. He's 1-1. That's it. He's finally down.
A snack
the count
size
here.
Rattlegore.
Minefield is now into place here as well.
Yeah.
I think, well, obviously the next play, he's going to clear away
Okay.
his outdoor attendant.
I mean, you draw a card, but like, yeah, I don't know what card you're hoping to draw there.
Blade Storm, so
I feel like you hit in the face, but I guess either way, right? This guarantees all the troublemaker summons hit face as well. So
yes, exactly.
yeah,
he's also going to have a little bit extra armor up as well.
almost always the same amount of damage, and this way you at least guarantee you keep all the bodies on the board.
All right, let's see what we get.
Oh
Hey!
no! Is it good enough? How cheap are
No.
these? How cheap are these liberals at home?
They're pretty cheap, but
We played every discount.
that's not enough. He's got no taunt. He can't win this.
No way! We're going to a
Oh,
reset bracket. That's
wow,
unbelievable.
What a way for this to turn around. Vexenite is going the distance. A Home Master must be sitting there going, I mean, like, is it a miss to get Lady Liadrin at that point? And it absolutely was.
On any previous turn, any
Would've been
other
great.
turn, any other card in the deck, anything. Goodness gracious.
This, like, look, I mean, you're sitting here going, like, Vexenite, I don't think these have many legs. I don't think that's going to be the case here. It had the legs, man. It came through.
Okay, hang on. You can't fault me. One deck is 80%. One deck is 80% cards that are incapable of dealing damage to end the game. The other deck is like 80% cards that essentially end the game on the spot. They went the opposite way to what the stats would suggest.
Okay. All right. I'll give you that. Don't have to worry about it. Look, I understand that some
I'm
crazy
embarrassed enough
things
as
have
is
happened.
Mendrix. Please let me have my dignity. That was an outlier. I protest.
Well, guys, look, we have a reset coming through here. This does mean we need to reset everything up here. This does mean the bans could be different here as well as we do move into what will be the final match available, guys. So please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Hearthstone finals. we are back with the Hearthstone finals here. Pretty exciting stuff here. Of course, this is presented by Blizzard AEL and supported by McDonald's. And things are really heating up here in the finals now. Vexenite managing to overcome all odds here and actually bring across the reset, which means we are now going into what is the final match here. Winner takes all. Wow, this is super exciting stuff. And I feel like Homemaster now is really rethinking the strategy going forward.
I don't know if I'd be rethinking my strategy. I'd be trying to like regather my confidence. Maybe it's like a morale issue, right? Because a lot of those matches were just weird, right? Like that whole game, that warrior deck only got where it was because you had the Kargath Prime, the early athletic tradings, the ridiculous string of draws in multiple matches. And I'm not saying that to take away credit from either player, especially from
Vexenite.
Vexenite. I was obsessed with Mendrix. Like Vexenite, yeah. Like
those rattle goals routed you a little bit.
That's playing to your outs, like to an insane degree. But also, if you're Homemaster, you can reasonably rely that will not happen to you again. The Paladin deck probably wins in most timelines. Changing your strategy, overreacting to the fact that you got, that might actually hurt your chances more.
Yeah, this is definitely a possibility. So I do hope Homemaster isn't overthinking this entire scenario and has probably gone, all right, cool. Well, I just got unlucky. It was just a matter of the execution there not lining up to what I needed it to be. And to be honest, probably when I looked at those plays as well, I feel like there wasn't really different sequences that could have been done there by Homemaster that actually improve that scenario there.
I mean, a lot of them are such outliers. Like, how do you expect to play around that sort of thing? And but I mean, some of them might have been the tech cards, right? Maybe you miscount the potential for lethal out of the Druid deck, or you pull the trigger on your board clear too early because you're not used to playing around the additional damage buffs out of Vexenite's particular Druid list, right? Like, we never are quite sure what influences the plays, but you're right in that you only have so many board waves, right? Particularly in that Paladin matchup, you just sort of pick the top card off your deck. It's a 1-drop that doesn't do anything. You throw it on the board and look sad. Like, there's not a lot to do there.
Pretty much. Well, I can tell you right now, we do have bans up.
Okay.
Homemaster does not have access to the Warlock once again, so it's still going to be the Demon Hunter, the Paladin, and the Rogue. But Vexenite, on the flip side, does not have the Druid this time. That does mean that the Demon Hunter will be what's available for Vexenite. So we do have a different final here. Not going to be a repeat. Homemaster doesn't want to deal with that Druid, and to be honest, rightfully so. He kind of realized that to our point as well. There was just when things just go that particular way, it's just so hard to deal with.
I mean, I guess the Druid deck, we've come such a long way, right? From the first couple of weeks. So the Druid deck was just obnoxiously unbeatable. And it seems like a lot of players kind of see it as a known quantity, something they can control, something they can deal with, right? Some players have banned it. A lot of players have let it through. But whether it's this particular, tweak, these tech choices that have been made, the matchup against the lineup that Homemaster has brought, we've just seen it suddenly go back to, no, this deck it high rolls too often. It's too good too much of the time. I don't want to deal with it. I'll take my chances with the Demon Hunter deck. At least the pace of that deck is slow enough that maybe some of these these lists have time to draw their cards and get their own game plans in motion. I don't think we've even seen the Lifesteal Paladin combo Lifesteal Demon Hunter combo against the Libram Paladin, have we?
No, I don't believe we have. So it's something that's going to be interesting here. But I think that in terms of what's being played here, it's actually the Death Rattle that's actually being used here by Vexenite here. It's not the Demon Hunter
of course.
Yeah.
It's the only Death Rattle Hunter there. I mean, that makes a lot more sense, because I feel as though there is relatively little prey for that deck when you look at its good and bad matchups, and its bad matchups are quite bad. So, yeah, maybe Homemaster having second thoughts going, look, I can handle this. I'll take this on. Certainly yeah.
It's definitely not idea, what is going to be a known quantity versus what's not. So I can see, right off this mark here, things looking a little bit different. Of course, we've got a completely different deck that we're going to have here. Homemaster must be feeling a bit more confident now that he's really figured out what this deck's going to be. But of course, at the same time, does have to go up against that big warrior once again. At the same time, Vexenite knows, maybe I'll get lucky again with the rolling here for up against this Paladin. So crazier things have happened. We've already seen that come across here, and we're going to be jumping straight back into it. It is going to be that final match here between Vexenite and, of course, Homemaster, who's been riding the wind the entire way through. He's finally lost one, but of course he gets that benefit of being able to replay this once again.
I mean, did Homemaster even drop a match, even go to losers during the state qualifiers? I can't remember.
I believe so.
Possibly the first loss in this entire long league. So, nose now bloodied. Will Homemaster be rattled? Will he bounce back? Adjust to the ban decisions? I feel like it was justified. Doesn't seem like just a knee-jerk reaction. I got to change something. Believe in the plan that got you here. But Vexenite, speaking of believing, what a run all the way through the lower bracket with these, slightly free-to-play deck choices, with these oddball outer meta card selections and strategies, even ones that have seen a little bit underpowered at times, have found what the stuff that's required when it's needed. This looks like another great opening hand, to be honest.
And looking at it here, you can see has got the Instructor Fireheart as well for a bit of inflator. The Wailing Vapor is always a great start here for this more aggro Elemental Shaman deck as well. Holding onto that Canal Slugger as well at the same time, but I feel like Homemaster has a much better curve this time as well. As you can see, goes the Aldor Attendant, reduces the cost of those Librams, immediately buffs it right on up there with the good, basically making it a 3-4, and that will clear away the threat. Immediately has a 3-3 nice and tall here up against Vexenite.
Yeah, incredibly important draw though with the Hand of Adal, right? Without access to that card, there's trouble brewing. We saw what that elemental can get done in the previous matchup between the Shaman and the Paladin. Wow, that's quite a roll.
I agree. That is definitely quite a roll.
3/4 legend, your spells are poisonous against the giant Paladin deck. That's all right. I mean, that can't stay on the board, but Homemaster might have a devil of a time clearing it. That could even potentially end up delaying the play of this Devout Pupil, because you definitely don't want that getting sniped out by a random spell, even if it's a lightning bolt. So, look, it probably isn't going to have a massive effect on the matchup, but it just goes to show this has been a wild night, Mendrix. You said stranger things have happened. We know stranger things have happened. We literally just watched them happen. Possibly the strangest things that you could experience. And yet here we are, still trucking in these grand finals, ready for more.
Well, as we are now getting down to it as well, we do have the option for the Canal Slugger to get on through. Of course, that Overload may be the play here. We've already got two big minions back up. Well, I wouldn't say big minions, but considering we're on turn 4, to have 2 3/3s out here, especially for a Paladin, it's pretty damn nice right off the bat here. You can see they are going to be cleaned up. We do have, of course, that Stoneclaw Totem as a taunt there, just stopping them from coming across. And at the same time, the Alliance Bannerman will stay alive for the time being. That Canal Slugger also getting some decent value off this, considering it can be used to clear away this Aldor Truthseeker.
I mean, especially, yeah, it's important to clear away the Truthseeker, but the Lightning Bolt is going to get it done thanks to the poisonous buff from the Legend. Professor Slate allowing the Canal Slugger to go face, so already it's contributed a significant amount of damage. Like, within the range of things you can pull off Serpentine Portal, this is going the distance, might prove crucial, because Vexenite's hand's a little slow for what you want this Paladin matchup, right? Like, the Lilypad Lurker, a reactive card that costs 5, Alakir, a card that just costs 8 of any description, might be a little tough when your opponent's about to drop down to 6 mana Libram of Hope. But even that Libram of Hope, you have to consider, is this gonna get lightning bolted? Hint, it is.
Yeah, it would. I would have lightning bolted it. And imagine if that is the case, that if it does, gets rid of the Divine Shield, the poison effect's triggered.
Yeah.
It can come through. You can see, I mean, he's looking at dropping it. Looks like he just wants to get the Aldor Truthseeker down again as well. Is actually considering he wants to get this off the board. Is Libram of Justine up here? This really went the distance. I mean, you can tell right out. First of all, like, is it really going to do anything? Sure enough, it did. It forced a lot of resources out of Homemaster.
Only for this Paladin deck that just, like, does not have removal, really. Like, it has to completely alter the play patterns over multiple key turns in the mid game just to get rid of this pesky legendary, avoid losing value. If that ends up costing Homemaster the game, like, I mean, I guess it only continues this insane streak that Vexenite's on of just finding completely unpredictable outs, improvising in the middle of the game a new plan, and utilizing these surprising resources to the best that they can be used. Homemaster, though, still has a lot to do, throwing out that 8/8 Taunt Divine Shield. It's formidable as ever, and Vexenite does not have the ready lethal like we saw in the other game. Gonna need big draws off Instructor Fireheart, and then maybe a finish with this Elemental. I guess the Lilypad Lurker, but you're not pushing damage here, though. I hesitate, because now we can play out Varian Ring. I don't know if it gets better for you. Even the double Divine Shield taunt possible with those Devout Pupils if you want.
It looks like it is being put out onto the field as well, just straight away that play there. So it is nice on having that there. I do like how he just, just animated outside there. We'll have, of course, the Divine Shield just to clear out any of those additional threats, and finally gets to put a bit of pressure back. But I mean, we do still have an Alakir Windlord available. We've got the Gaiwa, and we seem to have some damage sitting behind here, including with that Instructed Fireheart. I think Vexenite just has the ability to start going to the face.
I'm a little bit surprised by the Varian Rin choice, right? It doesn't gain taunt because we already drew both our Devout Pupils. I don't think there's any other taunt minions in the deck. And so this Alakir, which I had written off as a source of damage, gets to go face for an absolutely crucial 6 damage. It may not be enough if there's healing available for Homemaster, but I wonder how much Homemaster may immediately regret pulling the trigger on Varian. Did he fully account for the fact that the Divine Shield taunt minions, the pupils have already been drawn, and it would not provide a big taunt body?
And Vexenite has it next turn, unless there is some ridiculous amount of healing that can come out of.
You can corrupt this Libram and go in for 5, which I think preserves you.
4 damage and 3 damage if you play an elemental. So you can literally, I'm pretty sure he's played an elemental last turn.
Yeah, his play was Alakir, so it's 9 damage.
Yeah, he's got 7 damage.
Yeah, so 7 damage plus you have to clear all these minions. Yeah, that's... Wow. I mean, that might be... Like, we talked about, say, how some of these losses, there's just nothing you could have done. Not to say that you should definitely anticipate your opponent always having Alakir specifically and it making the difference. That one was preventable.
But I mean, but here's the other thing as well, right? You have to take into account, I mean, Barrow's coming down to clear this, right?
Clear, you're going to get Libram afterwards, extra life steal.
Oh, is it? Maybe.
Heal 5 Yeah, 9.
You safe. Then it's still the Instructor.
That's, That's, I
We'll see
thought
what else-
like
let's
9
think what else.
damage is enough, right? Yeah. Okay.
No.
Oh no! Okay, wait. We can't. Wait, no.
Stop there.
Mana cost exists. Mana
Is
cost
it enough?
exists.
No, it's too much. It is
You
too
can't.
much.
You can't
Okay.
cast all those. Fireheart is gonna try and find some lightning bolts for us. There's
Got
one.
a lightning bolt.
Are
There we
you- Are you actually kidding?
go.
Wait, we're thinking about this, Vexenite, buddy.
Vexenite, come on.
You've been blessed by the god of cards today. Just take the bolt. Just rip. I would simply rip a second bolt.
He needs to make sure,
I would-
okay? Bard, leave him alone, okay?
Okay, Hex. Okay, admit Hex on variant's pretty good too. But
Yeah, but can't he just
Consi-
win?
consider winning. Well, this costs 4 mana to play the bolt, right?
Oh,
and I
yeah,
think
yeah,
we
true.
don't have enough to cast 2 more spells. We'd be just short. God, these games.
No,
These are roller coasters.
because he's
What
played
is that?
Grey Realms. That's 3 damage. He's got it. Oh no, he doesn't have it. Never mind. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
for
got a
one,
lightning
we're
strike.
targeting
Storm strike.
Barov. Storm Strike 6 damage. We could have just gone face. No way.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I would have simply bolted face. I would have just trusted in
Primordial
my...
Studies as well. Landslide coming in.
The elements are with Vexenite today. That much is
He's
sure.
got another portal.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's got. Okay, he has to have it in the next one.
10,000. Oh no, Libram, no. Okay, wait.
That's enough.
8 life is so much life.
That is
And
a
5
lot.
of the
He
life
has,
steal.
he has to play Liberal first.
I can't believe he didn't go for lethal with that bolt. That's insane.
Yeah, there we go.
Like, you hesitate to... You just have to go. You just have... This is even the first match of the best of 5, right? This is not even championship point again. You had the chance. What a crazy ball. But look, we've been focusing on Homemaster. Vexenite is under a lot of pressure here too. Like, you can't... At some point, you must think, well, I've been very lucky so far. How much more lucky can I continue to be? I certainly wouldn't just go Lightning Bolt Storm Strike off my Professor and win right away, huh?
No, of course not. It gets a Lord Barrow of all
Wait,
things as
what?
well.
Hang on. There's Divine Shields. This can't work. And also no Battle Cry. This is just the dumbest
Wow.
match.
So he's using that
The
there.
Rush Minion? I refuse to acknowledge that there's any way that Vexenite comes back now. Like, we've burned through so many
Yeah.
resources, and it has to be...
Vexenite knows this as well.
How much sweat do you think is on Homemaster's brow right now? You take a shower between every individual game of this set.
You must be just sitting there going like, come on, no way. There's no way this is going to do this to me now.
You know
Come
what's
on, no way. It
happening.
just comes
Hearthstone.
up. Just comes up there. You can just see it happening as well. Like, we've been just like constantly generating spell after spell after spell. And it's just kind of like, is it enough? Is it going to be the one? Is it this the case? And like you said, if you just went for it,
Yeah.
that
Just
would have been enough there.
Just
but
believed an inch more in the luck that got you this far. I mean, look, understandable why you wouldn't. But I mean, I guess it's all about the respect for the Paladin deck. You can't
Yep.
give them another turn. You have to say, no, it doesn't matter what I think I'm drawing, even if I can get some sort of nice clear. Don't let them play any more cards. Don't let them... I mean, I guess I guess on the one hand, you see the variant and you think, well, they mustn't have anything else, right? Because otherwise, why would you play this no taunt variant? But you also know they have 2 more taunts in hand. You're just relying on them having no more healing. But they have the... Yeah, look, it's an incredibly tough situation. We're not going to get too hard on Vex tonight. You don't expect to be in a spot where you have that choice, right? That match looked over.
I mean, it just seemed... Like, there's definitely probably, like, these guys play a lot of Hearthstone, right? They play a lot of this game. I honestly feel this is probably one of the situations where you just haven't experienced that one yet. I feel like that's one that's where you've just gone, do I roll? Do I not? I mean, I feel like, especially considering, the way that the value was generated prior, right? You summoned a legendary. They gave your spells a little bit of extra oomph behind it with the poison as well.
We've got to, Mendrix, I have to ask you to stop. We can't go back to all of these matches and break.
Yeah, we can. We totally can.
I don't know if I'm not a streamer these days. I'm just here for commentary on various channels. But if I were a Hearthstone content creator, if I were one of these players, I would go back to these VODs and break them down, like turn by turn, because this must be one of the greatest tests of your ability, as you say, to utilize your experience, to anticipate, to just navigate the turns. There's so much bizarre, out of nowhere opportunities, like opening and closing, seemingly constantly through every single matchup. But in an important shift from our first bracket, this is the second bracket grand final, sudden death time, but Homemaster has gotten the win with the deck that failed him in the first set, the Libram Paladin of all things. It's over the line, 2 more wins, and he will lift the trophy.
Well, Vex Knight is bringing back the Shaman. I mean, it's looking a lot better now, considering what we've just watched before as well. This is what's good. Mind you, as well, we did have a ban on the Druid, which means there's not going to be any pack mills. There'll be no problems there as well from the spectator side of things. But we can see Vex Knight right off the bat. He is going to have a pretty good line. He's going to go immediately for the Wailing Vapor, follow through the Kindling Elemental as well. That's going to get him some buffs here, put some decent quick damage out, and even has 2 Fire Elementals ready to roll to actually create something here. So he's got that option Scabble going at the same time. Another Cage Master Custodian is going to help out quite a fair bit. And I think the speed of this Shaman might be enough to deal with the Quest Rogue the way things are going.
I'm beginning to wonder whether the low rolls we saw were like lower rolls than I thought, because we're starting to see this deck, when it counts, really string together some pretty insane openings, right? That was a lot of damage. This is a slow rogue deck. It has pretty solid minion removal, but it still can struggle to answer this. Oh my god,
he's got 2 Cutlasses.
I mean, yeah, that's
You
not
don't want to
ideal.
use the Wicked Stabs here to clear so early. You can use the Agent for combo damage.
You play the Cutlass to combo, yeah?
I mean, he's looking into it. He's even he's taking damage at the same time as well. He's getting the combos out now, but I mean, he's already down to 18 HP. He's going to have the Fire Elemental follow-ups as well. He's already got Lightning Bolts, another Auction House Goblin to make things cheaper as well. I mean, things looking really good for Vex Knight here to possibly close out a quick win against this Quest Rogue.
Yeah, the opening, the curve has been so good here. Really, really ideal stuff. Obviously, there's no other ways to this deck to control it necessarily, but having that opening now into not only discounting your minions, not only a steady stream of direct damage from weapons with full up from that bolt, but as you said, the Fire Elemental is probably the best top end to be discounting. You just want to end this match, and you want sources of direct damage to get you over the line, because that's when Homemaster will be hoping that at least I'm taking damage now, but once I draw a couple of copies of SI7 Assassin, we've seen those can turn the corner pretty quickly. It's such a powerful tempo swing, but it may not be enough given how much burn, how much reach is available to Vex Knight Shaman.
We can see there has already drawn out that Whack-A-Null Hammer as well. As you can see, it has all those 1-2s in hand here. Homemaster might be thinking, hey, maybe I can actually let these... I wouldn't even think he'd be thinking that. He needs to clear this and have control of the board, because of course he knows there is a Whack-A-Null Hammer in this lineup. Does mean that these can get buffed up as well. So as you can see there, we'll drop down that Operative, get that Rush, get the Stealth directly afterwards as well, which is nice in that sense. So looking like he will be able to clean the door, clean away the board, gets him back. He gets a Lightning Bolt. My god.
It's all happening. Vex Knight preparing to strike back. It wants to drag us to another 5-game set. It seems there's no end today.
Yeah, he's also making them cheap at the same time as well.
Yep.
And he's going to play this out, so that's going to be a perfect mana curve. He actually set up with the cheaper Fire Elemental beforehand to get more damage.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Homemaster,
Secret
dead
Passage.
man walking, may not realize it.
There's no Secret Passage.
What?
We've seen it before.
Secret passage to what? The source of healing? That's not a... I mean,
I mean,
how can this rogue deck discover healing? We've seen some insane
I
stuff,
don't
but
know, maybe.
the discover cards are key, right? Like a lot of these other decks can pull cards out of nowhere, but this rogue deck, it really only has a finite spread. I think it can discover rogue and mage spells, but you're not going to get the chance to like trigger an ice barrier or anything like that. You're just going to get fire elemental bolt.
What do you want to put on the top there?
Yeah, what do you feel? What do you feel like?
I feel you put the Alec here there because it's not going to have a chance to.
Yes.
Like, I don't even know.
I mean,
like,
it's not going to matter.
Oh, here we go, Primal Engineer. Well, that's the one he actually chose.
Yeah, well,
Yep,
good
that's
for
not
you.
mattering.
Vexenite with one of the best draws yet out of this deck just scours the quest road from the earth with direct damage.
It's just,
Master back to even.
One Vexenite coming out big with that one on the play here. Homemaster was thinking, okay, fair enough. The high rolls can still keep on coming, but at least, you know, the fact that we was able to get the Paladin across the line before, he's very practiced on the rogue here. Probably not practiced against this particular deck, I would imagine. Vexenite now has got still access to the Demon Hunter, the Death Rattle version, and of course, the big warrior that we've been loving throughout this tournament so far. To be honest, now I've been converted on the Shaman. I really do like this build that has actually come across here from Vexenite. It definitely has the ability to just pop out some insane damage early and just limit it across these control decks. So a lot of crazy things really popping on through here. But again, anything could happen. We now won a piece here. This tournament is going down to the wire.
I mean, look, it reminds me a lot of, going back to my Magic the Gathering roots, it's just like a classic red burn deck. You've got a lot of cards that just deal a lot of damage, a little bit of additional control, but mostly it's just damage that you have a lot of control over where you direct it, right? And it's not necessarily, obviously there's the elemental synergies, but the deck has such a concentration, you're not really assuming that you need any specific combination of them. You're just going to kind of have that on tap. So it's more about knowing, based on the resources you have now and the cards you might draw, when do you need to put the damage to face? When do you need to clear the board? When can you make it a race? When do you need to dig? When do you need to sit back and try and assemble burn? It's really surprisingly complicated, and Vexenite, of course, has the practice, right? This is his pet deck, the first deck that took him to Legend, and that experience has come to show here. It's gotten him back into an even position here in the deciding matchup, but he has to put that deck away now. Has to go to the ones he's less familiar with, like this Death Rattle Demon Hunter, and make it work against Homemaster's extremely proficient Quest Rogue.
And we're jumping into it now. Fel Rattler, Razorbaugh, Cult Neophyte are the options for Vexenite. On the flip side, though, we can see that he does have access to most of his operatives as well. One of the Cutlasses and the Extortion also happening to sit there as well. So Homemaster does have a few options on hand here, but I think Vexenite's got a pretty decent curve as well.
Yeah, I mean, Vexenite, this is maybe the best time we've seen, best draw we've seen from this Death Rattle Demon Hunter so far. You've got the 2-drop Razorbaugh and 3-drop Death Rattle cards in hand, so you have that sticky board starting turn 2, and that's the mathematics this deck's built around. It has, I would assume, nearly as good a matchup against Quest Rogue as it does against some of the other sort of late game focused decks, because the Quest Rogue deck is banking on its removal, like this I7 Extortion, to help fend off early aggression, but the removal is just inefficient against the specifics of Vexenite's list.
Well, it's going to pop out that good old S1 or SI operative is going to get the kill, but as you mentioned, is going to bring up a Death's Head Cultist with that Death Rattle here, so the sticky minions remain to stay. Obviously can't trade back into it because that is going to be a 2/4 Tusk. Piercer is going to be picked up here as well, has an option to throw out that Fel Rattler if it needs to, so we can see what is going to be the next sort of line here for Vexenite. Doesn't really have, I guess you could say, the most efficient play here. You want to hold on to that Fel Rattler for something else, but he's just going to drop it out anyway, and I'm quite happy to play out the most, I guess, right into that curve that he's picked up.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Demon Hunter deck, because, again, it's like the Shaman deck. It doesn't have massively overwhelming explosive draws most of the time. You're really loath to give up any possible tempo. And, yeah, you could have just played Tusk Piercer, Demon Clawsed up, hit face for 2, save that for a future turn. It does also help sometimes to hold onto those Death Rattle minions, because you might draw another boar, right? You need targets in hand to make those cards count for their full worth. But I think it's the presence of that 1 health stealth minion that sort of tipped Vexenite over the line maybe into playing that card, right? Because you make the timing more awkward if there's removal. Unfortunately, the Shadow Step saves the operative from a lethal explosion of that Rattler, and now we'll get to still recoup the full value of that SI7 card, advancing the quest further and putting pressure on Vexenite to make something happen.
Yeah, the SI Skulker now is also coming into play as well. Vex Knight still has access to that Death's Head Cultist as well, and we can see that there's going to be a Raging Fell Screamer being covered for the time being. Unfortunately, the Skull Gul'dan is also going to be drawn out. I mean, it's nice to have the draw card, but it's not going to be actually sitting there as a outcast for a while unless you know, the Renowned Performer or the Tusk Piercer gets played out in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, I mean, it might just kind of force Vex Knight's hand. I don't know what the next draw is going to be, but it'd have to be something pretty impressive to convince you not to just play Tusk Piercer, play that Renowned Performer, because you do definitely need the Tempo Surge of the Skull Gul'dan. You'd much rather draw it on turn 6 right on time, a couple of turns from now, but you have to make do with what you've got. And look, the thing about this is, if you Skull Gul'dan, obviously there's a ton of good cards to fight, but if you run into the Illidari Inquisitor, it's already discounted by Raging Fell Screamer. So if you further discount it, you end up with an Inquisitor that costs 3. And you'll already have a Tusk Piercer in play. That can ambush a lot of people. Just dropping down an 8/8, it mops up their biggest minion, it hits them in the face for 8, it demands removal. It's quite a tempo sweep, potentially on the cards.
Well, we can see that Homemaster is still going to be able to clear things away for the time being. He's going to have, you know, again, those advantages that you talked about, possibly getting those Inquisitors in at some point. Another Death's Head Cultist has come into play here. And yeah, I feel like you said, it probably is just going to be that Renowned Performer with the Tusk Piercer just to make sure that the Skull Gul'dan will be outcast in the next couple of turns.
The outcast on this, like some of the outcast cards you can get away with not casting in outcast mode. This isn't one of them, not in this deck. You absolutely must get the discount. It has to be like essentially a mana ritual, netting you value by adding 9 mana of discount to the cards you draw, and preferably you want them to be playable. So if you're playing at turn 6, you really want to hit 2, if not 3 cost or less cards, which to be fair is probable with the curve of the deck. But Vex Knight really starting to lean, the Fist Slash Distractor puts back in the front of the hand, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, not the worst.
Not the worst. Imagine if it went behind the Skull.
That would
Damn,
absolutely
that would
be tilting.
Yeah,
You can't
that
even
would be
replay
so-
it.
Oh, that would have been so rough in that sense of things here, but not going to be the case here. We do have a secret passage coming through from Homemaster. That does mean that the quest line will be pushed a little bit further as more of those operatives are being played. And he has got that Spy Master already. So yeah, look, things looking up now for Homemaster.
I mean, who's Quest Warrior? I don't know. Like, this Quest Rogue deck is basically the same deck, right? Like, they're both mid-range decks. We've seen this Quest Warrior deck. If it can't reliably kill you before it has Captain Rakara, then it really does seem somewhat comparable to this Quest Rogue. I'm being slightly facetious, but not by much. And I think we've seen the increasing percentage of Quest Rogues as a reflection of that, right? You're just as sure to kill them once you find this scab. We've seen the lethals are strong from Homemaster. I wonder how it will get put together this time. Skull Gul'dan, not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is a reduced Skull Gul'dan. You can look to play it a little bit later here. You do have the Illidari studies, which is going to be nice. A Razorfen Beastmaster is still something that you can put into play here. And I guess you can generate free card draw out of that Illidari studies, but it's just going to let that go. It's going to be okay with that, I guess, but it seems that the tempo is starting to tip back into Homemaster's favor here, because we can get that Spy Master down now as well, and that's going to be nice in that sense of things, especially because he can play that, use one of the gizmos, I believe, to put him to stealth, and then follow through with that Battleground Battle Master, which we've seen in the past, to have some really powerful follow-up play.
Yeah, and there's very, very little that Homemaster can do about it, except for make as many taunt minions as possible. Now, this may be where you're happy to see Talon Forging, but I don't think that's a winning game, right? Because then you could actually just play 2 SA7 Assassins to melt any taunts for 0 mana and still kill them with Battleground Battle Mastery to scabs. But that's not what we're going for just yet.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous from Homemaster now. You can see the amount of value that he's been able to generate. He's got, he's going to be 16 HP in that sense of things, so he's pretty happy with his sense now. But we do have what's going to be the use of the Illidari studies now. Skull Gul'dan, Glide.
Glide could be
that would be all right.
Bit of a troll pick. I mean, there's a 9/9 on 4/4 board that are about to murder you, but you have 27 health, so you're presumably not killed. Wait, can you outpost glide? Your opponent redraws a hand of cards that are too expensive to play.
I was looking at it, the line,
the most
thinking
evil
about it.
Play. He's got two Vexenite?
No, there's dropping it now.
You want to have some sort of look. It's understandable. You would rather play an actual minion.
I'll call Neophyte though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, these are expensive rogue cards. Oof, ouch. Homemaster, I guess, you could argue that that's not punished because you didn't like shuffle 1,001 cost spy gizmos into your deck. It would have been absolutely brutal if you played Spymaster Scabs. But also, presumably, if you did that, you would have a stealth Spymaster Scabs in play, which is pretty tricky. That being said, this is so much damage. This is like lethal in 2 turns, pretty reliably.
Yeah, you can see now it's going to come down with that 9-9 on board there. Takes him down to 10 HP.
Ouch.
So Vex Knight definitely feeling the pinch on that.
Oh wait,
one.
okay,
Rattles
Fell.
come through.
Oh, that's actually so awkward. You really need that to be in the deck to hit it off of Deathspeaker Blackthorn, right? Because Blackthorn is the only way that you sort of generate enough value in taunts and rushes to clear this. And yeah, if you got Talon and that snake, maybe you can clear 3 minions with the snake. Talon defends against the others. It's not going to work out that way though.
Yeah, no, you can see he's just going to be able to just with 2 turns to do it. He still has a 9-9 that can definitely chew through everything that's going to be happening here. You can see now he even says he's like, you possess true power. He understands that it's going to be enough. And Vex Knight will yield this one now for the time being. So that does bring it into another championship point once again for Homemaster, who's now managed to get up to 2-1 up against Vex Knight. Vex Knight still has the Demon Hunter, still has the big warrior here. But of course, the last sort of step here is going to be the Demon Hunter here for Homemaster. So a bit of a change here coming across here. He can choose to play it once again. I'm going to be interested to see if Vex Knight decides to play out that big warrior, which seems to be a signature for him throughout this tournament. I would like to see it one more time, but I still feel like you want to play your Demon Hunter into the OTK Demon Hunter that Homemaster is bringing.
I mean, it depends, right? On the one hand, I suspect that the Demon Hunter matchup is much more favorable to Vex Knight. It's much easier, right? Whereas the big warrior is very tough, but you have to win them both. So, do you save the ice cream for dessert, or do you just need a win right now? Do you I
feel like you just want the win right now.
Put a point on the board. Look, Homemaster. I'm not going to say Homemaster crumbled under the pressure last time because like Homemaster not in charge of his top decks, but maybe that you want to reconjure that magic. Maybe you just want to keep playing for as long as possible, even if that's only extending the inevitable by 1 win. That's the play. Vex Knight goes back to the Death Rattle Demon Hunter. Couldn't get it done against the Quest Rogue. Has hopefully a better shot here against Homemaster's combo Demon Hunter.
This ends now.
Well, let's see what ends up being the nut of it. Look, I honestly would feel like you just want to keep this going as much as possible. You want to increase your chance. You don't want it to be one of those scenarios. Well, I didn't even get the chance to play the Demon Hunter, right? So you can play the Demon Hunter, have the higher net chance to win, and then come through with the Warrior, where you go, look, it's going to be tough, but at least I know for a fact that I didn't lose both because I didn't play the Demon Hunter. You get what I'm saying? You don't want to lose the opportunity to play the Demon Hunter when you know it's the higher chance.
Sure. Look, I think we're getting back around to the point of it. It doesn't really matter, so it's whatever your gut says. Don't overthink it. Don't debate. I think it's a tendency of card game players, right? You can feel free to call me if this is just projecting. But people, because card games are so much about the nuance, right? We're seeing today how you must consider every possibility. I feel there is a tendency to pour the mind into even decisions that truthfully aren't worth it. Right? Like you're always searching for those percentage points, the true optimization. There, at this point, just pick a deck. Just pick a deck and pray. You need to win with both. The matchups are fixed. Only the actual gameplay within the match matters now. And Vex Knight with a strong opening here. It's not a Death Rattler, but the turn 2 Cult Neophyte, especially against a player going second with the coin, can really mess up their turn 2 plays, right? You don't really have proactive turn 2s as Homemaster. Maybe you're thinking of coining something out. Not anymore, you will.
Yeah, you can see that actually did sort of play it up. He just went for the hero power and sat on 1 extra mana crystal. So like you said, did bring things down a peg in that sense. The Illidari Inquisitor has been picked up here. So Vex Knight has 1 set of finisher into play here, but of course it won't be coin, won't be discounted, won't be anything for the time being. And it's going to jump down that Razorfen Beastmaster, which is nice in that sense of the matter, because of course that means we'll be able to summon up something else directly afterwards. But I mean, of course, here the Felgorge now coming out for Homemaster here just to have an extra option there, and that will start to clear up and, of course, provide a little bit of sustain, which is definitely going to be needed here in this OTK Demon Hunter going up against the Death Rattle version.
Yeah, look, we've seen a lot of struggling from this Combo Demon Hunter list in the last couple of games. A surprising amount, given it's been quite a consistent performer throughout both these finals and some of the state qualifiers that it showed up in. But this hand from Home Master, this looks like the goods. It's finally endured all of the horrible draws it seems that this tournament has in store. Touch wood, touch wood. But yeah, look at that mix. It's a beautiful blend of the removal enablers that the deck leans on, enough that you have some to spare for the combo.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just cast a curse.
Oh,
mate.
glide? No way.
You were like calling that out. I'm like, dude, he just got an outcast glide. I'm like, dude, when are you going to finish? Dude. And then when I see coming, there's the caster curse.
Okay, well, look, at least Vex Knight's hand is kind of terrible now. You've got 2 persistent peddlers, you got to trade one of those away. Your Skull of Gul'dan's locked in the middle of the hand. Home Master still has Moog Artificer and Fellscream Blast and the Warblades. Still rolling. Only a setback. All my losses were lessons, etc. But yeah, a huge win for Vex Knight, and honestly, takes guts and knowledge to know that that's the player, right? Glide doesn't really feel like a huge gotcha in a lot of the times, but that is definitely the situation. Oh, the second Inquisitor's awkward. Those are expensive cards.
He actually had that before, which is probably why he shot out the glide. I feel like he's gone, you know what? Let's just swap it in anyway again. I mean, you don't want to have these Inquisitors so early. Looks like the Hearthstone gods didn't think he was deemed to have a better hand and coming around as well. But of course, I mean, you were talking about the fact that he's got the Skull of Gul'dan not in the, not is in the middle there. It's just a devouring ectoplasm away that he can play first. Then he can get that outcast from it as well. I think the other thing as well, like you said, it seemed to be a pretty ideal hand coming across there for Home Master. So like you said, the gut shot to throw out that glide does mean that he's going to be able to be in a position where he's going to be able to hold down a little bit. But Home Master's pretty happy with everything. He is going to throw out another Felgorger. We'll get an Immolation Aura there to actually just begin to push things away, which will force that out there. Of course, the Death Rattles aren't going to be the best from that sense here, and the Persistent Peddler will still be alive for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really engaging matchup right now. Vex Knight obviously has the late game insurance of the 2 Illidari Inquisitors. That's the burst that you need to get this matchup to swing your way, to be honest. But you do honestly feel like you need some setup in the meantime. How much can get done? I mean, the Persistent Peddler is going to get a hit in here. This is pretty solid, but Home Master, you have to be afraid of what Home Master might have in hand. There could be a very, very big Fellscream Blast. You know, the temptation to run out Deathspeaker Blackthorn must be high, but is it still correct if it opens you up to a huge lifesteal attack like we've seen Home Master unleash previously?
Well, he is going to bring down Home Master to 13 HP, soon closing in on the Illidari Inquisitor. The I-Beam will, of course, set that back just a little bit in that sense. The Eldritchy Warblades as well, granting that lifesteal. I'm going to be interested to see if he's actually going to go for the board clear or just try to get some HP back by going to face. Looks like it is going to be still getting some control back on that sense, and we'll get back the 2v2, sorry, the 2-2 Deadly Adventurer is going to be coming into place here as well. So yeah, a little bit off the back there. We can see the Skull of Gul'dan is an option here, and he's just going to throw it in. Here comes the Deathspeaker Blackthorn.
I mean, you can't not. Like, this is one of the things where I sort of say, like, oh, well, you know, how can you, play into this card, but you can't not play your best card in your deck. Deathspeaker Blackthorn is the reason to be Death Rattle Demon Hunter. So now Home Master gonna have to fire back a return shot again. This is a pretty souped up Blackthorn, right? Not every Death Rattle Demon Hunter deck plays Talon Forgery, and you can't always hit it off Blackthorn, but it's definitely the high rolly end of what this card can produce. It's gonna be interesting though, because I don't even know what card it would pull up at this point. I guess one of your 4-drops, but even just the Taunt Divine Shield doing some work here.
Well, he has managed to get himself back up to 30, so that's something that's pretty nice on the side there. But the thing is, of course, he's got those 2 Illidari Inquisitors. Here comes a good old use of the Skull of Gul'dan. We'll get, of course, the Firewatch Post, a Renowned Performer, and a free Cult Neophyte here. Also has that corrupted Fellsteel Executioner. So a lot of different things could be coming into play here for Vex Knight yet. And Home Master needs to find a way to get some card draw back in. Otherwise, the damage that he managed to heal up just before might just come flying back into his face, and he might not have a way to return it back. But Vex Knight, playing it slow, looks like he will clear the board first before actually opting in to go for things.
Yeah, I mean, this is tight. I mean, look, you could say that Home Master's sort of running low on gas here, but we've seen Home Master pull out some incredible lethals, right? This is a very explosive build of the deck. But Vex Knight, I guess I'm not surprised by the outcome overall, because I already said this is a match where the Death Rattle Demon Hunter is favored. But this draw, I wasn't sure had the punch, but man, that glide play was so huge.
He's actually going to keep up that talented Arcanist as well. I mean, again, you know,
what's it going to do for you, right?
Yeah, it's not really going to do anything at this point. Yeah, it's pretty much there. Illidari Studies, of course, is going to come up. Skull go down. That's pretty nice. Outcast, we'll draw that in through the play here now as well, so we'll get something back. There's going to be the Sigil of Alacrity for free, Illidari Studies for free, the Il'gynoth as well discounted. So he's actually being able to bring some things back here, but of course needs to wait another turn.
Yeah, I mean, at least you found it, right? Because you couldn't wait that much longer to find it. There's still 15 cards in the deck. It's honestly kind of fortunate for Homemaster to be able to grab it. Wait, is this another zero-cost Sigil of Alacrity just chilling in the hand?
I think so, yeah.
You got it. Okay, all right. We didn't pass turn. I was really confused by that the other game. Like, is someone lagging? I was trying to rack my brains if there's any reason not to run that card out. But of course you want to draw deeper. Of course.
He's got 9 and 8.
I want to find the pieces.
Is that enough?
9, 8.
No, just short. 17.
Yeah, no, not enough. I mean, you go for it because you have another Illidari next turn. There's no reason to try and like set up a Felstall execution or anything like that.
Yeah.
You just clock them. So Homemaster's going to be pressed to just go for the Il'gynoth. This draw could actually be really impactful, right? Because I'm sure if you had more time...
Whole near fight would be very impactful too.
Oh, yeah. Lucky these cards are already discounted.
Here we go.
That's pretty nice.
Oh.
Thalnos. Okay.
Let's think this through.
I mean... For starters, I don't think you can even clear the 8/8. I think this is it. Yeah, there's no way. The Skull's too expensive. I thought maybe you could target your own Thalnos to draw cards, but just it gets too much. The Cult Neophyte probably weighs in as well. And look, it's to be expected, right? We sort of say that's the ice cream matchup. That's the now you got to eat your vegetables, your sprouts, your whatever thing you don't really like. This is the nasty main course. Can you do the same thing with a much clunkier warrior deck? It's done so well throughout the tournament. It even managed to topple the Libram Paladin last time around. This may actually be an even harder assignment. I'm not sure.
And I mean, this is what's so great about it. I mean, this literally went the full way. As long as it possibly could. We got the reset. We still went the full way for the best of 5. It's finally the decider. Still favored for Homemaster based off the data, based off, just the archetypes that are coming into play here as well. And I mean, I don't want to count out this big warrior. It has done some pretty incredible things in the past as well. So we are jumping now into what is the final match here for the Hearthstone Open Cup. The first iteration of 2021. What a way to end the year, in terms of things here. I mean, there's probably going to be a few more tournaments, but we're damn near close to it as well. So it feels like Christmas has come just a little bit early for us. And wow, looking at everything here, it is not what you want there. You don't want to have that troublemaker coming on in just yet. So we are going to throw that away. Still not the best curve here for Vex Knight. Homemaster looking a little bit happier in terms of what's there, but that athletic studies off the bat definitely is nice. Is he going to get a Kargath? Nah, he's not going to get that lucky on that sort of sense.
Let's be real. Vex Knight's deck doesn't have a curve. Like this is not a traditional deck. It doesn't go 1, 2, 3. It goes like nothing, 6, 10, 10, 10. Right? Like this is pretty. I mean, that's what kind of makes it exciting, and that's what makes it so explosive. So Vex Knight, I think, is just happy to have the Cowardly Grunt as he has somehow managed to every single game on stream.
I mean, yeah, it is definitely one of the higher rolls that he's been able to get. Gets the Scrapyard Colossus as well, but that's something you're not going to see for a long time. I don't think that's something that you definitely want to have. I'd be more happy to possibly get a Commencement as well. Homemaster in the same stretch of this as well. It's just continuing to draw up. Can forward that Moarg, but I think you just want to hold it. Gets the Il'gynoth as well. Skull of Gul'dan, unfortunately, trapped between a lot of different cards there as well. But considering Homemaster has got a lot of pieces of the puzzle here, plus a Blood Mage Thalnos, it's looking pretty good in Jace. I mean, a lot of them have everything they want in the end game here, but not really what they want in this early game.
Yeah, look, I mean, the one who can actually kind of accelerate the game plan if they really want it is Homemaster. I don't know that we'll see it. I think we're very unlikely to see it, especially in a game with so much weight, so much riding on it. To risk your Il'gynoth in this situation would be very bold. But there could even be a chance to do it, especially if you coin it out, right? But I guess there's just so much removal that you're almost certain to not risk it. The scenario to get an early lethal for Homemaster, I think, would be if you draw the Warblades. Like, because you're used to seeing that you're counting the potential for Il'gynoth with, like, the spell damage from Moarg Artificer or whatever, but having a bunch of Furies
into a double damage face hit from the Moak Warglaves, that's something you're not always ready for if there's an early Il'gynoth. So maybe that's something Homemaster can think about. For now, though, you just have to consider carefully, okay, there's not a lot happening right now, but there will be soon. So what can I do that's most valuable? Is it worth throwing out Blood Mage Thalnos, making them kill it so I draw a card? Do I just tap the face a few more times in exchange with the armor up? Like, these are real decisions, and they're quite hard to make because the impact is so subtle now. But you'll know if you miss lethal by 1 point what you should have done.
Well, he's going to trade it with that provoke. We'll get a barricade in return as well. I think now it literally is just, yeah, I'm just going to play this null.
Okay.
This is the first real like value play that seems to have come out from these players at this moment in time here as well. Not sure if there's a way to actually clear it out for the time being.
There
I guess
is.
it probably is. Yeah, you can play like, you know, for example, the talented Arcanist and then fall out with the I-Beam. That's one way to obviously deal with it. But of course, you're not really getting the most amount of benefit. But it looks like it's going to be the Blood Mage Thalnos and the I-Beam, yeah.
Yeah, even gets the Outcast IB by playing the Thalnos and gets to attack as a result. Thanos is on the board. So yeah, I mean, I guess there's no reason not to play the null, but that inside, I don't really know what you're meant to do. I don't think there's a viable game plan where you try and completely stonewall Homemaster from having targets for fell spells until you play the Cowardly Grunt. But I do have a feeling that not much before the Cowardly Grunt trigger is going to matter. The Magtheridon might. This is the matchup for a Destroy All Minions trigger.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, you want to be using that Magtheridon also more as a clear instead. We finally get that Skull Gul'dan to be in that outcast area as well, and we'll be coined out on turn 5. So this is a really nice play.
Yeah, and look at the draws. Quite nice hits as well. Gets us out the Eldrachi Warblades. Probably not worth the hit yet. You need to conserve that durability. And Vexenite, I mean, you're happy to keep around those 2 taunt minions, theoretically. I don't know whether that clues you into the possible Magtheridon play. You can just run that out and sit the Magtheridon there. You're not really in danger of dying to this big warrior deck if you take a turn off and they don't hit, you know, they don't get cleared by it. So I'm interested. Obviously, there are other options, plenty of other options when Hanzo stocked, and that's what we're going to go for. Felgorger first. The aura must make it more tempting.
He's thinking about it. You can tell that seems to be like, I mean, he's got a lot of discounted cards there as well. But at the same time, if you do obviously throw out that emulation where you'll be killing the Cowardly Grunt, which of course gives it the benefit that it wants, at the same time, it is going to stop from doing damage. Here comes the Rattle Gore.
That's the best hit for Vexenite. I mean, it is 1 in 3 at that point, right? 1 Troublemaker already in hand, along with 1 Scrapyard Colossus. Homemaster, again, very sad, very regretful.
And this is just the thing that, you know, you can't really count out this big warrior. Every single time we look at it there, it just seems to be doing that. It is going to clear away most of those barricades, which means he can attack to the face in the future. But, of course, this Rattle Gore is going to be sitting there quite menacing. It is very menacing.
I'll be like I would like to say
now.
He
just brawl here.
Yeah. And
even if the Radical dies, it just comes back as an 8/8.
You don't even
attack
need to.
first.
Brawl's expensive.
It is.
Just slap him. You got Rancor. You got
provoke.
Okay. You don't need to play any of this. You can just armor up. Never mind.
He's fine with that there.
Okay.
Blade Storm. That clears everything. 1 big hit right on the side here as well. And of course, at the same time, you know, he knows that one's going to be here. So let's see how we go.
This
Fury
is
up.
We're setting up a 2-turn lethal. We can go Fury, giant hit. I guess we'll have to... Actually, no, never mind. We can't go Fury, Il'gynog if we go Skull. So we're just going to charge. We're not even going for the double damage lifesteal hit. We're just going to lifesteal and then Jace and then second enormous face punch.
And the philosophy as well, just to make sure he's got enough poppies to do what he wants to. He realizes the setup is there.
Could have played that Fell Scream if you're planning to just charge up Jace, but I suppose that's 0 cost. It's very high value. Actually, the whole combo is discounted. This is a million damage next turn.
He can do it, yeah.
It's over.
I'm just checking to see if there's anything.
Don't make me do Moag Artificer maths, but you can go Il'gynoth, Artificer, Arcanist, Fell Scream, Blast all my guys, you die. That's it. That's like 9 doubled.
Yeah. Homemaster should have it.
That's the wombo combo. Those are the optimal Gul'dan hits. Wow.
Is that 8 armor?
That is 8 armor. He will be on less than 30 life, and this combo kills you for 30 life, so we're on our way, I guess.
Armor up, again.
to 28 or something.
Yeah, 28.
Yep.
So, yeah, he still has him.
I don't want to say it because every time I cannot get sure what's happening in these insane matches. I'm fairly certain that Homemaster is also uncertain, which is understandable. Well, okay.
Because of course, like he probably was like, "I've got this," and then the armor came and he's like, "Wait, do I have this?" All right, that's literally what's happening right
gracious. I don't know what's happening. I admit I don't play this Demon Hunter deck. The Mawag Artificer is worded in a funky way. I'm fairly certain we've seen this combo kill from way more life than this, right? What are we copying? Are we copying the Artificers? Are we gonna play 3 Artificers?
So the thing is, normally you get like from the damage.
We're playing
philosophy as well.
We're playing 3.
There we go. Here's the Eagle up now. He's pulling the trigger.
With 3, yeah, I think I'm fairly confident with 3 damage doublers and +2 spell damage. I've got enough. We're gonna see how much.
He's got it. Yeah, he's dropping it down. He's counting. He's been counting.
The absolute swag. It's 72 damage. He had it so bad. He went for the discovery play just because he had a spare mana, just in case he could extra swag on Vexenite, just to rub it in after what a long road it's been. Homemaster, my God Almighty.
Finish. He really went for the all-out finish. I'm sure he's got this. It's like you said, it's 1 million damage. Like even with the armor up and everything. Because even like Vexenite's like, okay, I gotta like brace for something here. I've got some armor. I'm gonna get a bunch of armor into this place here. Everything seems to be in the place there. What a way to break that one out towards the very end. He's managing to get it out.
Truly insane stuff. I mean, I can't begrudge the guy after what a long road it's been. After a like imagine sweeping through all the qualifiers unbeaten. Upper bracket. You saw how happy Homemaster was before, just feeling good, feeling confident, winning lots of games, get to the finals, drop the first set, fall to the champions. Just like, you must be just dying inside to think you've gone so deep and now you're having problems. But clutches it out in the end there. Huge reversal in the final game. And it took a lot of sequencing. It took some canny play to get all of those cards lined up. But that was so well thought out to see that you have a lot of free time at the start of that matchup and you can really set up an early, very powerful lethal by making sure you maximize your discounting tools. And yeah, I mean, what a deserving.
Oh, absolutely the case there. I mean, like so much happening on the back end of that. And it is honestly, again, I can't like, if I can think of a better finisher, that is literally the one that needs to come.
72 damage.
The 72 damage. I mean, this guy he literally went overkill, right? Literally went for the overkill here. So
yeah,
pretty
you never
crazy
want a best of 5 4-2. Like, counts as 2 wins.
Look, we are getting this ready to roll. We are getting an interview here now to actually bring into play here. So we're just getting everything across the board. I think I did get just a glimpse of Homemaster there, but he has unfortunately just dropped on the side there. So what we're going to do, we're going to make sure we get this 100% ready to roll. We are going to move just to a very short break while we do prep up Homemaster for what is going to be an interview here. And please, guys, do not go anywhere. I want to hear from the man. I know that you guys probably want to hear from the man as well. Exactly, guys. So please, we'll be right back, and we'll be bringing you my homie. Don't you worry about it. thank you so much for your patience. We are back once again with the Hearthstone Open. Wow, I can't believe, I'm still like buzzing from what happened there in the finals here. Everything that you've seen today has been presented to you by Blizzard, AEL, and of course, that fantastic support coming across from McDonald's. And wow, just a way to put it. Bard, before we do bring in Home Master for this interview, what have you got any words that you want to add to this one?
This is very, very rare for me to say, Mendrix. I might be speechless. That was insane. There were so many great games today leading up to that point, but that final exchange, the whole two-set experience, I'm almost sad we don't really have time to speak to both players because that was an odyssey and I have to know how they're feeling, but I'll settle for our winner, Mendrix. That's who I really want to hear from right now.
Well, considering which, speak of the devil, my homie, he's here. Home Master, how are you going, mate?
You want to know something? I was playing that last game on mobile.
Okay. Flex. Weird
there
flex,
you go.
Yeah. As you do. I'm like, I was walking around the house playing it. I'm pepped up, man. Every single round, every single match was 3-2. Went to the limit. Then having to do it twice. I'm pretty tired. I'm pretty exhausted, man. All right. And I know I misplayed. I know I misplayed a lot, but
less than anyone else, apparently.
Never punished.
we didn't see it, so don't worry about that sense. So no, that was never the comment on that side. But I want to ask, like you said, you've been here. All the games have been going 3-2. Have you been following it the whole time, just like watching the matches, like waiting for your own build up here?
Yeah, I watched the previous two games the whole way through over lunch. And just trying to chill. Wasn't playing any games or anything. Just listening to some music. Just did all I could have done. So yeah, it was, and the games beforehand were fantastic. All my previous competitors, shout out to everyone. You were fantastic opponents. Everyone, really, every single.
Stealing my job, mate. I do the shout outs here.
Yeah, I mean, the whole tournament was just like incredible, right? All the way through.
Look at
the celebration.
Yeah, bring him in.
Oh, now I feel like we're home wreckers.
What are you talking about?
Hey, man. It's okay. Well, I mean, look, it's fair enough, right? This has been an absolute slug of a tournament. We talk about the duration.
I'm going to bring my kid in because
please do. I'm sorry we kept you from your family for this long. That's the.
He was having a bit of a tantrum. Sorry, everyone. He was having
that's
a bit
okay.
He couldn't come in and see me. But here we go.
I'll keep it real quick then, for your sake. So, you mentioned taking the break there, right? That was something we were wondering about on the cast audibly. I don't know if you caught us even asking, perhaps, when you were watching. But how did it feel? Like, how do you think that affected you? Was it good or bad to have such a long break? Right, you're just in the grand finals, and then everyone else had to play for a while before it got back to you. Did it cool you off? Did it give you a chance to catch your breath? How'd you feel?
Yeah, no, it was good to calm down. Just take a minute and just kind of see who was gonna, how my opponents played. I guess that was kind of key. I was looking at, in particular, I was looking at at Vex because he's done so well with that lineup. It's quite a tricky lineup to deal with, obviously. So I was kind of studying his lists. So that was kind of handy to have that bit of extra time, actually. Yeah.
No, excellent. One of the things I want to ask then, it just goes back to that last game that we had. We were sitting there going like, that has to be a bazillion damage in hand there at the very last end of that finisher. It has to be enough. I just want to know, like, did you know you had that damage? Because then you used the Discover. Were you just like looking for more damage on top of it? Or you're like, I know I got a lot of damage here, but I just want to have a bit more.
I wanted to see what I could find. It was free. And yeah, I knew I had it. It's you got the Moag multiplication and but yeah, I don't know. I wasn't trying to flex, but yeah, we're gonna go for a walk. I know.
Last question. Yeah, I mean, like, that was obviously a pretty impressive finish. It was set up by that favorable matchup you sort of won for yourself as the final play, right? The Demon Hunter against the Warrior. But you changed your ban. I think that maybe had a bigger impact than we even thought on the second set. Sort of what went through your mind when you decided to change the ban, and sort of what changed in your assumptions based on that, because obviously the first time you banned a different deck.
Yeah. Well, obviously the Demon Hunter is quite good into the Aggro Druid, so I took a bit of a risk. But Aggro Druid is just such a solid deck. Vex is he's just got like he knows that deck really well, and I already played against it. I saw him playing with it. I knew he was good with it. I thought get rid of it, get rid of those high rolls, and focus on. And Death Rattle Demon Hunter is quite. You can kind of expect what they're gonna do. Except that glide, that was annoying.
Yeah, we saw that glide too.
Rude glide.
Even you like your skills are quite unique. You like
Yeah,
directly afterwards.
Yeah, we'll play with that. Yeah. So I think the ban paid off. To be honest, I was a bit worried.
Definitely the case. Well, look, we don't want to take anything more. You have been an absolute pleasure to interview, to watch, everything across the sense. Big congratulations on the win. You definitely deserve it. And also, thanks to your son for jumping in as well and being a part of the show. Also, great fun with that one there.
Yeah.
Look, you can probably save this as well for the future, so you can have that as a video coming up as well.
Yeah, you buzzed in.
And I get it. I can't
40,000 people on play Hearthstone. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, hi guys.
Future world champion card gamer. Apparently.
Oh yeah, here we come. Here we come. Maybe you will.
All right. Yeah.
Exactly. We never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way ahead of me.
Either way, perhaps. All right. Well, I mean, that's all I have to say. I'm exhausted, to be honest, Mendrix. I'm sure.
I am too as well. So thank you again, Homemaster. I can imagine what you're going through. We're going to let you retire for the day. Thank you again.
Thanks, man. Thanks, guys. Thanks, McDonald's. Thanks, Hearthstone Blizzard. Thanks, everyone.
Absolutely.
Or every single person involved. You've been awesome.
Say
Ciao.
Oh.
Beautiful there. Wow, that was definitely. I mean, I'm still blown away by everything that's just happened here. So, but that being said, tournament is done. Homemaster, very well deserved there. A big thank you again to Vexanite as well for bringing everything across there and that sort of sense. But have you got anything that you want to add to this?
I mean, I don't know what more could be added, Mendrix. This is a tournament that's truly had it all. Even that interview had a little extra something to it. I just want to say thank you, echo what the Homemaster very elegantly, bookended us with. Thank you to all our sponsors and, of course, more importantly, to our players, our viewers, everyone involved, right? Every single part of this equation has to come together to make the whole. We casters are just kind of along for the ride. Obviously, it's a thrill to watch matches that are as exciting as this. You never know what you're going to get from a card game tournament, but this one will certainly go down in my memory as one that was spectacular.
I could not put that any better myself. You've taken everything out of my mouth there. Again, I just want to double up on that thank you, of course, to Blizzard, AEL, and McDonald's for bringing us support for this amazing opportunity. Guys, the players, the community, you've been great. You guys have a great rest of weekend.